Hello, Danger Nettles. I got requested to read this story yesterday when I was asking for stories. So this will be the first one of the night. Then, I have a whole shit ton afterwards. So yeah. Alright. So let's go ahead and start it. Rainbow Factory. Now, that's a Rainbow's tale. It's quite as nice as the story we knew of Sugar and Spice. There's long been rumors as to how exactly rainbows are made in Equestria, while a great amount of Pegasi ponies are employed in the rainbow department of the weather factory. Almost all of them due to low-end work. Once known as the great streams of spectra, the individual colors of the rainbow flow through large grates and into vast vats. From there, workers carefully and equally mix the spectra into the coagulated rainbow pools that dot and run through the factory and the surrounding city. Next, the mixture is pumped to the floor below, where other employees atomize it and store it until the active weather Pegasi deploy it in the field. However, no one knows how individual spectra is made. Supplies are never seen being brought in, leaving not even a clue what goes into a rainbow. Tourists, when visiting the factory, are treated to an extremely foreboding and plain wall, with massive solid doors barring entry to any pony at any time. While most of the facility's various signs and architectures bubbly and welcoming, the Rainbow Factory's upper floor was protected by harsh imagery, potential hazards, and death, and the cloud wall was made not out of the clean white of the rest of the city, but of a black, quietly thundering fog. To become an employee of the Upper Rainbow Factory meant sacrificing any life outside those black walls. Workers are sworn to secrecy and forbidden from leaving, and live inside the facility itself. Those few who ever manage to make it out, not in a body bag, were twisted and disturbed, too damaged to ever bring themselves to talk about it. A lot of theories were proposed: dark magic from captured unicorns, chemicals, environmental hazards that no sane pony would tolerate, and even thoughts of another unknown sister of Celestia's destined to create the spectra instead of raising the sun and or the moon. None of them could be farther than the truth. But a rainbow's easy once you get to know it with the help of the magic of a Pegasus device. Come on, Orion. We're gonna be late for our final test. Scootaloo called to a friend of hers. She was older now, in her last year of flight school. She, like any other Pegasus in the school, was terribly nervous about the final test. Those that passed were granted freedom into the world to find their cutie marks if they haven't yet and become working ponies. Little is known, or at least little thought about the fact, was of what happened to the fillies that failed their test. While uncommon, one or two from every class generally didn't have it in them to perform the rigorous acts and maneuvers. Those that failed their tests were looked down upon in the worst ways, shunned and hated. Cloudsdale had always bred a form of nationalism amongst its occupants. If you weren't the best, or didn't show the potential of being the greatest, you weren't allowed to be part of the glorious collective. Skulu moved a little to the side as Orion, a tall yet fairly skinny pony, settled next to her. He fluffed his light brown feathers and gave a worried attempt at a smile as she stared around where he sat. They were sitting in a large open waiting room overlooking the Colosseum with all the other graduating Pegasi. Just visible in the distance was the factory. Orion glanced at it and gulped.
What's the matter, Ryan? You afraid of getting a dead-end job on a snow line?
Orion chuckled a bit, then closed his eyes and sighed.
No. It's just, I don't know. I don't think I can do this. What if I fail? What if I don't fail? But dude, just as bad enough to be disliked by everyone. I don't know if I can take being deported. Where do we even go anyways?
Skulu gave Orion a friendly punch.
No one knows you don't. We're not going to fail. Everyone here is gonna be fine. I know I will at least pass.
She laughed.
Thanks to the tips from Rainbow Dash, I'm sure to be fine.
Oh yeah, sure, that reassures me.
That's always just as, if not even more, reassuring than a psychopathic hate every pony here seems to love the spread. Quit panicking, scaredy wings.
Scootaloo replied.
The only one here I think even might fail is that yellow pony in a dark green mane. She's the one who was out sick for that month, you know?
Oh yeah. Orion remembered as he craned his head into the other pony's direction.
The one who had that bad case of hoof and wing. She looks pretty confident, though. I suppose we'll see.
Scootaloo trailed, turned to look at the factory herself. It gave her chills, not of fear, but pride.
I hope I get some cool active weather job. Can you imagine it? Everyone in Ponyville or Philadelphia staring up at me going, there goes Scootaloo, such an amazing flyer. And from Cloudsdale, there can be no doubt.
She smiled in excitement, forgetting her tension for the moment. That would be something, I'll admit. Mind you, just coming from Cloudsdale. It wouldn't be enough.
Exactly. Praise the fly.
Praise the fly. Places every pony. A massive buff Pegasus walked towards the entrance to the Colosseum. We're going to do this by name. You're adjudicators on each side of the field. Do not, I repeat, do not fly too far west. If they lose sight of you for any reason, you will be failed immediately. Take deep breaths, stretch your wings one last time. The test will consist of 3 sections: weather clearing, agility, and finally, recovery. Clear the clouds, fly through the hoops, and then fly to the mark evaluation. Close your wings for at least 3 seconds. Any less, and you'll fail. But keep in mind, there's no extra points for extra sections. Finally, recover before you hit the cloud floor. Understood? Any questions? The instructor paused and carefully glanced at each pony in the room. Everyone's eyes was completely focused on him, and none were ceased with confusion. Alright, Auradon, you're up first. Clear, fly, fall, complete. The yellow pony nodded and walked quickly up to the starting ramp with purpose. She stared at the watching judges, waited for a nod from all three, and then took off with powerful force. The ramp bounced slightly from the force of the takeoff. Every pony watches Aurora quickly reach the starting altitude and then began a direct purposeful attack on the positioned clouds. With expert timing and intelligent angles, the sky was soon empty of any moisture. Scootaloo and Orion watched with open mouths as they watched the first testee pull fast and tight turns, expertly shooting dead center through each and every hoop. Finally, Aurora pulled herself up to the proper altitude, hovered, and closed her wings. And the group of students gasped as she started plummeting down towards the clouds and counted breathlessly. 1, 2, 3. They sighed as they watched her wings open in the correct amount of time, collectively holding that relief. Suddenly, Aurora's wings whipped upwards, and the group of students flinched in horror as they all heard the loud, hollow snap, only to be suddenly replaced by an unending, piercing scream. Many, like Orion, shielded their eyes with their wings, as others, like Scootaloo, could only watch, terrified, as the blur of yellow, green, and red plummeted into the ground with a dull thump. Wasting no time, the instructor walked forwards again as the three judges simply pointed down and started shuffling papers around. Speaking loudly, as if nothing had happened, he called out again. Gacy Fields, clear, fly, fall, complete. Scootaloo and Orion stared, slack-jawed, as another pony gulped, then walked forwards onto the path and took off. They took back to the tuft of the cloud where Aurora had landed and stared. As the wind blew the fragments that were thrown out from the collision away, they saw the shivering yellow body attempted to move, only to collapse with a cry. 4-day spot, clear, fly, fall, complete. Aurora still struggled to walk, wailing with every step. Her legs weren't broken. She can use them fine, but it was obvious the pain from her wing joints and the loss of her potential life was crushing her. Scootaloo felt Orion shuffle uneasily, tears welling in his eyes as a frown formed on his face. Holiday shot, clear, fall, complete.
No one is coming to help.
Orion seethed through closed teeth. Scootaloo felt extremely sad for the yellow Pegasus, but couldn't see herself helping her. She would be failed herself and sent away, far away, from Cloudsdale and any familiar place on Equestria, to a place where she and any other failed students could never stain Cloudsdale reputation. It was a terrible shame, but Scootaloo couldn't fail herself. She couldn't fail her friends. She definitely couldn't fail Rainbow Dash. Not after the care and help she had given her Scootaloo's whole life. Scootaloo blinked the tears from her eyes and forced herself to watch the competing students. One after another took off, successfully passed the test, and flew to the east gate. Other judges spot in the stands. That's all Scootaloo focused on. Pass the test, fly to the gate, live a happier life. Orion Solstice, clear, fly, fall, complete.
Now,
What? The instructor took a step back, one leg left raised in the air. You catch for future flight test. Get out of here before you piss the judges off.
alright, I'll be right back, Danger Noodles. Sorry about that. No, don't even pretend you care about the pop future if you don't care about hers.
Orion defied, unsure about himself.
You say you want me to have a good life, and yet you let those that fail suffer unbearable pain.
Get the fuck onto the field before I fail you myself. The instructor shouted menacingly.
Fine.
Orion spoke sharply before walking onto the ramp. He stared at the judges, waited for individual nods, and the second they came, he took off. However long before starting altitude, he turned sharply and landed gently next to Aurora. She turned and looked at him, blood running down her forehead and sides, and tears streamed down her face.
What are you doing? You'll feel like me. You'll be exiled. I'd rather be exiled from a place that treats ponies like this than live my life while others don't live theirs.
Aurora smiled, happiness briefly replacing her sadness and her blackened, puffy eyes. Until she stumbled again and intense pain flashed across her body. Orion leaned in close, using his wings to brace the yellow pony against himself. He stared up at the judges, beaming hate with his vision. He stared down, unaffected, and simply pointed down, before looking back towards the ramp for the next contestant. Skulu looked shocked, hardly hearing her name. She moved numbly up the ramp, never taking her eyes off her friend, and the pony who sacrificed himself to help. After a brief moment, she shook her head, recovered her thoughts, and looked up to the judges. Thoughts passed down through her head as she watched them all nod.
Sasha, what do I... What's that? Sorry about that, dangerous. What? No. Sorry about that. I'll reread that. Oh, Celestia, what do I do? I can't let everyone I know down. But I'll never see Orion again. I suppose. I hope he knew that rest when he did that. I'm sure he's thinking the same right now.
She glanced at Orion. He wasn't looking at her. She took off, heartbroken. Instinct kicked in as the familiar rush of wind cooled her and blew her thoughts away. She stopped at the right altitude and then launched again, sensing and seeing every cloud, formulating a game plan. In a matter of a couple dozen seconds, the sky was cleared. She did a quick loop in mid-flight, aiming at the first loop. With a powerful flash of her wings, she propelled forward through the first ring, and then the second and the third, expertly turning and drifting. She curved in towards the second last ring near the bottom of the field. As she descended, she caught sight of Orion and Aurora, almost at the west gates now. Orion turned his head and smiled weakly. Skulu's focus shattered. Orion knew what he did. He cared about her. He missed her. And he never got to say goodbye. Skulu cracked into the bottom part of the ring, falling backwards several feet and hitting the ground. The sudden intense flash of fear, she flipped herself onto her feet and began flapping her wings. Levitating off the ground, maybe that didn't count as a failure, she thought. I can still fly. There was a distraction on the field. She spun around to the judges, 3 hooves pointed down. Skulu started crying there, tears welling up and blurring her vision. This wasn't right. This shouldn't have happened. None of it. Orion should have passed his test and cheered her on from the east gate. She shouldn't have looked at him. She should have focused on flying. There was no room for excuses. Defeated, she slowly hovered towards Orion and settled down next to him. She looked at him with her purple eyes. He looked back, offering a smile. You did a good job. Scootaloo dropped her head and sobbed. She then walked around Orion, lifted her wing on her own, and helped Aurora walk to the east gate. Before them stood a long, unlit hall with only a cheap sign stuck to the wall notifying test failures to proceed down the hall. They waited only briefly to gather themselves and prepare for where they would be taken, and then all stepped forward together. Let's delve deeper into rainbow philosophy, far beyond of Cloudsdale's mythology. Seizing this judged a floating city, with its alluring decor and social psychology. Against the empty carriage at the end of the lonely hall were three imposing ponies, leaning in a disinterested and bored pose. One of them happened to look up as a sorry-looking trio stumbled out into the open. They were on the bottom edge of the Colosseum, with vast rolling hills and plains of Equestria visible far below.
Hey, Sprosh, you got some of them worthless Pegasus.
The first one called to an even bigger pony on the other side of the carriage.
I suppose it's to get to work time, is it?
Cool it, hotshot. There may be money, be more too.
No, I was the... No, I was the last student to go.
Scootaloo spoke in sobs. Orion could only hang his head.
It's...
She paused and breathed deeply, determined to remain as strong as she could.
It's just us three. Aurora's wings, they're broken. She needs help. Ain't that just a crying shame, is it? Was it to us? All the better she don't come flying back to us no more. We may have failed our damn tests, but that doesn't mean we're not worth keeping alive.
Scootaloo shouted in a flash of rage. She was determined to hold on to as much dignity as she could.
Alright, sheesh. Hey, Patches. Doctor, hurry up before we head out. I don't want any blood on damn sheets. And I just washed that thing. You are the two in the cot.
Orion and Scootaloo hopped into the carriage and got as comfortable as they could on the hard seats. Made sure to leave room for Aurora as soon as the third of the large ponies finished bandaging her wings. Aurora carefully stepped into the vehicle and lay down on the bench at the back. Scootaloo inched closer to her and leaned down to talk as the door to the carriage slammed shut. The boss pony was inside the back, standing by the door, watching each of them.
So,
Scootaloo began quietly, trying not to speak too loud.
Aurora, I'm Scootaloo. Sorry we had to meet like this. Any meeting of a friend is a welcome meeting.
Aurora spoke gently with sincerity in her eyes.
We did our best. That's all we can say. That's all any of us can say.
Who's to say that in the city of the deported is,
Who's to say the city of the deported isn't a good one anyways?
The thought struck Scootaloo as she considered it. No one was ever told about where the Pegasi were brought. Most ponies considered it to be some odd land, like where the zebras hailed from, that made Scootaloo realize something even more profound.
Hey, if we're where we're taking is where Sakura's from, then there's gotta be a way to get back. It's not like we're banned from Equestria. Watershy, an old friend of mine, she used to pay us at Swiss in Ponyville. She never passed flight school. She never took her tests. They've never come and taken her away. Exactly.
Or agreed with a nod. Orion overheard and offered his thoughts.
I think the reason we're sent far away is because no pony from Cloudsdale ever wants to admit that someone who failed flight school could come from their city. What a fucking horrible place, now that I think of it. I don't want to go back. Maybe that's why no Pegasus ever comes back. They just don't like Cloudsdale.
You goddamn worthless ponies could hardly call yourself Pegasus. The boss spoke from the door. He was swaying ever so slightly as the carriage was lifted and moved to an unknown location. Useless failures is what you are. No pony comes back from exile, regardless of reason. You can't even pass your goddamn test. You three make me sick. Skulu jumped up from her seat, lifted herself into the air with her wings, and dove legs first at Boss.
You shut the hell about it. You have no right to treat others like this.
Boss raised a hoof and backhanded Skulu out of the air onto the floor. I can treat you how I want. You hardly classify as ponies to Cloudsdale or any of Equestria for that matter. Now sit the fuck down and shut up until you get to your destination.
Well, we've been taken anyway. It's not like we can tell anyone now. And I'm sure as deliverers, you guys should know.
Orion cautiously said. How's find out? We hand this carriage off to the ponies and shoots, and we get a bag full of coins to keep quiet about the whole thing. That's how it's always been for thousands of years. The three fillies huddled together, again, scared of the unknown. They kept quiet as they waited through the unbearable trip, all lost in their own thoughts. Friends, families, loved ones, and pets. All will never see them again, and some will never find out why. An hour passed, and then another. Finally, the uncomfortable quiet was broken by a sudden lurch as the carriage stopped in its flight. Ah, the boss smiled. There's my stop. You parties play nice now. Have fun in whatever hell you're sent to. The carriage door shuffled open and the boss hopped out with a gust of cold wind. It was dark outside with hardly any light to see at all. Skulu stared outside and noticed another figure staring in. It was dressed in a black suit, its tail tied in unnatural black that never occurred in nature. Its face was covered in a dark, loose-fitting mask, concealing its mane. All that was visible were rose-colored eyes staring differently at the three ponies inside. They stopped on Skulu momentarily, unrecognizing, but she stared back. A second passed, the dark pony slammed the door shut, and the carriage took off once again.
At least we can talk now.
Aurora whispered in the dark. They had nothing to talk about. But with all great things comes a great responsibility, with Cloudsdale being weather stability. The three desolate fowls blinked their eyes awake, having all resolved to conserve energy for whatever came next, with loud scraping noise. The door shook and then swung wide open. Several more ponies, obscured by masks and suits, were moving around the area. Skulu blinked against the light from what she was seeing. They were in a cloud building. As her eyes adjusted, she noticed more details. Several of the blackened ponies were rushing around, some holding clipboards, some carrying briefcases and other important-looking items on their backs. The complex was full of machinery and signs. Pipes ran along the ceiling with a loud whir ran in the background, occasionally joined with other industrial sounds such as crashes and alarms. Skulu gasped.
This place, the architecture, it's also familiar. I think we're in a weather factory.
Orion frowned. Yeah, gonna be right. We were traveling for way too long. We're gonna be far away from Equestria now, not to mention the city.
Actually, Skidoo might be right.
Or amused.
I know so it's maybe the same amount of time from when we left the Coliseum to the place the carriage driver swapped. That it was from the swap place to here. But I don't know. I'm confused. Maybe that's just a coincidence.
Welcome, you. A large and powerful voice commanded. Several suited ponies moved to make way for a deep, dark red Pegasus dressed in a white lab coat.
You degenerates are probably wondering where exactly you are, stupid fillies. You're in Gladstale, the Rainbow Factory to be correct. Allow me to show you around. What's going on here? Do you expect us to use us as slaves? Because I'd rather be deported, thanks.
Skulu yelled. Aurora and Aurora got off their seats and stood behind Scootaloo, nodding in agreement.
Like your failures have a choice. You'll be here for the rest of your lives. Oh, I'm sorry. What are my manners? I am Dr. Atmosphere. My degree is a medical one. I shall assure you. In case you're picturing some dreadful surgery going on behind the scenes. Strange how so many worthless Pegasi got that idea. No, my degree is in engineering. I'm one of the 4 coats in this facility. And you have all had a tour of the lower factory, no?
3 ponies nodded slowly, unsure of what was going on.
Excellent. Who can tell me where the tour begins?
Orion spoke up first. When the spectra comes from upstairs and it's mixed.
Very good. What a pity you're utterly useless to the flock. You could have been a smart one.
Dr. Atmosphere smiled sadistically and patted Orion on the head.
Today we're on the upper floor. Please follow me and don't get too far behind, or one of my helpers will be forced to encourage you.
With that, he winked at the suited ponies. With nods, 3 of them at the rear end leaned forward and jabbed each of the Pegasi with tasers, shocking them to the ground. Dr. Atmosphere whined in laughter as they all yelped and fell, and continued into a soft chuckle as they all stood up again. Scootaloo blinked more tears from her eyes and shook herself again, trying to lose the tingling in her nerves. She turned and quickly looked at each of the suited ponies, catching each of them in the eye when she could. None of them were the rose-eyed pony from the carriage. Begrudgingly, she started walking behind the red engineer.
You simply must be careful in this department.
Dr. Atmosphere began in a tone not unlike the many tour guides in the lower floors.
There's plenty of nooks and crannies and vents and vats one could fall into. One must be careful not to hurt themselves. After all, you're all helpless as it is. Any more so, and even we couldn't use you.
He glanced behind himself maliciously as the 3 fellows frowned in insult. They were walking down a series of halls and vibrating machines and assembly lines lining the way, occasionally ducking under low-hanging wires, or carefully stepping over steaming pipes. As they walked through, the building became cooler and cooler. All 3 were watching, sensing, looking for any way out. They couldn't see any.
Now let me tell you a story. Crash there is where the weather is made. Without the shores of Equestria, which they'll have a freeze, drown, and generally be a not very happy place. What gives us a special honor, one that can't be tainted by incompetent foes like you. How could the world look up and trust us as the Pegasi like you are flying around running the Cloudsdale lane? No, we need to do something with all of you. And then we got a delicious idea.
One day over 1,000 years ago, those were some smart ponies back then, I'll say. You don't find too many of them these days. But I digress. And now through the doors quickly now, before more encouragement is applied. Nocturnal atmosphere opened a heavy-looking door and a cramped corridor. It offered a hoof inside. Skulu stared up at him and he glanced at a suited pony. Skulu and the others walked inside as he laughed again. Enjoy the rest of your pitiful life. And with that, he slammed the door closed.
Alright, I'll be right back. And I'm back.
Alright. They all turned and looked at the big room they had been led to. Look, it was fairly open and empty, almost like a theater room. And in one of the room there were 6 square vats. each one nearly full of individual spectra. Above them was a very peculiar looking machine. From a central stack, 6 horses broke off and led above each of the individual fats. On top of the stack was a single opening, red with rust despite the rest of the machine to be shiny and clean. Even further above that was a fairly complex looking object with chains and gears hanging off the beams and pipes loosely. Running even higher than the whole machine was the length of a scaffolding, with doors on either side leading out of the room. Down on the floor, a small collection of defeated and crying ponies sat, chattering quietly.
These suits there, those are from the other flight school across town.
Aurora informed, sounding shocked.
And those other ponies sitting over there, see? I remember a trip we went on once with Levitating Acres Private School. I remember them from that trip.
So this is where all the failures go. Not deported, but forced to work forever. Orion sobbed quietly, exchanging for helping someone he had doomed himself and his good friend to a life of servitude. Scootaloo reached an assuring wing over and looked at his chin. She smiled at him, understanding his depression.
At least we don't have to go through it alone.
She cooed softly. Suddenly there was commotion in a group of ex-students. One pony was unidentified. School took off. Head towards one of the doors on the scaffolding immediately. 2 suited ponies launched a record speed and both clipped the fly away with their tasers. The pony spasmed in the air and then dropped like a stone. An audible crack as he landed, and a violent burst of twitching. All the other ponies walked back, staring horrified at their friend. They watched hopefully for a long time. He didn't move. Some of them cried softly. Most others turned away, too far confused to feel any more emotions.
I guess that option's out.
Roar said to no one in particular. But you can fly right now anyway. Right, questioned. That medic guy, Patches or whatever he was called, he popped my wings back and... Wait. Oh, alright, question.
That manic guy, Patches or whatever he was called, he popped my wings back into their joints and banged up where my skin tore. I won't be in winning any races, but I can fly again.
Hold on. Buster! No. No. There, dog. You don't eat trash. Anyways, they slowly walked forwards and joined a group of ponies, looking at each other with understanding sorrow.
Ash, friend, attention to you inept mules.
One of the suited ponies shouted. At the previous display, no one challenged that order and stared at the scaffolding, just as one of the doors opened.
How you ask?
Are they up to the task? To it? How you ask? Are they up to the task? To which the answer is a simple facility. A few official-looking Pegasai walked in on the scaffolding and turned to look down at the group with disgust. One of them stood onto a small podium set up in the center and began speaking loudly and clearly.
But now, you've clearly determined that you're not going to exile. There is no deportation. There never was. You are in a factory. You'll never leave the factory. And while you may be called useless, that's not entirely true. You're worthless to the flock as a pony, but you still have a purpose. Purpose to all ponies in this land, far and wide. You get to help us make rainbows. Beautiful, magical rainbows. Doesn't that excite you?
The mysterious announcer grinned ecstatically, taking in all the disgusted looks from the local fowl on the floor below him.
I thought so.
He chuckled.
Isn't it just such an honor, you know? It leaves every pony entrusted with the task speechless too. Now, do we have any volunteers?
Again, every pony fellow glared with hate. One brave pony, a light pink one from levitating anchors, walked forward a few steps and then yelled,
How could you ever get away with this? How could Slushy or even Luna know about this and tolerate its slavery, torture?
I think you'll find it's more than that. A second official pony walked out of the shadows and up to the podium. The pony was in a suit and mask. First pony walked off the podium and allowed the second to talk. Scootaloo noticed that it was the Rose pony from before. She watched more intensely now. The voice was familiar. 1,000 years ago, when Celestia banished Luna and Equestria and sent her to the moon, she was charged with three things. She was originally in charge of visiting the sun and showing the land with rainbows. But with the moon being an additional task, she had to hand down responsibility for rainbows. Celestia entrusted the Pegasi Cloudsdale to make the rainbows for her from then on. For the first dozen years, we were given a powerful unicorns to help create Spectra. Spectra is pure pigment, pure color, everything's full of spectra. But you can't just harvest it. You can never separate color from an object. So it was made artificially with magic. The Max pony never took her eyes off the brave pink one. That is until our top engineers made a breakthrough and discovered an ingenious way to extract pigment. And it was so beautiful, even a simple machine could do it. But it couldn't be done with just anything. The conditions had to be right.
What did those horrible people do?
The pink Pegasus screamed, growing in anger by every minute. The mysterious pony whipped off her mask, unveiling more than her rose eyes. Her skin was a light cyan, and her mane was a gorgeous rainbow. Several of the fillings gasped. Scootaloo's knees weakened as it hit her. It was Rainbow Dash. Scootaloo's thoughts raced through her mind, and the room started spinning. It couldn't be. An evil twin, maybe. Perhaps some neglected sister. Rainbow Dash couldn't be this evil. She was her friend, her mentor, her only family. Even if not by blood. How? How was all she could think.
It had to be living ponies. Only in ponies where magic and spectra ran freely together.
Rainbow Dash threw her head back and laughed maniacally.
Only then could the spectra be separated. And it was such a beautiful idea, such a wonderfully horrible idea. And it was so well. We could create exponentially more rainbows of better quality than with real spectra. And it finally gave us a way to prevent Cloudsdale from being tainted by all those horrible Pegasus, which couldn't fly.
Scootaloo couldn't take it while all the other ponies were screaming their disgust and fear, running and screaming for where it came, backing off as the pseudo ponies surrounded them and herded them back into the center of the floor. Scootaloo couldn't take anymore.
I thought you loved me!
She wailed, cutting Rainbow Dash's laughter short. Huh. She turned and noticed Amber Orange Pegasus. I thought you loved me.
How could you do this to me? I thought you cared for. Oh wait. Oh wait, wrong place. I thought you loved me. How could you do this to me? I thought you cared for me. After all the help, all my life, you treated me as a little sister, and I treated you like a big sister. You're my big sister to me, and you were the only female I ever had, and you knew it.
Tears were pouring down her face now, obscuring her vision again. Her throat hurt from the crying and shouting, but she couldn't stop.
After everything, you're just gonna let me die? I tried so hard for you.
She stared at the floor for a moment. Everyone was silent. Then Scooter looked up slowly while she couldn't see the sadness in her eyes. She looked straight at Rainbow Dash, straight into those rosy eyes, past them, and deep into Rainbow Dash herself.
I thought you loved me.
Rainbow Dash returned a look. Her eyes revealed no emotion, no love, no care. Only apathy. Slowly, however, they glared at Scootaloo. Pure seething hate erupted from Rainbow Dash's mouth as she screamed in return. I did love you. I tried so hard. I taught you everything I knew in hopes that you would pass your test. You had it in you, kid. I knew what they did here. Ever since I performed that Sonic Rainbow Boom, and they approached me, they wanted to find more ways to make Spectrum. They thought that if I was capable of making rainbows, I could help them make its components as well. They couldn't. But I learned a lot about this place. I'm the manager here now, you know. I worked my way up in secret, pretending to only be simple weather control. How do you think I could afford that massive house over Ponyville? How do you? She trailed on, shaking her head, remembering her anger suddenly. I tried, alright. It was up to you to save yourself. You didn't just fail yourself. You didn't just fail Cloudsdale. You failed me. That's the worst thing you could have done. You aren't just dead to Cloudsdale now. You're dead to me. The room tilted as Scootaloo tried to comprehend what she was told. Her mind broke as she was totally unable to focus on anything. She stumbled slightly until Orion held open a wing. She clung to it for stability. Rainbow Dash noticed this and yelled with mere fury. You can't have happiness. You ruined me. Now I'll ruin you. Workers, the brown one here. Him first.
No!
Scootaloo and Orion all jumped. Suited ponies cornered Orion, pushing the other two to the side. He tried to leap out of the way to run, but one of the stallions spun around and kicked him. Both connected to his shoulder. Orion collapsed with a shout.
Get back!
More suits yelled at Aurora and Scootaloo as they dragged the whimpering Orion to the front of the room. The giant machine on the back started humming to life, and the assembly of chains lifted off the top and moved towards the floor. Everyone noticed they were shackles now. The suits collapsed Orion into them. Braving to look up, he turned to Scootaloo.
Don't worry, Scoots. I love you. Goodbye. Goodbye, Orion.
Scootaloo gasped.
I love you too.
With that, the chains pulled tight and lifted the brown pixels all the way up to the gears. The chains grew taut and stretched each of Orion's limbs straight up and down.
We find the machines work better if the ribs are broken.
Rainbow Dash explained apathetically as the chain spun around in opposite directions, twisting Orion. His screams almost covered the echoing pops and shattering noises. One or two jagged bones tore through his side, and his yells faded to a slow, quiet rattle of breath. The chains untwisted and shackles opened, dropping Shattered Pony into a single opening. Scootaloo watched in horror, her brain overcome with what was happening, detached from all emotion. She noticed that the top machine wasn't rusty. It was blood. blood just like what was being tossed up from the mangled remains of Orion. And as Ruffus's body was swallowed into the great machine, finishing with one lone hoof, directed straight up, and then nothing was left. As the horses over the green and red vats of spectrum started spewing with their brilliant colors, Skulu's vision started to fade. The last thing she noticed was Aurora's concerned, broken voice saying her name as Skulu flopped to the side. In the Rainbow Factory, where your fears and horrors come true. In a Rainbow Factory where not a single soul gets through.
Skulu, get up, get up. Now, hurry, Skulu, wake up, wake up.
Skulu shook her head briefly, wondering where she was and what was happening. In a flash, it all came back, and she too jumped to her feet. Aurora was shaking, fright encasing her feet. The suits were starting to approach the two now, tasers and shackles up ready.
Skulu, they're coming for us. What do we do?
Skulu looked for an opening. All doors were blocked, except for one. On the scaffolding, the suited opponents were slowly approaching, not rushing in order to prevent the fillies from freaking out. Fear was their tool. Skulu spun around, looking for an exit. There was one, she realized.
I have a plan.
He whispered to Aurora.
What's that? Clear, fly, fall, complete.
Aurora nodded, understanding. Her eyes widening, she repeated louder now, so that the other frightening fillies could hear.
Clear, fly, fall, complete. Got it? 1,
Scootaloo started counting.
2.
Aurora squeaked as she backed into Scootaloo. Suits were massive feet away now.
3.
A collective shout reverberated from the room, as every filly that could actually fly took off. The suited ponies gasped and fell back, unsure where to go. There was too much confusion. A few of the faster thinking ones took off as well, tasers at the ready, aiming at the closest Pegasus they could take. Step 1, Scootaloo screamed. Oh wait,
Step 1.
Scootaloo screamed.
Clear.
With her command, the failures started targeting the dark ponies in droves. Hooves connected with their heads, and while some of the students fell lifeless to the floor, the majority of the casualties were the student ponies. Skulu and Aurora landed on the scaffolding right by the door and reached to open it. It was locked.
My God, what do we do now?
Aurora cried.
We're still unclear.
She shouted, turning around and bucking the door. Aurora followed her, focused on the brunt for blows. On a part of the wall where the latch would be, Rainbow dashed on the other side of the scaffolding. Recovered from the initial shock of the rebellion, and noticed Skulu pounding on her door. Kill her! She screamed at the other important-looking ponies. Kill her! She started to gallop towards the fillies, forgetting her wings momentarily. Skulu closed her eyes, pounding harder and harder on the door. It started to creak and splinter. Any second now, she thought. Rainbow Dash will get here. It's over. I'm doomed. She would have cried, but there was no more tears left. But nothing came. The door started to split from its frame, now leaning inward. It wouldn't be long until it was open. She opened her clenched eyes, peeking up at scaffolding. All the remaining ponies were there, pressing each together, holding the enraged blue Pegasus in her cronies' back. They wouldn't last long, however. Even as Skulu watched, twitching and yelping ponies were falling to the floor below. Some even landing in the great maw of the Spectrum machine. The pink pony from Levitating Acres was there. She turned to Skulu and Aurora, just as the door flew back from the hall behind.
Yeah.
Pink pony demanded from pain in her voice. She opened her mouth to speak again, but was cut short as the pile of Pegasus blew apart. With Rainbow Dash standing enraged in the opening, she was on her 2 back hooves, her front 2 roaring in the air. A small gash down her side leaking red, and her multicolored mane was torn in a patch. An unearthly howl pressed her lips as her rose eyes were drained of any sanity that was left.
Come on, Aurora.
Skulu pleaded as the sun as she spun around.
We've got to fly if we're going to live. I can't. This is too much. I haven't healed.
Aurora looked at Scootaloo with wide open eyes.
You go, Scootaloo. Tell everyone what happens here. Let them know.
She glanced back at the wall of students, almost bare now as Rainbow Dash's bloodlust tore them to pieces. Her blue coat was now glistening crimson, almost dripping as she ignored the need for live ponies. There would be more. Cloudsdale could take a small shortage of rainbows. In another few months, there would be more classes, more failures. But for now, all she knew in that Scootaloo had to die. Violently, if possible. Decades of working for a rainbow factory had fractured her. She was the only one who allowed it out in public, and keeping a horrible secret with her since childhood had only led to psychological problems that no amount of therapy could cure. Scootaloo was her last link on sanity, and her failure had deleted that. There was no logic in her mind anymore. No care, no capacity for compassion. Only hate, pure, concentrated in evil hatred filled the gap her love, Scootaloo, had once occupied. Rainbow Dash was no more. Only this monster remained.
I hardly knew you, Aurora.
Scootaloo cooed softly and Neo paces beside her.
I'm sorry I never knew you until all this. I'm sorry we had to meet like this. I'm sorry we have to part like this.
She sniffled. She had found more tears.
Any meeting of a friend is a welcome meeting.
Aurora reassured Scootaloo.
Now you've heard the other pony. Fly, Scootaloo, fly. Goodbye. Goodbye, Aurora.
With that, Scootaloo levitated and spun around, looking into the yellow pony's eyes one last time, and launched down the cramped corridor. She had no idea where she was going, but any chances at freedom was one she had to take. Aurora blinked a couple of times, standing in front of the door. Rainbow Dash would have at least one obstacle in her way to Scootaloo. The blue pony tossed the last of the other students over a scaffolding and slowly walked towards Aurora. How cute. You think that you, a useless broken pile of manure, could possibly stand in my way. You really make me laugh. None of you can compete with the awesome power I have.
Love can overcome all evils of this world.
Aurora straightened herself in rebellion as Rainbow Dash stopped in front of her. Aurora stayed in front of Dash, bearing her entreat down the corridor beyond. Well then, bitch, let's see if love will overcome this one. And with this, Rainbow Dash grabbed one of Aurora's bandaged wings and pulled it, tearing it off her completely. Aurora collapsed onto her knees, grinding her teeth in horrible pain, but she didn't scream. She wouldn't give in to Rainbow Dash. Rainbow grabbed her other wing and dragged her, kicking and moaning, down to the center of the scaffolding. She lifted Aurora up by the wing, laughing quietly to herself as the look of intense agony appeared on Aurora's face. Rainbow Dash took to the air, bringing the squirmy yellow and green pony with her. Over the top of the machine, with a squeak of evil laughter, she jerked at the wing within her hoof. It too disconnected from the now convulsing Pegasus, and Aurora fell. She landed head first, the door on the scaffolding closed with a gust of wind, as the machine began pumping out the brightest greens and yellows it had ever produced. And there was no one around to see it. Scootaloo glanced backwards momentarily, her heart pounding. The noise of the constant thump, thump, thump drowned out any other sound in her head. Her eyes throbbing along with it. The corridor was just like the one that led to the theater room, cramped and with dozens of obstacles jutting out at random intervals. Straight behind her, maybe 500 meters now, the bloody mare that used to be Rainbow Dash was cruising along herself. Both Pegasi were completely straight, hooves forward, wings beating at an impossible count, one trying to escape, the other to capture. Scootaloo looked forward again, focused on what lay ahead of her.
That's all that matters,
she thought.
What's ahead of me, there's no changing what's behind me. Ignore it, focus.
For the second time in many days, a flood of instinct overtook Skulu, and despite the terror she felt in her body, the sorrow that had surrounded her, the evil behind her, her worries melted away, and the thought of flying encased her very being. Down under wires and pipes she ducked, up and around various workers whose complaints and shouts were ignored, only to be repeated momentarily as the raging pony behind collided with them. Her body doing the flying, Skulu's thoughts turned to escape opportunities. She whipped around sharp corners at impossible speeds, zipped up and down countless sets of stairs, trying to shake her murderous tail, but to no avail. She contemplated every nook and cranny she passed, briefly considering hiding. She struck the idea down. As insane as Rainbow Dash may be, she was still too smart to overlook any possible spot Skulu may be. But there ahead of her, Skulu found a solution. A garbage vent of some kind, sticking out from the wall to the floor below. Momentarily, she gave thought to where it may lead. Whether out of the factory or into some incinerator, she couldn't tell, but it was probably worth the risk. She snuck one last glance behind her to make sure the unstable mare was far away enough. Rainbow Dash was paying no attention to any hazard she saw to her prey, tearing through electrical wires and ricocheting off heated pipes, going through any obstacle rather than around it at the same time. But the collisions had slowed down enough to give Skulu a chance. She slammed into the sun and over the open vent, hoping for her life.
Oh,
She muttered, closing her eyes and her wings, resisting the urge to start flapping immediately. She counted silently to herself as shadows rushed past her closed eyes, hoping for the best of where this fence led. 1, 2, 3. She opened her eyes and her wings looked up, hovering. Rainbow Dash was above, looking down into the vent. Her eyes were buggy and twitched. Her hooves pounded on the edge of the vent. She was too large to follow. The filly having barely made it herself, but then the anger in her face vanished, only to be replaced with a malicious grin. She started laughing again. The crackle echoing down the vent and reverberating in Skulu's mind. Humor! You never did have a good sense of direction. She teased, laughing once again. Skulu finally looked down, getting her bearings.
oh no.
She squealed. She was in the theater room again. Only by now was full of suited ponies circling her, their masked faces seeming to be running at her as Rainbow Dash shouted orders down the vent.
Don't let her die. I must do it. Subdue her. Catch her.
She winced in chorus victory as the suit shocked Skulu with a taser, and as her limp body began to fall from the air, she caught her and brought her to the floor. Skulu blacked out momentarily as electricity passed through her, but she came to a line on the cold cloud floor, metal shackles preventing her from moving. She struggled to get free. She could hardly shake the chains lifting her slightly, bringing her small body eye to eye with a Pegasus in front of her. The pony was a deep blood red, glistening in the artificial light of the factory. Her mane had small spots of the glorious colors of the rainbow, but was mostly the same red color as her coat of fur. Chunks of skin were missing from small spots, and her hair was ripped in some places, bald patches of skin in others, and the only clue Skulu had as to who this used to be were the rose iris focused on her.
Any final words, you miserable worthless fool of a fowl?
Skulu brought her chin high, still demanding even the tiniest fraction of dignity.
You have beautiful eyes.
She cooed, yet clear, cooed soft, yet clearly.
And that is end of Rainbow Factory.
Alright, so I don't want to...
I am find the next story to read. I have so many that are long. Alright. Alright, here's the next one. The James Curie film.
It was never a dull moment's drive. Scotland was, by definition, a beautiful country of inspiring scenery, majesty, and relentless weather. Evie's old hatchback had taken a beating from the rain and protruding trees' branches that flicked across the windshield on a dark and stormy night in late December 1996. A single peppermint sweet flicked between her cheeks, and the imposing view of her desired destination made her belly knot up. Over the winding roads, across the blackened lake of sodden fields, a great stately home rested just next to the shore of one of the world's most famous bodies of water, Loch Ness. The sole of Evie's aching foot in her red leather boot pressed gently to the brake, the car to a squeaking halt, stopped in a large puddle created by the elements only that same day. The occasional bolt of lightning sent an illumination that lit the entire landscape. The dark, busy water of the loch, the breaking trees, the ancient ruins of Urquhart Castle could be seen across the water opposite to the great hall. She wiped the fog from her thick-rimmed glasses and leaned forward to observe the wrought iron gates that lay open. It seemed to invite her into the grounds where two menacing stone grotesque heads gazed upon her. The creature themselves resembling that of an elusive beast, the Loch Ness monster.
Hold on, I gotta reread that because doggos are starting to go off. Damn it. I guess I'll be back to see what they're fucking barking about. It's probably nothing, like they always do. So I'll be back. Alright, sorry about that. Where do I have to reread? Probably at its seat.
It seemed to invite her into the grounds, while two menacing stone grotesque heads gazed upon her. The creature themselves resembling that of an elusive beast itself, a Loch Ness monster. Outside the confines of the long car, the wind screamed down in a rapacious gale. No stranger to extreme Scottish weather, she took a swig of something lukewarm from a past plastic travel mug before exiting the car, grabbed a small leather satchel from a boot, and walked down the snaking gravel driveway towards the foreboding dark residence. Her grandfather used to tell her there was no such thing as bad weather, only bad clothing. He'd taken that from an old book of Scottish proverbs and lived firmly, but by it until his death. Her boots crunched the wet gravel, and beads of heavy rain rolled off her hood. She noticed the old Victorian lamps that lit the driveway coming in just next to the glistering wet, yet manicured lawns. Two rooms on the ground floor of the sprawling palace appeared to have lights on. One could be seen lit by an old-fashioned red and green bulbs that flickered from a Christmas tree. She thought it was a very similar sight to something you'd see in one of those Hammer horror flicks of the 1970s. Ivy tendrils crept up the walls, pointing to the cracks in the roof. The sounds of the wind wailing and hissing from the shoreline could penetrate ears a mile way down the narrow path. She gasped the antique iron knocker on the large oak door and banged 3 times. Her grandfather used to say it was the devil's 3. He had a superstition about evil coming in 3s. A gold plaque encrusted on the brick wall above the postbox probably read, "The Ordained Society of Loch Ness Monster Hunters." The stiffened hinges on the heavy constructed oak door groaned when it opened and presented a handsome bearded man in a tartan checkered sweater and salt and pepper hat. He put Evie in mind of Sean Connery, only with more liver spots. He greeted her with a welcoming warmth. "That's good you went inside. Out the weather, young lass," he politely explained. A wind whistled, a gale inside the echoing hallway, when the door slammed firmly behind her. She thanked her host and pulled back her hood to view her surroundings. "The dining room is just down the hallway," the man said. "You can make yourself comfortable in there. Are you a smoker?"
No, I don't smoke.
She said with an awkward smile. Satchel dripped tightly in her hip to her hip. She removed her red raincoat and washed and placed it on some Nessie-shaped hangers by an umbrella stand. For a man in his 70s, he moved swiftly and energized. "Pretty, I have some excellent cigars. I just had arrived this morning from a friend in Nicaragua. Early Christmas present. I'll be with you in a minute. I must make a quick phone call." The wind creaked underneath his strong frame when he hurried down the hallway in slippers. He walked down the opposing large hallway towards the lit room at the end. The water from her sodden boots absorbed by each step on a patterned carpet runner, each wall sconce lighting. The wood-paneled entrance was decorated in dark and green and red tinsel. The Yuletide merriment seemed like a facade to the dark history of this place, as she questioned in her mind. Along each beautifully wainscoted wall there were detailed wood carvings of the mysterious creature making its way towards the drawing room entrance. The ruby-tinged hardwood floor creaked with every step, even on top of the carpet runner. The sheer grandeur of the place was imposing, and Eve tried not to feel vulnerable. Her prior research had suggested it was just the 2 of them to meet this evening, but with a place as vast as this, one could never be certain. Every room she passed along the way seemed to have shapes in them, shapes with eyes that watched her every move carefully. A gorgeous Christmas tree stood 8 feet tall in a drawing room, worked in old-fashioned tinsel, with a Nessie head placed on top in place of a typical star or fairy. Next to the tree, a large open fireplace snapped and cracked with dry wood. The smell of oak, leather, and fine cigar smoke topped off the seemingly relaxed atmosphere. It smirked of monetary tidings. Cozy would have understated the appearance. It looked just like a painting on a Christmas card, yet Eve was not so smug. She was very much aware of her surroundings and had a bound duty to be on her guard. In the presence of this man, her eyes were quickly drawn to the walls, with each a gallery of pictures and photos with an air of mystery dedicated to the society's supposed findings. Black and white photography, art, newspaper clippings, and even what appeared to be dried reptilian skin samples. A large bureau and chair sat in one corner of the room and featured a crystal whiskey decanter. Behind that, a huge bay window with a wide view of the moonlit block itself.
Is it Miss Gordon, I presume?
The heavy voice encouraged stoutly and sent a chill through Evie when he. Oh, wait.
Oh, wrong voice. Is it Miss Gordon, I presume?
The heavy voice inquired stoutly and sent a chill through Evie when he encountered a room behind her.
It's Miss Grant. Evelyn Grant,
she said.
we spoke on the phone earlier today.
The man appeared to be taken back.
Very good. I'm Dr. Alistair McKendrick,
He said and offered a firm handshake that enveloped hers.
I head the Society of the Ordained Society of Loch Ness Monster Hunters. Long time I know, and I forget easily. More so in my old age.
His charming smile did little to comfort her. She laid down her satchel next to the large leather couch and kept her smaller purse on her within reach of her cold hands. She chewed upon the remains of the bony mint in her mouth and swallowed before scanning the walls of the room and keeping a watchful distance from that man. Dr. McKendrick checked the antique clock on the wall and saw it ticking hands, soon to be at the 11 o'clock chime.
It's hard not to be captivated by this room,
he said.
It's my favorite in the entire headquarters, and as such, it's where I conduct most of my business. This room is the center, or rather the heart of the house. The mansion itself was donated to an organization by one of our benefactors, Lady Catherine Shaw. I try to let its walls talk, and with tales of exploits past.
Evie's left eye vibrated slightly when she saw the fingernails on her hands chewed down from her sheer nerves. Upon coming here, she feigned distraction, but that acute stressing tell was visible. That was until a curiosity did catch her interest on the wall. It was a large painting depicting a giant grayish-brown monster facing down a priest, whose expression was fierce and determined. She removed her glasses to wipe away the steam from the room's fiery warmth.
What's this painting supposed to be, Doctor?
She asked. The doctor scratched his beard with social satisfaction, and Evie caught sight of the healed, shaving cuts on his face. He loved telling stories, and being invited to enlighten people on a subject he knew everything about provided him with endorphins worthy of spending money on.
This is the beginning of the monster's origins,
he said.
Saint Columba is the man in the painting. He was an Irish man who came to Scotland in the year 563 AD. He had been spreading the good word of the Lord to the Pictish tribes that at the time created the essence of unity among them.
of which these pagan people sorely lacked. In the year 565 AD, at the banks of the River Ness, a few miles off the loch's northern end, one of the tribesmen was being buried by the riverbank. St. Columba asked the men what had happened, to which they told him he had been particularly eaten by a large water beast. After being told this, Columba sent one of his own companions out to swim across the river, and lo and behold, a great beast rose from the depths. However, St. Columba was brave and determined. He made the sign of the cross and ordered the monster to go back to wherever it came, and it vanished, never to bother the saint or his tribe ever again. Eve turned from the painting and saw the doctor was standing right next to her. She moved away to gather her bearings and gave a question mark.
So it just left?
Absolutely, yes. The will of God had made it so. The tribes believed that they had witnessed a miracle that day, and St. Columba's own legend grew among the church.
And your Society of Nessie Hunters believe this story?
Dr. McKendrick chuckled dryly with an acid tongue. Absolutely not. The problem with the story is that the original truth of them eventually dies over time.
I'll be back to see why they're barking. Sorry about that. Alright. I'll restart right here.
Dr. McKendrick chuckled dryly with an acid tongue. Absolutely not. The problem with stories is that the original truth of them eventually dies over time. The original account of St. Columba facing the monster was written over 100 years after the event happened. And after that, for hundreds of years, there was seemingly nothing to write about when it came to the creature. Evie felt the beads of sweat trickle down her head. With the remnants of rain, the fireplace was hot, but her feeling of impending dread was getting tougher to mask.
So when did the modern day sightings occur?
She asked.
There were reports made in the 1800s of sightings, one of a large creature propelling itself into the dark waters just off the shore. It was only until the 1930s that we had some extremely interesting witness accounts of the monster. Such as? In 1933, George Spicer and his wife reported a dragon-like creature crossing the road in front of the motor car, carrying a dead animal in its mouth. Then in 1934, a Mr. Arthur Grunt described nearly hitting a creature while riding his motorbike down the same stretch of road. This stretch of road being the same one you would have taken coming here tonight. This stretch of road was originally paved in 1933, and therefore has led to many sightings. Before then, nobody came handy to walking that close to the shore down this way. Mind you, like all stories, the woods and wood
also be unreliable. Once you hear one output, it creates a ripple effect of people seeking fame and fortune, and others who want some attention to take away from their sad and pathetic lives. In a society, we mean to seek hard proof.
The doctor kept his eyes locked onto Evie's at every opportunity, dripping away at that stone wall.
Then I have exactly what you're looking for.
She stated firmly. The reason for her visit was about to bear fruit.
You have something to show me, and I've saturated packed with you.
Yes?
What is it?
Irrefutable evidence of the creature's existence.
Dr. McKendrick saw the look in her eyes and paused for a moment. He then made his way over to the desk and poured over a dram of whiskey for himself in a delicate crystal glass. All the while, Evie was unsure she heard a thudding noise coming from somewhere upstairs.
Would you care for a glass of Ishley's finest?
He offered.
I love one.
She said, knowing it might settle her nerves a bit. Eve listened to that delicate clink of the glass and accepted the warming neat double to the temporary subsiding her anxiety.
Excellent choice,
The doctor said.
that's the drink of a young lady who has a lot to say.
Out of the corner of her scrutiny, she saw a proud smile materialize on the doctor's strong face. A reaction to one of the photos on the wall, she knew he was eager to say something about it. Even more to the scene what she had come here for. She held a whiskey glass to her nose for a second to sample the smoky scent of the undoubtedly expensive scotch, before measuring the very odd black and white framed photograph of a bird shape in the water.
This is the one of the very first photographs taken of the creature,
He said.
The original negative was lost, and this picture was deteriorated over time. Nothing to get excited about anyway.
Why's that?
It's actually a close-up picture of an otter.
The doctor spoke with an expression of harshness.
Why is it so important then?
Evie asked. The doctor didn't respond immediately. He was unreadable, almost as though the layers of warmth and hospitality were peeled back by a reveal of mold behind the wallpaper. It's dirty, disgusting ruination. Instead of answering the question, she watches his finger point to the next gold-framed photograph on display.
This one here, I'm sure you're aware of. It was the first photograph to show the creature's full head and neck above the surface.
Evie placed her whiskey glass on a small table next to the couch and rubbed her eyeglasses once again. She recognized the image immediately of the infamous surgeon's photograph, a classic fake taken in 1934. Why the doctor, when mentioning these fakes to her in such fashion, made her skin crawl, almost to build up something else. That's when she heard a thud come from upstairs again.
Doctor,
What's that noise coming from upstairs?
Evie's tone was nervous. The look on his face was a man possessed with pure animosity. It didn't fit the tone of his voice at all. It was like one of those Italian horror films, where the dubbing didn't quite match the facial expressions.
old houses sometimes make noises. I can assure you, you are very much alone here, young lass. Now look at this next photo.
Evie took another step back. The next photograph in this curious selection wasn't like the others. Not only was it in color, but it was also very clear. Here alongside a wooden deck chair of sorts on a stony beach by the water was a crystal clear shot of the monster. Only this one was different. A gigantic sloped head resembling that of a large horse, complete with a brown mane bearing sharp canine teeth. Attached to his long muscular neck, you could almost see the liquid glistening from his skin. The body was like that of a walrus, blubbery, and with massive diamond-shaped flippers. It appeared to be facing right at the camera, its black eyes practically staring you down upon viewing it. Evie felt her entire being shiver as if the thing stood directly in front of her, looking down on her like some sort of plaything.
This photograph is only on display here at the Society. You never see it in any express newspaper or hear about it on any radio. This photograph here is the only one in existence that shows the real creature.
Doctor was deliberate in his words, and despite the whiskey he'd been so heartily pouring, he was stone cold sober in his tone.
And I think you already knew that. Now I want to see what made you drive all the way from London and in the wee ungodly hours of the morning. What do you have to show me?
She was careful to take stock of the doctor while she picked up and unbuckled her satchel. Fragrant in his smug confines was a musty smell of something from the past. Her hands firmly riffled through, and the doctor's facial expression became one of mute officiousness. On a satchel to the oak table, Eve laid out a single VHS cassette tape and a tattered cardboard slipcover.
What's on this videotape has been canvassed from the original negative,
she said with a deep breath, watching the doctor pick it up from the table.
Undoubtable proof of the creature.
The doctor's eyes slowly locked onto Eve's after a brief analysis of the item.
How old is this footage?
He asked.
Dr. McKendrick, this is the James Curry film.
The old man was finally taken aback, almost spooked in a reversal of moods. Evie noticed the reaction and felt her confidence grow in seconds despite the fear she harbored. The doctor's esoteric mannerisms were hard to predict. Eve was brought back to nightmares of her uncle when his dementia and later life caused violent outburst. This teamed with the noises she heard coming from upstairs caused to keep her hand firmly lodged next to her purse defense.
The James Curry film is a myth,
The doctor stated.
Doctor, you're heading an organization dedicated to a lake monster. I hope you realize the irony in that statement.
The doctor seemed like a man used to having his own way for so long that he would barely see the rug pulled from underneath his feet.
well said to the miss.
He said.
It's just that Mr. James Curry was the byproduct of a local newspaper desperate for a story.
He smiled assuredly. The doctor was surprised by her confidence until she brought down and saw the pistol she held firmly pointed at him.
Tell me the whole story. Enlighten me,
She said, wide-eyed.
You've been able to contain your nerves at all night. Who are you?
When the cylinder ratchet clicked into place, it was as though the doctor finally took note of his own mortality.
Okay, have it your way.
He said with a huff.
This is what we know about the Society. The Aberdeen Evening Express published a story about the bank manager named Mr. Curry, supposedly having captured video footage of the creature in the 1930s. He said he had over 3 minutes of the most incredible proof, certifiable evidence of the creature's existence. He then locked away the footage in a London's bank vault, claiming that he wouldn't release it until, I quote, such matters were taken seriously. The problem we ran into this whole tale was that there was no actual record of James Curry ever existing. The article said he had been dead over 20 years, but there was no trace of James Curry at any bank in London. The whole article was filled with irregularities.
That's because his name wasn't really James Curry.
Eve said, solemnly with a grown intensity of her movement.
I got the original footage from a bank vault. Shut the fuck up, seems Windows security. Anyways, I got the original footage from the bank vault in Great Portland Street, London. The vault was my grandfather's. His name was John Douglas.
Nog's mouth seemed to drop along with his eyes, drawing recollection. Eve's expression had become one of deep-rooted anger.
In about 10 minutes, the other members of society will be here,
He said firmly.
My staff upstairs won't be 12 people getting awoken by gunshots.
Eve stood her ground.
Let's watch the tape, shall we, Doctor?
The video cassette slid comfortably into the mouth of the roaring tape player. The doctor's thick, shaking fingers struggled momentarily to find the channel. Eve's heart raced like a fluttering hawk mouth. The glass screen on the hefty television loaded into play and bestowed a line of brightness to a suddenly clear and disturbing black and white silent first image. The doctor let out a sharp breath while Eve ordered him not to take his eyes off the screen. The image opened to display a beach on the edge of the lock. A bit of flare showed the bright and sunny silhouette of an opposing face of the Yorkwart castle visible in the frame. It would have made a lovely postcard image if it wasn't for the moment on the rocks from the water. The unsettling contour of a bare-skinned woman laid down, bound and blindfolded, evidently screaming her lungs out.
3 minutes of evidence, Doctor.
The screaming woman laid just before the lock, a large disturbing appearance in the water, turning the liquid a rolling white color. Seconds after, an enormous horse-like head emerged from the lake and slowly moved towards the shoreline. The shallower of the water, the more the creature appeared on the screen. Before long, the frightening giant was fully revealed and realized in all its monstrous size. The monster appeared to analyze the woman for a moment under its grasping mouth, before ripping her away into the lake by her torso. Her arms still attached to ropes nailed onto the rocks. The creature's torrent in the water subsided slowly on the screen. The two men could then be seen walking to the frame, John Douglas and Dr. McKendrick. The tears that streamed her cheeks paled in comparison to the internal rage that festered. The dark country trip had changed from one discovery to one of astute vengeance.
I have to say,
She said.
you've aged incredibly well, unnaturally so.
The television screen buzzed to a few of tape static, and Dr. McKendrick turned to face Evie, with his hands up where she could see them.
To get ahead in life, everybody has to make sacrifices,
He said.
even if those sacrifices are of other people.
You've been doing this for years, feeding people to that thing so you can carry on living. What kind of satanic magic is that?
That newspaper article was a warning to me. No doubt John knew that I would read it. He was probably trying to blackmail me with it to put a stop to it. Using the name Curie in the article is a nice chef's kiss. Curie was the name of my pet dog back in the day. John wasn't too happy when the creature ate it.
He laughed.
You fed your dog to that creature.
Well,
He giggled.
yes, as a matter of fact.
It's disgusting.
She was a beagle. She would have run away eventually. Besides, I learned from her that animal sacrifices offer no benefits in the terms of a long life. To truly preserve the aging process, you must use people. The fresher, the better.
He said.
Do you know how old I am, my dear?
You are 113 years old.
Eve stated knowingly, causing the doctor's nerves to show up again, her own research matching the firepower in her hand.
How do you know that?
It was in my grandfather's diary.
The doctor's face was awash with sweat, and he could feel the back of his shirt sticking to his shoulder blades, irritating. His heart murmured as if old age had somewhat agreed to catch up with him. Something he hadn't felt in years. He thought there was no way this could be happening. Not naturally. It was all made clear when Evie lowered her gun to ease off the trigger.
You told my grandfather that the monster was here to heal my grandmother. She had cancer. She believed the ritual was a healing one, just like the miracles your Saint Columba performed. My grandfather drank himself to death in front of my family. He never got over that sacrifice he made, but he told me about the footage just before he died. The rest was in the diary.
Evie heard a distinct whine that seemed to swell inside the doctor from the stomach's region. Red-faced and kneeled over, his voice was in pain.
What is happening to me? What is happening to me?
He cried. The doctor's vision swirled until a short spew of translucent bile erupted from the corners of his mouth onto the tartan rug underneath his knees. His complete loss of control caused him to drop and thud against the hardwood floor. Awkwardly, all 250 pounds worth of him, Evie breathed a sigh of relief and pocketed the gun in her purse.
I spiked your single malt a while back, Doctor. I certainly timed it well. It was nice seeing you sweat like that.
The air on the upstairs landing was different from the rest of the house upstairs. It was like every sap of coziness had decayed and left just a barren, dark hallway with a sickly golden-colored carpet that looked stained from time. The wooden shelves on the walls were empty, save for the dust and dead flies packed between the glass of each picture frame, representing the deep lake. Every door down this hallway was shut, and Evie's sense of location couldn't pinpoint where the noises came from. She took out her gun and approached the first door on the left. The door pushed open slowly and scuffed across the heavy carpet. Within seconds, Evie's nostrils were assaulted with a wretched scent of something sour. She moved her free hand and uncovered the lower part of her face, but her stomach rolled uncomfortably. In the pitch black, she wrestled her arm against the wall to find the light switch. Once the large chandeliers on the ceiling filled the room with light, Evie could barely stand up. Every sense in her was paralyzed from shock. The smell, the malodorous air of fabrics, friends, and ulcers and body evacuations. The spectacle of this gray-sized former dining room was replaced with a war of sickening debilitation. 15 queen beds lined up, the women in them drugged into a semi-permanent state of sleep, save for some occasional twitching. They were all heavily bloated, without a stitch of clothing and riddled with bed sores. She could tell they probably hadn't moved in some time. If they did, it's not like they could go anywhere. Their legs all appeared amputated at the knees. Those people, those poor people, she thought. It took Evie another moment to gain her strength and sight from the tears in her eyes and sorrow she expressed. When it finally registered in her that each of these young suffering women was also heavily pregnant. The doctor's statement regarding the fresher, the better, dawned on her. It wasn't a ward. This was a farm. The doctor's bodily pain intensified when he started to wake. Icy cold and raw, scarred by the jagged teeth of the rocks against his bare skin. A storm of freezing rain showered down and frosted over his thick eyebrows. His thick sweater hefty with absorbed water. He was able to move his head and neck enough to gouge being outside on a beach and barely able to register a struggle to escape the tight lashes of dock-line rope around his wrist. The storm was bountiful and loud, and his shock and awe grew with each clap of thunder. His soaking wet ears could barely hear the slumping on the rocks next to him. The slumping and slapping of something else, something massive. It was a small distance away, but after aching his back sharply onto the stones, to look back at the house, he could make out the silhouette of Evie watching on from the drawing room. Another crack of lightning in the sky lightened up the entire area. Doctor felt his black heart sink to his stomach when he met with the curious gaze of the creature's bulbous eyes that resembled large swirling black marbles.
My word, you are magnificent. You are indeed the most beautiful thing I've ever laid my eyes on,
he proclaimed. The sound of breaking bones snapping like brush and sharp tears of flesh became lost in the elements of the gargled screams. To Evie, it was all silent as the James Curley tape. Only this sequel had more satisfying ending. She looked over at another frame on the wall, one that showed McKendrick's doctorate proudly displayed his credentials as an orthopedic surgeon. At that moment, she felt a wave of something come over her body, 10 times more powerful than any feeling of excitement she ever felt in her life. It was as though every stressor, every ounce of fear, every feeling negativity had been flushed from her soul in a glow of euphoria. She took another peek outside the window, to that wondrous storm, and said to herself,
Thank you, Doctor. I feel younger already.
wow. Damn. Fucker got what he deserved, bitch.
Alright, so now I'm gonna eat a quick dinner. So I can get back to reading.
I think I'll save you for another time, because... Yeah, I'll save all the 53 minutes. I'll save this 53-minute one for another time. Alright. So it'll be this one. Next. Alright. But I'll be back, because I gotta go eat a quick dinner. Alright, so let me just make this invisible. And let me just change the taping. I forgot how to fucking do that. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Enough, I guess. So I'll be back.
And I'm back. Alright. Alright. Alright, the Shadowlands Express. Written by Mark Lynch.
What? The train. Can't say why I had chosen to ride the Shadowlands Express. Why me, and why not the countless others who have sinned during their mortal lives? Perhaps all will be forced to face their demons in the end. I can't say for sure, but clearly the odyssey I was thrust into was not of my choosing. I wouldn't have boarded the ghost train if I had known the horrors which lay before me. But despite the terror I lived through and the people I've lost, I strangely feel like I'm a better man because of it. But I'm getting ahead of myself. There's not much I can tell you about myself. I'm not here to recount my life story. I never thought of myself as a bad person. But I've done bad things which resulted in people getting hurt. I've worked in the corporate world for most of my life and never had a problem with screwing people over to advance my career. My company has a culture of working hard, playing hard, and I was one of the greatest proponents of this hedonistic lifestyle. On the fateful night when I boarded the express, I had been out on a town, partying and drinking hard before making a mad dash for the last train home. Honestly, I remember little about the sequence of events that night, as it all passed by in a drunken blur. I vaguely recall running through an abandoned train station, buying a paper ticket from the dead-eye attendant, sprinting down the platform, and jumping inside the carriage mere seconds before the door slammed shut. I was panting and sweating by the time I entered a nondescript train carriage, but I felt satisfied because I made it just in the nick of time. I remember smiling as I collapsed down upon a cushioned seat at an empty booth, hearing the whistle being blown as the train slowly pulled away from the platform, gaining speed as it exited the station and proceeded along the tracks. I felt exhausted at that moment, physically drained by the night of drinking and the dash of the carriage to the carriage. I loosened my tie, wiped the sweat off my brow, and tried my best to keep my eyes open. I didn't want to fall asleep because then I surely miss my stop. But try as I might, I simply couldn't fight the overwhelming urge, and slowly but surely, I lost the battle, my eyes losing as I drifted off into a deep slumber. I don't know how long I was out for. It could have been minutes or hours, but I guess my sleepy interlude was long enough to allow the sinister powers to work their dark magic. I do remember what I dreamt during that brief slumber. Surreal, but surprisingly vivid dreams which chilled me to my core. I saw my ex-wife in a dark place, beyond my reach, and suffering alone. Next, I found myself alone in a train carriage, running from the end to end, but finding no one who could help me, as my nightmare continued. I slammed my fist against the carriage door, screaming, as I desperately tried to escape my rolling metal prison. But my efforts were to no avail, and I was trapped inside, alone and afraid. I was awake in an instant, gasping for air as I shot up from my seat. I scanned from side to side, somewhat relieved to find out I was still inside the train carriage, and had simply suffered a bad dream. I groggily adjusted my eyes to the harsh strip lights, noting how the brightness inside the carriage compared to the darkness outside the carriage windows. The train was rolling past city streets, but not a light could be seen. Not on the roads or any of the buildings. This struck me as odd, but I didn't dwell on it in that moment. Instead, I pulled myself up off the seat and stumbled down the aisle in search of a conductor. My fear at this point was that I missed my stop and I would end up stranded at a remote station with no means of getting home. That would have been bad enough, but even as I took those first cautious steps down the carpeted aisle, I felt something wasn't right. I called it a sixth sense, or a primal fear of terrors long forgotten. But I believed I was in a strange and hostile place. Glancing back and forth, I found I was alone in the carriage. This was disconcerting, but not necessarily surprising, as I was riding on a late-night train. The interior was unremarkable, quite ordinary in fact. The blue upholstered soft chairs were set around plastic tables, and tannoy speakers and CCTV cameras were visible on the ceiling above me. I could hear the steady mechanical hum of the engine and of movement under my feet as the vehicle sped ever onwards, but where we were headed I could not say. It was only then that I had looked out the carriage windows, observing the darkness on either side of the speeding train. I soon confirmed that there were no lights emanating from the outside, none whatsoever. Every building and every street were shrouded in darkness, with the only illumination coming from the train itself. I couldn't see any cars or vehicles either. In fact, there were no signs of people on the outside. It seemed like we were traveling through an abandoned city devoid of life. How could this be? I asked myself. Perhaps there was a city-wide power cut. That was a possibility, but as I stood in the aisle and looked outwards, I began to feel increasingly uneasy, as the scenes rolling by changed for the worse. Whereas before I saw tidy streets and well-maintained buildings, before long I was confronted by ruins and crumbling structures. A decaying urban landscape, and with weeds and vines slowly taking back the land. I was left gobsmacked, my jaw dropping and blood freezing, as I observed an ever-deteriorating scene. I knew the city had its rundown areas, but nothing like this. I didn't understand what I was seeing, or know where I was. And this uncertainty was truly terrifying. I felt so alone in that moment, like I had been ripped out of the world and dropped somewhere dark, twisted, and bizarre, somewhere I didn't belong. Breaking myself from the fear-induced paralysis, I turned away from the window and slowly made my way down the aisle, looking for the doorway which led to the next carriage. More than anything, in that moment, I wanted to find someone else, so I didn't have to face this nightmare alone. As it happened, I did stumble upon other passengers, but unfortunately, my new companions were just as confused and frightened as I was, and none of us yet knew why we were here, on board the fabled Shadowlands Express. Part 2. The Passengers. Anna was the first person I stumbled across. I don't know whether this was by accident or design, but she was in the next carriage along with me, and I stumbled into her as soon as I entered through the connecting door. Anna was a woman in her early 30s, her appearance striking even at first sight, and I couldn't help but feel attracted to her despite the precarious circumstances. Her skin was dark and her hair brunette, and she wore a straight business suit and matching skirt, which made me think she'd come straight from work. I noted how her mascara had run like she's been crying, and her deep brown eyes were filled with passion. but also fear as she jumped up from her seat and glared at me with suspicion.
Who the hell are you?
She demanded, whilst backing up defensively. My eyes widened as I tried to understand why she was acting so hostile. Then I thought about it, realizing she was scared and had no idea who I was. And so I held my hands up defensively, trying to appear non-threatening as possible whilst replying.
Take it easy, love. My name's Simon. I'm just a passenger like you. I fell asleep on my way home. Now I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
The apprehension slowly faded from Anna's brown eyes, and her shoulders relaxed as she breathed a sigh of relief.
Okay, I believe you.
Anna replied slowly, speaking in the aisle as the train sped on past an increasingly bleak landscape.
Give me a moment. I love doggos, but I wish they wouldn't bark as much. My name is Anna.
She confirmed.
I guess I'm in the same boat as you. Caught the last train home, fell asleep, and woke up alone in this carriage.
She paused, looking fearfully out the window towards the ruined city shrouded by darkness.
I saw all this outside and I thought I must be losing my mind. Either that or someone spiked my drink back at the bar. Do you see it too? Don't you, Simon?
She looked at me hopefully, clearly wanting some validation. I glanced out the carriage window, observing the same disturbing scenes as the crumbling buildings turned into ruined foundations, overrun with vegetation. It seemed the last vestiges of civilization were melting away in front of our eyes. I could no longer deny or attempt to rationalize away this terrifying sight, because Anna was experiencing it too.
I see.
I finally confirmed, nodding my head sullenly as I continued to stare into the abyss. Anna must have decided to trust me as she walked down the carriage aisle and stood beside me, placing her soft hand on my shoulder. Her touch brought me some small comfort in this chilling scenario. And I turned around slowly, looking into her expressive brown eyes and watching her soft lips as she spoke.
Simon, do you know where we are?
She asked, nervously. I don't think Anna held out much hope, and I was destined to disappoint her.
No,
I answered sullenly.
I'm afraid I have no clue.
Anna broke eye contact, removing her hand as she nodded.
Well, we need to find someone who knows what's going on.
He said with a newfound determination.
Let's search the other carriages, find a conductor who can help. Or, failing that, get to the driver's car and make him stop the train.
Yes, okay then, I said in agreement, following the woman as we slowly walked towards the doors, leading to the next carriage. We didn't discover any train staff during our search, but we did find another 4 passengers, all of whom were in the same state of confusion and anxiety. First, there was Dennis, a willy and highly strung man in his 40s, who was on edge from the moment we met him, ranting, raving, and threatening whoever had put us in this unfortunate situation. Next, we stumbled upon Zoe, a blonde-haired woman with fake nails and eyelashes, her face caked in makeup and her toned body clad in designer clothes. Zoe had a bad attitude and gave the impression she was above the rest of us. Jason was a better prospect, however, a tall and muscular man with short hair, firm eyes, and a steady smile. He spoke with some authority, which gave me the impression he'd been in difficult situations before, and knew how to keep his cool in a crisis. And finally, we found Emma, a plump, middle-aged man who not only seemed harmless, but was also surprisingly unaffected by the craziness, shrugging his shoulders like this was all just a bit of bad luck. Personally wise, And in appearance, the six of us couldn't have been more different, but we were all thrust into this living hell together. And none of us had the slightest idea where we were or why. We didn't find any staff members and couldn't get an answer from the driver's car, the door to which was firmly locked. Our phones were of no use either, surprisingly. None of us had signal. The train didn't have Wi-Fi. We walked the train carriages from end to end, trying to find something, anything which could help. Emergency lever was no use. We pulled it, but the train kept speeding on. Next, Dennis got the idea of using a glass breaker hammer. He promptly obtained the hammer, poising it against the window, ready to smash the safety glass. Even though we told him it was pointless, as the train was still traveling at considerable speed. Dennis wouldn't listen to us, however. Before he could strike the blow, we were all stirred by a disembodied voice calling out to us through the carriage speakers.
Please, sir, I must insist you put the hammer down. Petty vandalism will not be tolerated.
The voice was surprisingly polite, but at the same time authoritative, and more than that, more than a little sinister. I don't think any of us knew what to think, but the mysterious voice captured our full attention. And even Dennis lowered the hammer and turned his head in astonishment. Part 3. The Conductor. We all looked up at Tannoy, all frozen in shock as we waited for the voice to speak again.
Now, sir, please set the hammer down on the table. There's a good chap.
And the unidentified male voice was being deliberately patronizing. I didn't expect Dennis to react well. And so I was surprised when my fellow passenger meekly complied with the instruction, dropping the glass breaker down with a dull thud. A tense moment of silence followed before Zoe spoke out.
Who the hell are you?
She demanded.
And more importantly, where are you?
Clearly, our question was directed towards a anonymous man communicating through the tannoy. I considered this pointless as the speaker was in a two-way radio, so surely he couldn't hear us. But once again, I was surprised because this voice did answer.
Hello, madam. I am the conductor, of course. This train and you, the passengers, are my responsibility. And where am I, you ask? I'm right here where I've always been, riding the Sheridan's Express. This train is my home and always will be.
His reply was cryptic and oddly chilling. I was left speechless whilst trying to understand the meaning behind the conductor's words. But Zoe talked back through clenched teeth.
There is no conductor on board the train.
She snarled.
We searched every carriage end to end.
The conductor responded with a dry chuckle.
I assure you, madam, I'm new here. You may not be able to see my physical appearance, but I can see and hear everything that occurs on board.
A chill went up my spine upon hearing those words. I think Zoe had a similar feeling, as her eyes widened in shock before she looked down at her expensive heeled shoes. Jason was next to speak out. I noticed how he picked up the safety hammer which Dennis dropped, and when Jason spoke, his voice sounded calm at the point. What? Why have you brought us here? And what do you want from us? Jason had asked what we were all thinking, although I certainly fear hearing the answer. But the conductor once again used cryptic language which was open to interpretation.
But sir, I have not brought you here. You all boarded the train voluntarily. If you paid attention to the signs, you would realize that this wasn't a conventional service. But let me say this, every one of you is here for a reason.
The thing is, mate, Jason interjected. We all just want to go home. He was right, of course, but somehow I doubted it would be that simple. There seemed some regret in the conductor's voice when he replied.
Understandable, sir. Very understandable. I wish it was in my power to bring each of you home right now, this instant. But alas, this is not possible. I can't guarantee the outcome of this journey, but I can promise two things. Firstly, none of you will be physically harmed aboard my train. In these carriages, you are safe. Secondly, there's a path home for each and every one of you. But the journey will be long and arduous, and all passengers will be tested.
He let the statement hang in the air as the six of us shared a worried look. The fear inside the tight train carriage was palpable. Even Jason seemed uneasy. None of us really understood what was happening, but we all sensed a great danger. The disembodied conductor was the only one with any answers, but he wasn't willing to provide them, at least not yet. Instead, he signed off for the night.
I suggest you all try to get some rest,
The doctor suggested.
we have a long way to go and many challenges to face. You are free to move between the carriages, but please do not attempt to exit the train.
This is not physically possible and may result in injury or death. I would have also. Oh, wait.
One. Well, wrong voice. This is not physically possible and may result in injury or even death. I will also advise you not to look out the windows for prolonged periods. You will likely be disturbed by what you see out there, but of course, this is your choice. I think that's all for now. I'll speak with you again tomorrow and provide details of your first test. Good night, all.
With that, the speakers went silent, and the conductor would not answer, no matter how many times we shouted and screamed in an attempt to get his attention. Eventually, we settled down, sitting together in the middle carriage as we tried to come to terms with our insane situation. We talked for some time, exchanging outlandish theories on what this might be. The most persuasive argument was that we'd been placed inside some kind of twisted experiment. And perhaps we were hallucinating due to a psychedelic drug or gas. It seemed unlikely, but just about plausible. Other possibilities discussed included alien abduction, or descent into purgatory. Find the last option particularly chilling. Were we all dead? I don't think so. But I still feel alive and have all the same urges, feelings, and bodily functions. Thankfully, there was a functional toilet on our speeding phantom train. We had 3 plastic bottles between the 6 of us, which we could fill with water from the tap, except Zoe refused to share her bottle, and Dennis insisted on drinking straight from the tap. There was no food on board the train, however. This would become a problem the longer our journey dragged on. The conductor told us not to look out the carriage windows. Good advice, but easier said than done. As the night went on, the ruined city was replaced by a dark forest with tall trees on either side of the tracks. This fast wooded area went on for a mile after mile, and the forest was empty. Every now and then, we caught glimpses of dark shadows moving between the trees, large, unidentified creatures shaken from their slumber by the passing train. This was disconcerting, but worse still, there were the red eyes we occasionally saw, eyes burning in the darkness and glaring menacingly at our carriages, watching us until we sped out of sight. I can't speak for the others, but these sightings terrified me. I try to avoid looking out the window as much as possible, but my gaze is often drawn to the blackness. It was Anna who made the discovery which cast some light on our situation. She examined the ticket she bought at the station and found a message printed on the back. As it turned out, we all had our proverb or other communication written on the rear of our paper tickets, all unique and apparently personalized. We did not share our messages with the group, at least not on the first night. But I believe we were all shaking after reading those written words, perhaps even more so than the terrors we witnessed outside the windows. I can only speak for my own proverb, which read, "A false witness will not go unpunished, and whoever pours out lies will not go free." I struggled to control my emotions as I read those words again and again. I couldn't say for sure just yet, but I had an idea why I was here. Part 4. The Platform. None of us slept much that night. I did finally drop off due to the sheer exhaustion, only be plagued by dark and vivid nightmares, awakening with a jolt. I found my companions still asleep, with the exception of Eamon, who was looking out of the window with intense curiosity. I quickly noted that it was now morning, with the rising sun shining through the carriage window. I was relieved at first, as part of me had feared the morning would never come, but I felt less certain once I realized we were still traveling through a dense forest of seamlessly endless trees, with no apparent signs of civilization.
It's been like this since dawn.
Amen explained in almost wonderment, without turning away from the window.
No towns, villages, no people, no trains or vehicles. Just an endless track with trees on either side of us.
He paused briefly and let those words and their terrifying implications sink in.
By my reckoning, we've been traveling for between 8 and 9 hours at a constant speed of 50 to 50 miles per hour. We should have reached the coast hours ago, but I guess the geography on this world is different than ours.
I felt sickness rising from the pit of my stomach, my eyes widening as I stared at Eamon in disbelief before turning towards the glass and staring out into the abyss. The vast forest wasn't quite as intimidating during the night daylight hours. Nevertheless, there was an eerie quality to those towering trees. A surreal and almost mythical feeling that awoke something primal inside me. As crazy as it sounded, I believe Eamon was right. We weren't in home country counties anymore. In fact, the train seemed to have left our dimension, bringing us another world with its own rules and unique dangers. Thankfully, we did eventually reach the end of the forest later that morning, although our situation did not improve. The dense woods were replaced by mile after mile of rolling green hills, desolate, wind-swept, and seemingly empty moors set under grim gray skies. We didn't pass through any settlements during that long first day. The most we saw was an occasional stone cottage set upon an isolated hillside. Most appeared abandoned, but occasionally we spotted figures standing behind windows or in doorways. Dead-eyed farmers and their families dressed in rags and observing our train as it sped past. And all stood solemn and silent, like they were watching a funeral procession. Every 50 miles or so we passed the platform. Our train never stopped or even slowed down. There didn't seem to be any point in these platforms existing, as they were merely elevated walkways with nothing of note anywhere near them. The first couple of platforms we flew past were empty, but a solitary figure was standing on the third. An elderly woman with disheveled white hair, wrinkled skin, and wearing a blood-red dress. I remember the cold chill I experienced when I first saw her, a deep terror which I couldn't fully explain. We all watched her silence through the carriage windows, noting a twisted smile on her lips as she followed our progress along the tracks, lifting her arm to wave at us in an act of horrifying mockery. We called this woman the Hag, and we must have seen her at least a dozen times during our long journey. The Hag always stood alone on the platform and watched as our train rolled by. Sometimes she stood in a silent vigil, other times she smiled and waved. But the worst occasions were when the Hag reacted with hostility to our presence, running along the platform with pure hatred in her eyes, while screaming obscenities which we could not hear. I don't know whether it was the same woman every time or a series of doppelgangers.
Oh, hold on, I'll be right back. Oh, and thank you. And I'm back. Sorry about that. Why am I muted here? That's odd. Anyways. Where was I last at? I don't know whether it was the same woman every time or a series of doppelgangers. It should have been physically possible for an elderly woman to travel hundreds of miles in mere hours, but the unrecognizable laws of physics didn't seem to apply in this world. The hag stopped appearing as we approached sundown, only to be replaced by an even more sinister figure.
As the light faded, we were confronted by a hooded man who stood upon the passing platforms. A figure dressed from head to toe in dark robes, with his face covered. He called this chilling entity the Harbinger, although I feared he might represent something even darker. I never saw his face because it was covered by his hood. Still, we sensed the Harbinger was closely observing our progress through this realm. And he wasn't alone. The Harbinger was always accompanied by a huge white dog, more like a wolf than an actual face, which she kept on a tight leash, while the Harbinger always remained still and silent. His mutt barked maniacally at the train, struggling against the chain, her eyes burning with hatred and hunger, and with the maw filled with razor-sharp fangs. The day was filled with terror and paranoia, as my fellow passengers and I were pushed close to the breaking point. I don't recall all the conversations we had between those terrifying interludes. We tried to make plans, but could find no solutions. There was some talk of our lives back home, about families, friends, pets, hobbies, and jobs, that what we missed and wanted to get back to. Although some were more willing to share personal details than others. I saw the best and worst of my companions in those long hours. Jason revealed he was a former soldier, and he continued to try and take charge in the chaos, although in a practical sense, he was effectively powerless. Denny was continually on edge and prone to angry outbursts, which made him increasingly unpopular within our small group. Zoe wasn't much better, spoilt and entitled. She kept insisting that she shouldn't be here, as if any of us had a choice. By contrast, Eamon barely spoke at all, instead silently staring out the window, like he was memorized by the bizarre sights beyond the carriage. I began to think that Anna and I were the only sane people on board. We continued to bond and become closer despite the extreme stress of our situation. We made several attempts to gain conductor's attention throughout the day, frequently shouting into the speakers, but to no avail. The conductor ignored us throughout the day, but only speaking to us after dusk, when he communicated the instructions for our first test.
Good evening, passengers.
The conductor suddenly explained, his chilling voice booming through the PA system. We all jumped and startled by the sudden intrusion.
Where the hell have you been?
Dennis snarled angrily. But the conductor simply ignored him, continuing in what he seemed to be a pre-prepared script.
Well, we'll soon be arriving at their first stop. The instructions are simple but must be followed to the letter. All passengers must leave the carriage and step onto the platform. As you disembark, you will find provisions waiting for you. Feel free to stack up on food and drink. When you have done so, you must stay on the platform and wait for the instructions. Do not leave the platform under any circumstances. I think this is clear, and I look forward to welcoming you back on the carriage once the business is settled. Good luck.
That was it, the message in full, and the conductor wouldn't answer our frantic demands for further information. We wondered whether this was a trick, but sure enough, our train did begin to slow before finally coming to a halt beside a dimly lit platform. And the carriage door shot open, but none of us moved an inch. Fear entered my companion's eyes as the cold air from the outside hit us. In a sense, this is what we all wanted. The train finally stopped after our non-stop journey over hundreds of miles. The carriage doors were open, but still none of us were in a hurry to disembark, not given the horrors we witnessed outside the train's windows. The conductor had given us clear and simple instructions, but how could we trust them? Still, there was an added incentive to step onto the platform. At the far end of the elevated walkway, you could see two vending machines stocked with crisps, chocolates, processed food, soft drinks, and bottled water. We had water on the train, but no food, and hunger was starting to hit home. We debated for some time over whether to disembark and eventually voted in favor of this action. As Jason put it, this conductor, whoever's run this thing, they own all the cards. We're going to follow their rules, or at least for the time being. But sooner or later, they'll slip up, and then we'll have our opportunity. Jason was the first to step off the train, closely followed by Dennis, and then the rest of us. It was a cold night, and the chill hit us after the relative comfort of the carriage. I also picked up a foul smell in the air, a stench which seemed familiar but I couldn't quite place. But our prime focus was on reaching the vending machines. We didn't need to insert money, it could take as much food as we wanted. Once we tasted the produce and realized it wasn't poisoned, we filled our hands and bags with supplies, stocking up as much as we could carry. Because there was no way of telling how long we'd been trapped on board the Phantom train. With this task completed, we stood and waited, warily glancing towards the dark trees beyond the lit-up platform, as we waited for further instructions.
What now?
I asked, addressing my question to Jason.
We wait for orders, just like he had told us.
What was his stern answer? Here with it. This was Dennis. His blood was up again. His eyes filled with something close to madness.
You need to calm down, mate.
Vincent said firmly, whilst looking at Dennis square in the eye. But it was to no avail. I won't calm down, no fucking way. Dennis screamed. You people are nuts. You want to let that voice tell you what to do, not me, mate. I'm stepping off and going home.
No, Dennis.
Anna cried in distress.
We don't know what's out there.
But Dennis simply scoffed dismissively. I'll take my chances. No one getting back on that fucking train. I moved towards Dennis, intending to physically restrain him if necessary. But Jason stopped me from doing so, placing a firm hand on my shoulder, shaking his head in the negative. A moment later, and Dennis was off on the edge of the platform, sprinting into the forest. But he didn't make it far. We didn't witness our companion's grisly death, thankfully. It was too dark to see, but we did hear every horrific detail as the slaughter played out in the blackness. First came a low animalistic growl, followed by a chilling scream from Dennis as he surely realized he'd made a terrible mistake. A violent rustling came from the bushes. Dennis continued the scream frantically as the growling beast tore into him with teeth and claws, ripping flesh and cracking bones. Mercifully, it was as soon over as Dennis stopped screaming, and all we could hear was the sound of a body slowly being dragged away.
Oh my god.
So he explained with tears of terror rolling down her cheeks. A moment of shocked silence followed before speakers attached to the platform's lamps burst to life.
First test is now concluded. Please return to the train without delay.
It was the conductor's voice, and we all obeyed, quickly jumping back on board the carriage before the door shut and the train started to move forward, leaving the cursed platform behind. 6 of us had disembarked, and only five had gotten back on board, with the reckless Dennis devoured by the beast. We all sat stunned silence for some time, and the tree sped ever onwards. Eventually, the conductor provided an explanation of sorts.
Alas, Dennis is no Roy. He merely needed to obey the instructions, but instead he tried to run. Perhaps not surprising. In life, Dennis never held down the job, and he abandoned his wife and children, running away as ours in his nature.
Then why test him?
Anna responded angrily.
You know what he would do, so what's the point?
On the contrary, madam,
The conductor replied coolly.
I had no prior knowledge of what Dennis would do. His actions may have been predictable, but Dennis had free will, as do all of you. You should bear this in mind during the trials to come.
None of us had anything to say to that, the 5 of us sitting in wordless and fearful contemplation as our grimly odyssey continued. Part 5. The Station House. The second day passed pretty much like the first. Night turned to day, and this force was once again replaced by rolling hills. We continued to see the entities on many of the platforms we speed past. The old hag became more aggressive, chasing the train as far as the end of the platform, screaming blow murder with pure unadulterated hatred in her dark eyes. The Harbinger remained silent, although his presence was increasingly sinister, with his eyeless glare burning through us. And then there was the hellhound barking menacingly at the murderous rage. We couldn't help but notice the fresh blood pouring from the canine's fang-filled mouth. After a while, we stopped looking out the window entirely. Although we found a little solace inside the speeding train, Dennis' death had hit us hard. We now realized how dangerous this place truly was. Hope began to fade, and I wondered whether any of us would make it home. We split into groups during the day, sitting in separate carriages and barely interacting. Surprisingly, Jason and Zoe formed a partnership despite their differences in personality and background. I think Zoe wanted a strong man who would protect her, and perhaps Jason needed someone to protect. Anna and I stayed close, holding each other as we slept and talked throughout the long day. I don't wish to share all we said and did whilst alone together. Some things should remain private. But Anna brought me comfort during these hellish hours, and I'd like to think I returned the favor. And finally, there was the enigmatic Eamon, who occupied the carriage by himself, still refusing to engage with the group. A familiar pattern emerged as the PA system remained silent till nightfall, bursting to life after dusk as the conductor communicated instructions for our second test.
Good evening, passengers. I trust you have had a comfortable day's travel.
I noticed how the conductor's tone sounded less enthusiastic and more subdued than it had previously been. Like the idea was draining for him too.
We will shortly be stopping at the station house. Here you will face your next challenge. You shall proceed into the lobby. There you will find 5 doors, one marked for each of you. Inside you will discover the reason why you are here. Facing your past sins is the first step towards redemption. Those of you who pass this test may re-embark for the final leg for journey. I wish you good luck.
Anna and I shared a look of fearful apprehension as the train began to slow.
Do we have to do this?
Anna said nervously.
I think so.
I answered whilst taking her hand. And when the train stopped, we cautiously stepped onto the platform, warning our companions as the 5 of us were faced with this fresh horror. The station house was dimly illuminated by lamps on the platform, and there was a faint light shining within. The house was a red bricked building, with a slate-tilted roof. It looked Victorian in design. It could have been abandoned for decades. Although, at the same time, the structure appeared well maintained with no visible signs of deterioration or decay on the outside. The 5 of us stood on the platform for a long moment, staring at the red bricked house in terrified awe, like it had held some kind of dark power over us. I think we all knew we had to step inside. It seemed there was no other choice. Still, I feared what we'd encounter on the other side of those ominous walls. It seemed like we all shared the same apprehension. All except for the ever-bizarre Eamon, who stepped forward and marched towards the heavy front door, slowly turning the handle and stepping inside. The rest of us shared a look. Anna shook her head, and tears in her eyes as she made a last-ditch attempt to persuade me not to enter. Perhaps she was right, but in that moment, I felt I needed to be strong for us both. As I took her hand, we marched forward towards the open door. Jason and Zoe followed in our tracks, and soon all 5 of us were inside the lobby. I jumped as the front door slammed shut behind us. Jason ran back, struggling with the handle before turning back to us in frustration. "It's locked," he confirmed sullenly. Somehow I wasn't surprised. There was no way to exit. We were forced to survey our grim surroundings. The station house appeared larger on the inside than it looked on the outside. I couldn't say whether this was optical illusion or result of black magic. In any event, I forgot all about everything else when I glanced over the far side of the lobby and saw 5 wooden doors, each marked with a name crudely written in red chalk. Jason, Zoe, Eamon, Anna, and Simon. One doorway for each of us, me included. It wasn't the strangest thing, because in that moment, none of us said a word. Not one of us fought the unnatural urge to walk towards our inside doors and face whatever lay within. I looked at Anna as we walked side by side, but she didn't meet my eye. Perhaps she no longer needed me. My hand shook as I reached for the handle, slowly sliding the door open and stepping inside. I can't say exactly what my four companions experienced inside their own rooms, although I can hazard a guess based on the dark revelations that were later confessed. All I can describe is my own experience, a descent into my personal hell as my worst moments flashed in front of my eyes. Because what lay behind my door wasn't a room to a conventional sense. Rather, it was a journey into my sordid past. A mirror used to reflect my ugliest shine, and shine light on my worst sins. Good times came first, reminders of what I'd lost, or rather thrown away. I relived the first date I had with Kate, as vivid and real as when I first experienced it all those years ago. More images flashed in front of my eyes, reigniting emotions I had long since tried to bury. First time we made love, our wedding day, how beautiful she looked whilst walking down the aisle in her stunning white dress. But then came the bad times, the complacency I had for my marriage, even in the earliest days, as I worked late every night and left my Kate home alone. The next was the affair, the first illicit kiss with Sandra at the office party, the night we spent together whilst away at the conference. It was gut-wrenching to see my moments of weakness played out again, except it was worse this time, because I could see how it was for Kate, how much it hurt her. When she found out about my betrayal, her heart broke into two. Kate broke down after the divorce. I saw it all inside a hellish room. Excessive drinking, a suicide attempt, and finally the forced stay at the psychiatric hospital. Back in the real world, I didn't go to see her, not even once. But now I saw it all. Kate sitting alone in a locked room, heavily medicated, her skin pale and her eyes devoid of passion or hope. She was a shell of her former self, and all because of what I'd done. I felt physically sick by the time it was over, stumbling out the room and back into the lobby. Judging by the shaken looks on the faces of my companions, I guessed we'd all faced our personal demons in those damn rooms, but there was one person missing. Zoe had exited her room, and her door was still shut. As if on cue, we heard a high-pitched scream emanating from the other side of the door as Zoe desperately cried out for help. Jason jumped into action, slamming his shoulder against the locked door with all of his might. Anna and I joined in, and somehow we broke inside, but what we witnessed in that room was horrifying. Set against the far wall is what I can only describe as a portal, a swirling vortex of crimson red, burning fiercely, leading to God knows where. A hideous arm extended from the vortex, a black appendage with sharp claws that held tight grip on its victim. Of course, the victim was Zoe. The woman was down on the ground, her eyes filled with dread as she screamed for help. Jason darted forward to reach out for her hand, but it was already too late. The claw dug deep into Zoe's exposed leg, pulling her rapidly towards the portal. I'll always remember the final look in the woman's eyes, the sheer, unadulterated terror as she was dragged, kicking and screaming into hell. It was all before we could do a thing, as Zoe peered into the vortex, and the portal promptly vanished into thin air, leaving us staring at the blank wall in an empty room, barely able to comprehend what we just witnessed. 5 minutes after the horror, and we were back on the train. What else could we do? I was almost broken by what we experienced in that damn station house. I believe my companions felt the same, or at least Jason and Anna did. We sat together in the middle of the carriage, remaining silent as the train slowly pulled away from the platform before gaining speed. A tense moment passed before tannoy sounded and the conductor spoke.
5 internally full passengers return. A shame, but perhaps not unexpected.
Jason's face screwed up with raw anger as he jumped off his seat and removed a concealed weapon from his jacket pocket.
You fucking bastard!
Cried, directing his fury towards the carriage speaker.
You sent her to die. You sent her to die. before we could stop him, Jason used a safety hammer to strike the speaker, smashing it to pieces in an act of vandalism, born from grief and frustration. But his action proved entirely futile, because the invisible conductor could speak to us, his voice clear and composed, as he answered to discretion. Please, sir, I'm a tolerant man, but I have my limits. Jason stood defiant for a moment, but the anger soon faded from his red face, and he immediately sat back down whilst returning the hammer to his pocket. Thank you, sir, the conductor said, as clearly he could see and hear everything. Your query for your friend is understandable, but as I've already said, my role is simply to facilitate their journey. I'm not responsible for whatever happens beyond the carriage doors.
But why Zoe?
Anna asked emotionally.
We only went in the rooms, but the rest of us walked away. Why was she taken?
The answer is quite simple, the conductor responded. All of you are afflicted with their past sins, and all of you share genuine guilt, shame, and remorse over your actions, but not Zoe. She married an older wealthy man she didn't love, waited until he died so she could claim his fortune. But in the end, she could not acknowledge her wrongdoing. That's why Zoe failed the test. None of us had a word to say after that. This outcome was madness as far as I was concerned. Sure, Zoe was a gold digger. She done a shitty thing. Was her sin bad enough for her soul to be condemned? What was the point of this insane odyssey anyway? Did any of us have a chance of making it home? Or would the sadists who ran this dark round pick us off one by one? The conductor remained silent, and I doubted we'd get the answers we needed from him. But all of us had secrets, me included, and I thought now was the time for us difficult conversations. My throat was dry and my voice trembled, but I forced myself to speak the words.
We all had visions in those rooms, visions of our past sins.
I began whilst attempting to meet my companion's eyes.
I'm not proud of what I relived back there, but I wanted to tell you my sordid tale. I think we all need to know why we're here. Knowledge is power, and sharing our pain might just help us get home.
Only to my companions noted initial horror which came over Jason and Anna, but eventually they accepted the wisdom behind my suggestion and reluctantly agreed to share our dirty laundry. Not so with Eamon. He didn't respond at all to my suggestion, turning to stare out the window as if he hadn't even heard me. Nevertheless, I decided to lead by example, recounting my shameful account of my affair and abandonment of my wife. I closely watched Anna's reaction once I finished my story. She didn't say anything, but I swore I could see disgust in Anna's eyes. I believe she lost respect for me. But as it happened, my female companion had her own dark secret to reveal.
I was driving home from work on a Thursday night.
She began, her voice monotone and eyes facing downwards.
I was tired and distracted, sending a text instead of paying attention to the road.
She sighed deeply before continuing as tears returned to her brown eyes.
I didn't see the red light and hit the other car head on. I was lucky, my AirPod deployed, and I walked away from the crash with barely a scratch. The other driver was not so lucky. She was left paralyzed from the waist down, and will spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair. The judge went easy on me, a suspended sentence and a driving ban. I guess I got lucky again, or at least until now.
She glanced up at me, her eyes red and bloodshot. She was forced a nervous smile. I guess Anna wanted some reassurance, but I had nothing to say in that moment, and I broke off eye contact. Jason's account was next, his tough exterior cracking as he emotionally opened up.
I was on my second tour in Helmet Province,
Explained the troubled veteran.
we got intelligence that a Taliban bomb maker was hiding in a local house, and so we executed a dawn raid. I headed to clear a bedroom upstairs, saw some movement out the corner of my eye, reacted on instinct, turning and shooting. It was only then that I realized what I had done. He took a deep breath, mustered up the courage, and finished his tragic tale. I had killed a kid, maybe even 11 or 12 years old, unarmed and innocent child. I'll never forget looking in mother's eyes as she cradled her boy's still warm body. Raw grief and anger as she cursed me to hell. The OC made the incident go away, collateral damage, and that's what I caught it. I never faced any charges, but I couldn't go back to combat after that.
They gave me a medical discharge and sent me home. That boy, what I did, it allowed me to the grave.
Jason looked out the carriage window mournfully, lost in his trauma and guilt. I wanted to say something, but once again I couldn't find the words. Instead, I turned my attention to the ever-distant Amon, needing to slam my fist on the table to get his attention.
Hey, mate,
I explained while meeting Amon's unfocused, bloodshot eyes.
you need to talk to us. The only way we can get through this is if we work together.
It was cliche line, but true nonetheless. But Amon was having none of it. He scoffed in contempt, jumping from his seat and pushing his way out into the aisle. He began to stomp angrily towards the next carriage, but before doing so, Amon turned and met my eye, snarling as he delivered a cryptic, ominous message.
And I know what I've done. And I know what I need to do to set things right. That's all you'll get from me.
And with that, Amon barged out of the carriage, leaving the three of us sitting in mournful silence as our phantom train continued to speed through the darkening hellscape. Part 6. The Dark City. It rained heavily all the third day, from dawn to dusk and on into the long night before we reached our final destination. The bad weather only added to the misery of our increasingly grim situation. Our morale was broken. The four of us were physically separated, each sitting alone in our own carriages. Anne and I tried to reconnect after revelations the night before, but were unable to do so. Why there was suddenly a divide between us, I couldn't say for sure. My guess was that we were both ashamed. In any event, day 3 was the worst yet. The hag did not appear during the daylight hours, and the platform she previously occupied remained empty. Yet I don't know why she left us. Perhaps her purpose had been fulfilled, or maybe her warnings had fallen on deaf ears. The Harbinger was still there, however. His black robes somehow shielding him from the torrential rain, as his soaked dog barked by his side. The dark entity seemed more prominent and intimidating on the third day, and I feared he would play a central role in our ultimate fate. The guilt, the constant rain, and chilling visions would have been bad enough, but the train decided to introduce a new, terrifying element to the mess. As usual, the conductor didn't speak with us during the daytime, but others did. Disembodied voices echoed through the carriages, 2 voices, in fact, 1 male and 1 female. They sounded familiar, and soon I made a connection. It was Dennis and Zoe. The 2 lost passengers were calling out to us from whatever hellscape they'd been exiled to. For hours, I was forced to listen to my former companion's sporadic screams and pleas for mercy, as they were subjected to unseen tortures. But it's worse. Still were the periods when Dennis and Zoe were lucid, and they spoke fondly of their fellow passengers on the Shadowlands Express. Sometimes they called us out by name, telling us that we'd meet again soon. In the end, we all congregated in the middle of the carriage as darkness fell, only because we needed support each other in the face of these many terrors. Even Amon seemed shaken by their voices, and I believe he may be willing to work with us. I can't describe how revealed I was to hear the conductor's voice coming through the tannoy shortly after dusk. Although, predictably, he didn't have good news for us.
Good evening, passengers. We will shortly be approaching our final stop, the Central Station in the Dark City. This train will terminate here. Please ensure that you will take all personal possessions with you when you disembark. I thank you for riding the Shadowlands Express.
We all looked at each other in astonishment, hardly believing what we just heard.
What the hell does he mean?
And I explained in shock.
No, this isn't right.
I proclaimed, my angry frustration boiling to the surface.
You told us that we would get home and follow the rules.
There was a pause. I swore I could hear a deep sigh from the other side of the line before the conductor eventually answered.
This is exactly what I said, sir, but I owe you an explanation nonetheless. I promised you would be safe on board my train, but our journey ends here. You should make your way to the next station on the other side in the city to catch the connecting service. Consider this your 3rd and final test.
We all glanced out the window, noting how the dark woods are now replaced with bleak concrete buildings illuminated by harsh artificial lights.
So that's it then? We're on our own?
Anna asked fearfully.
I'm afraid so, madam, the detective replied with some regret evident in his voice. I wish I could do more, but I'm just a humble servant, and my place is here. The most I can offer you is my advice. Remember what you've learned here. Watch your backs and follow the signs. I wish you good luck.
This is the last we ever heard from the pneumatic conductor as the speakers went silent for the last time. The train drove past empty streets and grim buildings before eventually arriving at the so-called central station. Instead of a busy terminus one might have expected, we instead saw one empty, rain-swept platforms devoid of other trains or even a single passenger. We came to a slow stop alongside platform 1 and the door swung open, exposing us to the cold, damp outside. We all sat perfectly still for a moment, unsure of what to do next. As hellish as our journey had been, this train served as a safe haven, at least compared to the horrors beyond its doors. And every time we disembarked, someone had died. We had no idea what dangers lurked out on the streets of this dark city, but whatever lay out there was surely our destiny, and we had no choice but to face it. Eamon was the first to step off the wet platform, followed by Jason, then Anna, and finally me. I took one last wonderful glance at the Shadow Lands Express before doors slammed shut, and we proceeded down the hallway. The station interior was clean, well-lit, sterile, and entirely abandoned. We cautiously walked across the tiled floor, observing the empty ticket kiosks and vacant commercial stalls. We all noted the sign hanging over the building exit which read, "This way to Nexus Station." The doctor had told us to follow the signs, and Nexus is where we should catch our connecting train. In that moment, Jason regained some of his former strength as he attempted to take charge of the situation. "Okay, guys, we don't know what's outside those doors. We must be prepared to defend ourselves. We need to search the station and find anything we can use as weapons." Anne and I looked at each other concerned, but Eamon leaped into action, searching for an empty food stall and soon unveiling a sharp kitchen knife. "Good man," Jason said with a nod before turning towards Anna and I. "Now do we need to?" Jason never got a chance to finish the sentence. Eamon moved so fast and we didn't have the time to shout a warning. He charged at Jason from behind, brutally stabbing him in the back without a second's hesitation. Jason squealed in shock pain as Eamon pulled a knife out. The ex-soldier swung around, grabbing Eamon by the throat and attempted to throttle him. But Eamon stabbed Jason again and again in his stomach and chest, spilling his blood on the white tiles. Jason looked to us with shock and pain in his pale face as he collapsed and died on the blood-soaked floor.
What the fuck have you done?
Anna screamed. Eamon looked at him in a wild fury, with his dark eyes and bloody knife still in his left hand.
"I told you last night,"
He spat.
"I know what I have to do to set things right. I know I'm gonna finish that. It said so on my ticket. Slay every sinner and you will walk free."
With that, the killer stepped over Jason's body and marched towards us with murderous intent. I could see there was no reasoning with Eamon. He'd lost his mind and would kill again without hesitation. So I did the only thing I could think of in that moment. I grabbed hold of Anna's hand and we ran together, sprinting out of the station exit and onto the rain-swept streets. Anna and I took in a little of the dark city as we sprinted down the pavements with heavy rain falling on our heads and the psychotic Eamon in hot pursuit. Still, I suspected there was little we'd wish to see. The city was grim and austere to an almost absurd extent, consisting of largely of ugly tower blocks and empty storefronts, with every building constructed in the brutalist style. There were no monuments, parks, or even trees, nothing that would give this anomalous configuration even a shred of identity. And the city was virtually, but perhaps not entirely, abandoned. There were no pedestrians or vehicles on the streets, but occasionally we spotted the dark silhouettes of anomalous figures standing in upper windows and glaring down on us. We had no knowledge of the city's geography or even its size, but the signs were clear and constant, and so we directed towards the station during our mad dash
through puddles and gutters. We dared not to stop, because Amen was surely on our tail, just waiting for his opportunity to strike. Part 7. The Return Ticket. I don't know how long we ran through those dark, rain-swept streets, following the signposts with a slim hope of salvation. We might have fared miles in our mad dash, always fearing what lay behind each corner. I had a distinct feeling that Amen wasn't the only one hunting us. Both Anna and I both experienced elation when we sprinted down a lonely black streak and saw the promised train station before us, its entrance clearly marked with a sign reading Nexus. We were so close, but of course salvation wasn't so easy. Anna slipped in a puddle and I leaned over to assist her. We hadn't seen or heard Amen for some time, and hoped we lost him in the dark city's maze-like streets. But he was right on our tail, biding his time before launching his attack. I saw him charging through the rain, a crazed look in his eyes as he screamed like a berserker, raised his knife to strike. Anna was still down and vulnerable, so I had to act. I blocked Amen's path, hoping I could overpower him, force the knife from his hand, but Amen collided with my body with great force, knocking me down onto the wet pavement. He stood over me with a knife in hand, ready to plunge the blade in my chest. I doubt I could have stopped him, but thankfully Anna intervened. She pushed the attacker back and tried to grab his knife, but Amen slashed her across the stomach. Anna screamed. Her eyes filling with shock and pain as her blood fell to the pavement and was washed into the gutter. She was hurt, but that had bought me time, so I pulled myself up and struck out at Amen, punching him hard in the face. Amen squealed as he stumbled backwards, blood pouring from his nose. He was hurt, but not down. Now the killer had a reason to be angry. I watched fearfully as Amen's eyes narrowed, and he tightened his grip on the knife handle. Maybe made it to launch another murderous attack, but never got the chance. I saw a blur of movement in the corner of my eye, a white beast tearing across the street in a lightning assault. Amen had no time to react before the hellhound hit him from behind, knocking him to the pavement, before biting deep into his exposed neck. Amen screamed, squirmed, and fought, but to no avail, as the beast tore his throat out and spilled his blood on the roadside where it had swept into the gutters by the rainwater. I spotted Amen's discarded knife and reached down to grab it. Then I went to Anna's aid, whilst the hound finished off its prey. As I helped the wounded Anna to her feet, I looked past the bloody scene and saw the harbinger standing at the far end of the street. His black robes somehow dried despite the heavy rain. His piercing, eyeless gaze focused on us. The harbinger had sent his killer dog to finish Amen, but he surely hadn't done so to save us. I knew Anna and I would be next, so I took my wounded companion's hand and we ran towards the sanctuary of the Nexus station. We made it inside, savoring the shelter from the relentless deluge. The kiosk was unattended, but I noticed 2 tickets sitting on the counter, waiting for us. This couldn't be a coincidence, so Anna and I grasped hold of the paper slips and proceeded inside the station. Anna groaned in pain as I helped her walk forward. What we found were 2 platforms connected by an elevated footbridge. Closest platform already had a train waiting, its engine running and carriage doors open. The salvation was so close, but we heard a manic barking just behind us. I glanced over my shoulder as we ran down the platform, seeing a hellhound charging towards us with Amy's fresh blood dripping from her fangs. We reached the carriage door, but the hound was right on top of us. I made a split-second decision, shoving Anna inside just before the doors automatically closed. Anna cried out my name and slammed her bloody hands on the carriage window, but I turned away from her to face my attacker. The hound jumped me, knocking me down to the platform whilst clawing at my chest. I watched fearfully from the ground, noting how the harbinger stood by the far end of the platform, always watching but not intervening. His hound retreated behind her master, licking her wounds. I had an opportunity to save myself, and was determined to take it, but when I tried to board the carriage, I found the doors were still closed, and the train was now moving slowly, but surely making its way down the platform. I looked through the carriage window and saw Anna on the other side bleeding and crying, as she called out my name. We were so close and yet couldn't reach each other. My heart was broken in that moment, but at least Anna was safe. I lost her gaze as the train pulled away, and Anna was left alone on the platform with my assailants. I expected a second and probably fatal attack, but to my surprise, the harbinger stood still, with the wounded, not docile hound by his side. Data intact, but the Harbinger and his dog still blocked the platform. The train was gone, and so there was only one place to go. Across the footbridge over to the far platform. So I made my way onto the bridge, clutching the claw wounds on my chest, struggling with every step. But I fought through the pain and got to the far side, glancing wearily back to the first platform where the Harbinger still stood. I had nowhere left to go, and salvation came when it all but given up hope. As I looked up the tracks, I saw bright headlights of the second train approaching from the opposite direction, announcing its arrival with a blaring horn. I stood on a dark platform, awestruck as the empty train came to a stop in front of me before its door swung open. I only hesitated for a second before stepping on board. I had no idea where the train was headed or what it had in store for me, but I reckoned anywhere was better than here, and so I embarked, nervously sitting at a table and looking back at the Harbinger, feeling his burning glare upon me, as he watched me leave his hellish realm, because a moment later the train pulled away from the station and sped down the tracks. I've been traveling for a few hours now, and the signs are good. We left the bleak, dark city behind long ago, before hurtling through the many miles of forest. But now I can see an actual city, with cars, people, and all signs of bustling civilization, which I missed so much over the last 3 days. I am hurt and almost broken, but I'm almost home. There are so many unanswered questions rattling around my head. Why was I chosen to ride, and more importantly, why had I survived when others hadn't? What was that Shadowlands Express? Who controlled it, and for what purpose? One question that takes precedence over the others. Whereas Anna, did her train take her home, or has she been transported somewhere else to another hell beyond? I don't have the answers, not yet, but I won't rest until I'm reunited with Anna, and I know she's safe. And that's it of that story. Damn. I was not expecting that. It was a good one, though. Okay, so this is also another one. I'll read later. Because it's really long, and I got a whole bunch of stories today. Oh god, what have I done? You saw nothing. Anyways, the next story. He Who Wonders, written by Simon Simonian. I miss a scorching wind of Andalusia. How it pours sunlight onto your face, toying with eyelashes, flattening dry sand against cheeks, and miling around hair. I miss the smell of the valley, and ripening softness of muscat fluff, glistening in the afternoon breeze. From up here I can see the house where I grew up. I see white chapels tucked into grape orchards, like pawns scattered on a chessboard. I can see patches of asphalt on El Tertanito Road, hailing from the old road through trampled rocks and waning behind the horizon with the erratic headlights of beat-up trucks cruising along. One of the pit stops along El Tertanito, where truck drivers stop to relieve themselves, marks the starting point of this wavy trail, all covered in blotches of spindly grass stalks and flax and sand. The trail was barely noticeable at first. Truth is, no one even cares to notice it. Why would truckers taking up the sleek care to check on a mucky trail leading to God knows where? But I do. This is how I got up here to the top of this hill, where I am standing now. I've climbed all the way up here so I can finally end it all. All these years of vagrancy and plague, exile, and fear. This is where it's all going to come to an end. But for now, I am enjoying the view of the valley unfolding below. I am sipping the air of what could be my final memories. He will show up soon. He always does, like a shadow. He's been following right on my footsteps, always there behind me. And there he is.
His limping figure appears behind the sharp bend of El Jardinito. He looks up and he sees me, then stops for a moment to catch his breath and leans on his cane, as if assessing the remaining trajectory for his final stretch. Then he resumes his walk, or should I say, resumes agonizing trudging. Years of endless chase took a toll on his body. No wonder how long he's been chasing me. 10, 20, 30 years. He is slow, methodically slow, but for once I will not run. I will wait, right here, behind this rock. I'll finally come face to face with him. The sharp Swiss split knife blade I am holding in my hand will soon lance right through his neck bone. Yes, that's what I'm going to do. This ends here at the dead end of the sandy trail, atop the hill overlooking the valley, with its white chapels and muscat orchards. Funny, after all these years, I still don't know the real name of my chaser. I have always called him what Master Borges called him, he who wanders. He who wanders, listen, I will kill you. The Borges, I idolized him when I was in college. Many did, but I was different. It was 1961. I was an average lazy learner in Universidad Laboral de Cordoba, floating around from one semester to another with barely passable grades. I had very few friends and almost no interest. One can say that I had an early form of identity crisis. Besides chugging an asado, my only other passion was literature, Latin American literature. Borges and Neruda were at the forefront. One could only imagine my excitement when I saw a pamphlet hanging on the wall of the literature faculty. Spaces were limited, but who cared? It was a man himself, Jorge Luis Borges, coming to give us a lecture, followed by an open panel of questions. Like a maniac, I rushed to the auditorium hours before the lecture. I was first in line, and when the doors opened, I got the front row seat. The auditorium was packed with drooling chins of young, self-proclaimed prodigies, awaiting the arrival of the Great One. And there he was, the blind lord of literature, walking upright onto the stage with a cane and his loyal assistant right by his side. Standing ovation, he nodded and made a "thank you, please be seated" gesture. Then he began. The lecture was dedicated to Spanish writers. I cannot distinctly recall if it was the Cervantes or De Vaga. It was truly made no difference. Somehow I managed to sit through his entire lecture, which lasted over 3 hours, and remember nothing. He talked slowly, methodically, pouring honey into our ears like Segovia's guitar, with his absent eyelight fixed on the ceiling. And then it happened, something that caught me completely off guard. Before closing the day, Borges was about to take questions from the audience. Of course, I raised my hand, and so did hundreds of other students. One of Borges' assistants whispered something into his ear, which made him smile.
It is an honor for me to be in front of an audience of young people, but our time is not infinite, he
said, with blind eyes still pinned on the far corner of the hall.
For that reason, I'll randomly pick questions from 5 of you.
I have never won any prizes or lotteries in my life. When I played poker or blackjack, I lost far more than I won. I knew my limitations, and that turned me into an average apathetic person, rarely trying to outdo oneself, and so sitting still with a little ambition. I got used to that. Down a moment when I saw Borges pointing his finger in my direction, that came as nothing short of a shock.
Me?
Yes, young man, Senor Borges.
Wait, yes, young man, Senor Borges Picto.
Step forward and introduce yourself,
said his assistant. I did not know what to ask, so I quietly mumbled my full name.
Fernandez Augustin Navarro.
Borges shifted his gray shaded pupils in my direction as he reacted to a sudden buzzing of fruit to fly.
Fernandez Augustin Navarro, haven't I met you once before, young man?
He asked.
No, Senor Borges, I never had that honor. Oh, but you will meet again, Senor Navarro. You and I will meet again, but for right now, what is your question? The rest of the day was foggy, but I don't remember what question I asked. It must have been about him winning it for International. Not sure. And maybe not important. No, not important at all. The greatest writer in the history of mankind called me by name. And then that bizarre, unreal thing he said about us meeting again. When 9 years later, 1970, there was a somewhat promising journalist in one of London's somewhat scandalous tabloid newspapers. Every week my name was featured on the second page alongside with celebrity chronicles and vile rumors. My paycheck was decent enough for a small studio flat by Manchester Square. After years of having been pent up by directional studies, you could say I became something more than an average, or at least that's what I believed. That day, it was early October, arguably the best season in London. Began as usual, ate my cheek breakfast consisting of 2 scrambled eggs, ham, toast, and dark roast coffee at Barrymore's diner. I was ready for a pleasant walk to the office. It was shortly after 8 a.m. and I was in no hurry. My route was the same as it was every day. Past the square, right turn on George Street, and left turn on the Thayer. Another night at Marybourne. My thoughts that morning were all preoccupied with that piece I was working on, and so I was slowly making my way through the square. Then something caught my eye, or rather someone. At first, I did not pay much attention to him, no more than I did anybody else who idled the square that morning. Hippie rascals with spoiled hair playing guitar on every corner was a common thing in those days. And London town was certainly no exception. So here was another one of those misunderstood love proclaimers sitting right behind the gated area of the square. Stripped worn-out jacket, heavy-capped sandals with lots of wooden socks. Well, socks sticking out. A common hippie bum, as anyone may have thought. I thought so too, except this one is something that made my intestines churn. I didn't know what it was, but once I saw him, I felt an irresistible urge to instantly walk away and never see him again. When he looked at me, and that gloomy frown that made me think of a line in Oscar Wilde, that fellow's got the swing. And there certainly was something otherworldly about that fellow. His eyes, as if carved from a rock below his forehead, were mercilessly drilling thousands of tiny holes through me. I added pace. As I turned back one last time, I noticed him slowly walking towards me, past the gates of the square onto the street, paying no attention to screeching tires of honking cars, walking right past me. He's just a bum. No, he's not. Just another one of those unwashed hippies. No, run, run, run. George Street was empty like in post-war bomb quarters. I could hear my brisk footsteps, or was it the drumming of my aurora against my chest? He was catching up. Run, don't be silly. Yes, run. First slowly, as if you're trying to not show your chest that you're scared. No, not scared. More like in a hurry. Why am I running? I can take him out with one punch. But it wasn't about that. It was the first experience of that feeling, which I can only describe as some sort of primordial sense of fear, panic, dread, unexplained sense of looming doom aching above you like a dark figure with a scythe. I ran faster than my feet could move. As I turned a corner on Thayer, I paused and looked back, fearing to see him right behind. Scrambled eggs, toast, and dark roast coffee were about to make their way back up through my esophagus. Wiping the sweat off my palms onto my pants, bent forward in a protective position, and looked around. Empty windows of George Street were checking me out like a toddler witnessing parent in a cowardly act. Whoever that man was, that incensed me into this uncontrollable panic. He was now gone. Shame on you, Fernandez Augustin. I breathed to myself while making futile attempts to enthrall palpitation to subside. Shame on you, I mumbled, repeating that word,
mumbling turned into whistling that song by Magic Lanterns. Shame, shame. I whistled, acting self-calm and self-composed. I sang without knowing words, only to convey my mind to something else. I sang so others wouldn't notice me shaking. Climbed the stairs to my office building, three at a time, third floor. Familiar smell of typography, oils calling me down. Safe haven. Shame on you, Fernandez Navarro. Even now, I question myself whether my journey to madness began on that day, or was it underway for many years? Madness that creeps in and resides in tidal waves. Is that how it usually happens? All I know is that an hour later, I was laughing at my little moment of weakness. Preposterous and rubbish, my thick Andalusian twang spoke to me. The idea of being fully checked out by a specialist did cross my mind. Immediately, thoughts of Dr. Patel and Camden Town gave me a comfortable medical diagnosis, like a panic attack, and prescribed me some white pills, I thought. Little did I know that day I had more surprises in store. The unnerving script development continued in a more eerie fashion when my boss marched to my desk with a pack of printed paper. No, Navarro, you're not going to see Dr. Patel in Camden Town. Make a judgment call on your insanity. Instead, you're going to do an article on Jorge Louis Burgess' new book. He's making his presentation today at London Public Library, blah, blah, blah. I forgot about the panic attack. The thrill of seeing Master Borges again 9 years later was surreal. Moments later, I was sitting in a cab on my way to the London Park Public Library, scribbling all possible questions I should be asking him. Ellen for my day, Bourdet. Other books, forget it. I knew very well what I would ask. I paid the cab and galloped to the marble stairs leading to the hallway, where the master was about to hold his new book presentation. I elbowed myself through the crowd of journalists to occupy a coveted front row spot. Quick inventory check, wallet, J sack, along with an omnipresent Swiss knife. Seconds trickled leisurely on my wristwatch. Several more minutes. Forget this morning's sickness. Forget Dr. Patel. Collect yourself, Fernandez Augustine.
Navarro, that's your last name, isn't it?
Yes, Senor Borges, but how do you...
9 years ago in Cordoba. I told you we would meet again, do you remember?
I nodded rapidly, quickly forgetting he couldn't see me, stupid.
Perhaps,
Continued Borges.
it would have been more prudent for us to speak privately. After the conference, I invite you to have a coffee with me. You like Colombian coffee, Mr. Navarro? I shall see you precisely at 6 o'clock at the address that my sister will provide.
His blind eyes were still affixed to the top far corner of the hallway, far above the adjusted sharp-penciled critics and adorers followers of his divine writing. Attention was now all on me, as revealed by hundreds of photo flashes from behind. I thought of all the explaining that I would have to do tomorrow. How does Borges know you? Are you friends? Were you raised in Cordova? Are you an illegitimate son? Back then, I did not know. Answers came later. Memory is a tricky animal. As I gaze over the valley and satiate my lungs with familiar sounds, I cannot think of anything specific. Vague and elusive memories of my childhood home. And these orchards were white chapels and Old Town itself, nothing but an incomprehensible sensation. Somewhere down there, below the chest cage. I close my eyes and the sun twirl around tinted specks of mosaic light. I am trying to focus without looking. Alas, nothing comes to mind. I have been robbed of my memory. You. Yes, my eyes on the trail again. He is closing in. It's hard for him to walk upward, and yet I see that determination in his eyes. In his tight grip of that wobbly walking stick, in the way he periodically stops to catch his breath, the eyeball in remaining distance. I am not going anywhere. 5, 10 more minutes. Come and take me, old man, if you can.
I almost see his facial expression under the heavily pronounced frontal lobe. It's a grin, an expression that says, "We shall see." I once read an interview in the Morning Times. In it, Borges was portrayed as extremely humble and minimalistic. His house was depicted as perfectly organized space, with easy access to everything. Books on shelves, judging from the admiration of the colonists. There were a lot of them. Were organized by theme and title. Dictionaries and encyclopedias were grouped together on the same rack, so you can find them easily. Another article dated 1966. I read that when Borges travels, and those travels were quite extensive, he carries a whole rack of books along, some of which may not even be read. When I entered his hotel room, that very book rack was the first thing that caught my eye. I stood perplexed at the multitude of titles, most unknown to me, and I heard the door swung wide open, and there he was entering through the doorway with a leisurely swinging cane. "Ah, Senor Novello, kind of you to visit this old man." I took a step towards him and produced some gibberish like "pleasure is all mine." He half smiled and pointed his hand to the chair. "I know you will quite enjoy the taste of Colombian dark roast." Borges sat down and leaned slightly backwards without really raising his cane. "Do you know the biggest advantage of being blind?" He asked and answered immediately. "Blind don't need light, so my utility bills are way lower." He laughed at his own joke, only to be interrupted by the assistant carrying a tray of aromatic coffee, poured in 2 small porcelain cups. Amazing how the very idea of drinking coffee instantly changes your mood before you even take your first sip. As I was ready to go on a pre-script monologue of expressing my gratitude and honor, Borges jumped right into action. "I'll get right to it, Senor Navarro. But you'll be here and about me remembering you. I know you have many questions, but I'll attempt to answer some. Some, but not all. When you leave this hotel, you'll still be some questions that you'll have to find answers to on your own." He gently picked up his coffee, and with hands somewhat shaking, took his artistic sip. Yes, I had questions, and so many that my brain membranes were buzzing in bewilderment and disbelief. Here I was sitting in a room with one of the greatest writers who happened to be mysteriously know my name. And know my name. "Have you by any chance read the Book of Imaginary Beings?" asked Borges. "I have many times. I read it in Spanish when it just came out very recently. I bought the English translation in some shabby bookstore off Oxford Circus. I read that book far too many times, but it never in its entirety, mostly starting out on a random page, just as Borges had intended it to be consumed by its readers. See, Senor Navarro, the book was, and perhaps still is, a never-ending work in progress, as human imagination has no boundaries. I've induced that I've researched over 10 years ago, then recently expanded it and republished it with more figments of collective human imagination. But the book is merely a small subset, and the way the book writes itself in a true form, it's a labyrinth, an endless one, a living one. And every corner of every room is ever the same. What I'd always wanted is the book to reflect the labyrinth in our collective subconsciousness, and the force what drives our minds to craft. For that reason, all the creatures in my book are strictly fictional. Mythical. Am I not boring you?
Not at all. I understand, Senor Borges.
He nodded and wiped the coffee grind off his nose.
That book, as its title implies, is all about imaginary beings, tales, legends, and folklore. But one thing that no one knows is that I originally intended the book to include one more being. A being that goes by its Latin name, Quietus Est. It appeared and disappeared across many cultures, sometimes centuries apart. Very little is known of it. What I found it was indeed astonishing. First, this being is physically no different than any ordinary human. You might say that it's human in many ways. As I studied this entity, I became more and more agitated. I could not stop like a madman. I was trying to learn more and more, but very soon the excitement turned into another feeling. Fear.
Fear of what, Senior Borges?
Borges' eyesight shifted from a corner of the room straight on me, as if he could perfectly see me.
Fear of what I have uncovered, that quietus est is not a myth at all.
He attempted to take another sip, but his hand started shaking, so he had to put the cup down, spilling some of it on the saucer and around the table.
Pardon me, young man. I do not maintain a composure, but you have not tried the coffee,
He said, wiping his mouth and forehead with a knitted handkerchief. I raised the small cup and took a sip, disregarding the aromatic fumes of Colombian beans drifting down my internal organs.
Pardon me, sir, but you're saying that the imaginary being called Quietus was not imaginary? Is that why you decided not to include him in your book Imaginary Beings?
only in part. Fear came from the realization of what it would mean for mankind to know about its existence, you see. It's no secret that we are all well aware of our eventual demise. We all die, but imagine what would happen if we all stared right into the face of death every single day of our lives. I knew that the time that was left for us in this world. Death, not as a vague concept portrayed by middle-aged artists, but as folklore tale like Grim Reaper. But as a real living entity that stalks you and walks around, showing you a ticking clock counting down minutes and seconds, getting closer to you with every second, trying to grab your hand. Running from death is worse than death itself.
He took a deep breath and closed his eyes.
But I shall talk no more. Allow me to give you my scribbles from years ago. These are unedited in a raw format, so please pardon the poor language. It's right there in the drawer. You will find a folder with yellow piece of paper. Read it aloud while my ripe old body attempts to catch a breath.
I opened the drawer as he instructed and found a yellow piece of cursive handwritings carved in Spanish with some Latin phrases. The scribbles were short, less than a page long, with marks and scratches. Most of this was very much decipherable. He must have written this himself, half blind. I thought, what caused him to do that and not dictate to his assistant? I unfolded the paper and began reading. Quietus est. It is said that one shall not know about its own ways in times of demise. The imminent passing is only felt by those that are either terminally ill, and even so, they don't possess the knowledge of when and where, or by death row inmates awaiting the exact day and time of their execution. Lack of such knowledge coerces us to exist. Sumerians believed in a certain deity. The word deity was scratched and replaced with demon of death, embodied in human flesh and bones, which again was scratched and replaced with entity, whose sole role was to stalk its victims and inform them of how much time they had left to live, per the ancient Book of Dead, which was discovered as a set of clay tablets, typically buried in corpses. Only those that are luminous can see the deity. Again, crossed out twice, replaced with demon, then with entity. Luminous ones are thought to be either people with high spiritual powers or vice versa. The accursed ones condemned by priests. The reference briefly reappears in some ancient Egyptian manuscripts, but in later writings is replaced by Anubis, or in rare occurrences by Horus. The writings again depicting this unnamed being being an eternal human who never sleeps, but always wanders. What's strange is that neither Sumerians nor Egyptians ever gave the entity a discrete name. However, the latter rare findings during the Dark Ages referred to him as Quietus est. The only depiction of Quietus est was that of an ordinary human standing next to a sun clock, which was used to measure the time that the Chosen One had left to live. From time to time, Quietus S stalks the Chosen One, and when cornered, moves the hands of the clock forward to shorten the lifespan. If the Chosen One cannot escape, then his time eventually runs out. The very last reference was found in.
Enough, Mr. Navarro. You understand the idea. Now the main question, why are you here?
He drew in closer, and a dull shadow from a lamp cut right through his elongated forehead.
Quietus S is an eternal wonder who's always with us. Timekeeper sits on me.
Oh, wrong voice.
Quietus S is an eternal wanderer who always with us. Timekeeper sits on the edge of the stage with a ticking watch on his wrist. The greatest gift given to mankind is an ability to see him. When I lost sight, I thought blindness was blessing in disguise. One does not require eyes to see the wanderer. What eyes cannot see, ears can hear, and skin can feel. I hear him, I feel him. You are here, Mr. Valor, because you and I are the luminous ones.
Borges paused and asked me with a trembling voice.
Mr. Valor, you saw him too, didn't you?
The cold shivers that have been accumulating in my lower back rushed up my spinal cord and millions of explosions. Nausea formed a massive ball of air in my throat, and for a moment I struggled to breathe. Desperately trying to cease the thumping inside, I pushed towards out.
I saw him today.
How do you get used to the notion of being a passerby on this earth? Ordinary humans do not have to get used to that, and we have that built-in protection layer, that safety cork in our brain membranes, that separates the realization of being mortal from flooding down upon us. And allows us to breathe the air. It lets us exhibit this extraordinary yet sacred carelessness, a mental block that denies the laws of life on a primitive emotional level, even for the keenest scholars. The indecipherable tetragrammaton is shown to us in every step we take, in every cup of Colombian coffee we sip, in every word of wisdom that we collect from books, in every second we bypass the sinister tick-tock and hear the name of the god being whispered into our ears. And yet, we, humans, turn around and whistle shame, shame, steaming our own self-cognizance, and that, as Senior Borges called it, is the true blessing. Those who possess the name of the divine being are doomed. Knowledge is madness. Knowledge is inexistence. Knowledge of death is worse than death. We sat in this hotel room until early morning. The two luminous and doomed souls. Our casual exchange of words was amplified by the ticking of the clock, and it was strong when I noticed Borges nodding in his sleep. His left hand was still resting on the cane, and his pupils were shuffling behind him, shut eyelids. Borges was dreaming. So must have I. As I was exiting the foyer of the hotel, I hid behind a column and looked around the street. It was empty. Bleak light of street lamps drew strange crossbeams on pavement. Early October leaves were gearing in closed circles like witches around the fire. I was looking around, hoping to not see him. He wasn't there, but he was. I felt his presence not very far from me. Muscat orchards. They resonate inside the echoes of a guitar string heard from a deep alcove, but nothing particular comes to mind. I am trying to shift focus from one object to another. My nomad memories lost in endless labyrinths. You took my memories away from me, didn't you? Wait, mortal. Wait 5 more minutes, and you'll know the answer. I hear in my brain. He's talking to me now. I can see how the long uphill walk is wearing him out. But what are pain and tiredness when you're crossing the finish line? As Borges warned me,
Do not ever come close to them. Do not look straight in the eyes. They will always be near. His watch will be ticking. If he attempts to catch on, run. But he will forever follow. And away he will be like a shadow of you.
And I ran, and he wandered. I evaded. He followed. I came too close. He came too close to me in my hotel room on the second day after a long night at Borgia's quarters. The fool in me still thought that escaping him would be easy as moving into a new flat or checking into a hotel. So I did just that. It was some shabby hotel minutes from my work, where I decided to spend a few nights just to think things through. That evening, I remember every minute of it. It was my first face-to-face encounter with him. My room, B6, was on the basement level. As I stumbled through the dark hotel corridor, trying to find the key to my room, I felt his presence. But my ignorant foolishness dismissed all mental warnings and turned the keys. As the door hinge squeaked, I took my first step into the hotel room. A street-level window was casting two thick yellow streaks of light on the floor carpet. I smelled dust and spiderwebs. He was in my room, sitting on the edge of the bed with a rope in his hand. A thin white blanket was covering his head like a shroud around a statue. I stood up in stupor like a paralyzed insect. An avalanche of sweat gushed from every pore of my body. With hand twisted behind my back, I was fiercely trying to twist the doorknob. He got up from the bed with a groan and took a few steps towards me, hands too sweaty to turn the knob. Open it. Open. He grabbed my wrist. Open. Run. I stretched the corridor of the hotel basement, flashed like random shots of silent movie. Run. B5. B2. B1. Run. Staircase. Up. Exit. Run.
The time is coming. Fernandez, Augusta, Navarro.
A whisper crawled into my ears.
Coming. Coming.
Hissed the wind. I ran until the legs gave in. I fell down somewhere in the outskirts of town, passing out in an alley. I missed rubbish until sunup. My madness had begun. In the days followed by my first face-to-face encounter of Quietus Est, I moved out of my London flat and had some savings, enough to tramp town to town, continent to continent, doing temp jobs here and there, sometimes sleeping on the streets. He was right behind me. Even if I didn't see him for a month, I knew he would soon catch on. It would be only a matter of time for him to pop up somewhere. On the opposite side of the street, the next car over on the subway, or madly prying through shutters and windows in the house across. My attempts to speak to Burgess were futile. How does a blind master live with this curse, I wondered? How does he manage to evade his sinister follower? I had questions, far more than I anticipated, but Senor Borges was already on the other side of the globe. I wrote him letters, but he never replied. I tried calling hotels where he stayed, unavailable. Books I wrote, I bought all of them in attempts to find hidden meanings. What if he had secret messages for me inside his writings? Book of Sale by Dr. Brody's report. I even searched his earlier writings, analyzed every word, pointless, futile. Until 1983, Shakespeare's Memory, his final book, as it turned out to be. It was somewhere in Eastern Europe when I bought the book. Immediately I began my scrupulous study, letter by letter, page by page, analyzing every space and every punctuation sign. That's where I found it. The answer. The answer was the story itself. The story that did not require much study or decryption. All I had to do was read it. I knew I had come to face with Quietus Est like Borges did, but not before having to go through the life of an exile. That's what Borges had intended me to do. Such was his final and only message to me, embodied within that last story. A story written for the public but intended for my eyes only. The story was that of the protagonist receives memories of Shakespeare, memories that overwhelm him, overpowering his own. He forgets modern-day cars and engines, instead remembering faces and names of some distant past, memories he has never known, memories that belong to another man.
Hopefully he'll be like a next shadow of you.
Borges told me that night. Slowly but surely, my shadow was becoming me. That's why I can only vaguely remember you, my childhood home. Him or me, no more running. It ends here. A few more minutes, I say to myself as I look at the watch. There he is. He is out of breath, beaten, tired, and bent by the weight of his own arid body. One last push, old man, and we will meet. I'm hiding behind a rock, his footsteps on gravel and sand. I could tell from any other footsteps in the world, his breathing, wheezing, and crackling. I'm counting to 5. He knows where I am, but he's too tired to take that last step. Let me take that step for you. I am staring at his face, wrinkled like leaves of an ancient scroll.
Time's up, quiet assist.
I am telling him. He is not fighting back, and my Swiss blade finds a comfy spot between his Adam's apple. I'm going to finish him now. Popping sounds are coming out from his flabby throat. What are you trying to tell me, old man? Let me hear your last words. I'm easing the pressure to let him talk, but the sounds that come out are not words, but laughter.
You are confused, he says. You got it all wrong. Let me help you understand.
I'm letting him sit up. He is coughing blood. One wrong move and he's dead. He wipes the blood off his lips and nods in understanding.
All my life I have followed you.
He begins slowly.
It's a miracle I have come this far and lived this long. Ever since I left Cordoba, I was a ticking time bomb. I was diagnosed as suicidal. Doctor after doctor, therapies, specialist, prescription, yoga. I have tried them all. Some helped for a while, and the disease subsided, but then trilled back with a new stronger wave. It's a disease that nests here,
And he points to his head.
forcing me to look for a way to end my own life. It all began in London on the morning when I was sitting on the bench in the middle of that square, feeling the disease gnawing at my brain. The first attempt was in that hotel room B6. I sat on the bed in that dark room for hours with a rope in my hand and a blanket over my head. Death opened the door and stood above me in the darkness of the room. Oh, how I wanted my pain to end, but it was not meant to be. Not then, not there. I had to live on. Ever since that day, it was a cat and mouse game between us. I chased death, and death would always slip away. Till now.
He pauses, rubbing his flabby neck, then points his finger down, avowing continues.
I was born in that house. I remember every moment of my childhood. My parents, my toys, my school. I remember playing hide and seek with my cousins in Muscat Gardens and dozing off to Sunday clergy and at Whitechapel. I remember Eastern rugs being washed on the street in the smell of grapes. My name is Fernandez Augustus Navarro, and you have no true name, but they call you Quietus Est, the one who wonders.
Filaments of scorching infernos have been ignited all over me. A fire sets off inside my eyelids, spreading all over to the all facial pores and trickling down my body.
Lies! Emmett's on lies!
I roar.
Look at me,
He says,
I am old and you, still young and strong as you will always be. You have not aged, now think more. What do you remember of your childhood? Shakespeare, your memories of random sounds and spells are all you have gained from me. Master Borges knew who you were. He cracked you and then he tricked you, made you think you were me. Now it's his way of invading you, by not revealing you the truth until his final breath. Final book, final story. You are the one who wonders. And those memories you have, those are my memories.
And now that I have told you who you really are, you must finally finish me.
I have heard enough of his fibs. I have thrown my knife away. I shall not require any blades to finish him. Hands clenched around his thin neck, I am strangling him. I hear him squeal as the grip tightens. I feel the cracking of neck bones between my thumbs. I see him gulping for air in warm convulsions. He looks peaceful. I sit on his chest and watch his last breath picked up by the wind, carried down a valley to the gardens, passing by the white chapel windows in the house where he grew up. Scorching wind of Andalusia is pouring sunlight onto his face, toying with eyelashes, pounding on cheeks, and gyrating through hair. He must have missed the smell of the valley and ripening softness of muscat fluff glistening in the air. I am rewinding my wristwatch and walking downhill along the wavy trail, my thumbs still sore from killing. I'm taking small steps sideways. Once I reach El Granito Road, I'll hop on the first bus. And from there, I'll travel west or north. Destination will never matter. Anywhere is where the roads take me. Me, the one who wanders. Well, damn! I was not expecting that twist ending. God damn. I like this one. Alright. Alright. Next story. It screams when it doesn't whisper. Written by Simon B. Elsevier. My family has an odd history of tragedy. At least that's what my grandma would always say. It comes in waves and it comes when it wants to, she would honestly say, but we all knew she was superstitious and generally old. According to my mom, she has much strained relationship with her. She had always been eccentric. The only tragedy I vaguely remember myself is the death of my little sister Holly, or Hall, as I would always call her. I was 10 at the time, and I don't recall much. My memory is like an old photograph left out in the rain, distorted, bleeding at the edges, warped in ways I don't understand. I know I was there when it happened, but when I tried to reach back, the details feel wrong, shuffled, like a story someone else told me. And I just learned to repeat it. The more I try to remember, the more uncertain I become. The death of Hull, my mom, and grandma grew even further apart. Grandma kept insisting something about her death wasn't right. She would talk about an evil presence in her worst moments. She would even go as far as throwing accusations against both me and my mom. Having eventually had enough, my mom cut all ties with her. It was the only way we could start grieving properly, she said. For 12 years, we continued as a family and did our best to move on together in what she had always seemed to me. A haunted house that was now just a little shorter on love, a little colder and desolate. For a while, it seemed we were slowly heading in the right direction. That was until my mom started whispering to herself when she thought no one was around. It started a couple years ago initially. My dad and I thought nothing of it when we called her from time to time. She would just brush it aside.
It's nice to talk to a rational person on occasion.
She would chuckle. It honestly didn't seem like any reason to worry. Then one night, I heard her whispering to herself from inside her bedroom. My dad and she hadn't shared a bedroom for a while at that point. Not a person to intrude on other people's personal space, but I heard her whispering my name. It got my attention. So there I stood in the dark upstairs hallway of my parents' house, spying on my mom. I know it might sound weird, but here's the thing. She had been acting strangely for a while now, distant, almost a bit hostile towards me. And I had no idea why. It seemed like she might be angry at me for some unknown reason. We were never any good at actually talking to each other. The less said, the better, could have been the family motto. This felt like an opportunity I had to jump at. I put my ear to the door and listened carefully. She spoke in a low, muffled, and angry whisper. Her voice slithered through the silence, dry, rasping, like dead leaves scraping across pavement. It was extremely hard to hear anything, but here's the gist of what I got.
Julian.
My name.
Doesn't leave was evil fault.
I felt a cold shiver down my spine. As I stood there, my ear pressed against the door. I felt the sneeze coming on at the worst possible time. I tried to kill it, but to no avail. Not long after I heard footsteps approaching the door, I jumped backward and retreated down the stairs as quickly as I could. I was on the bottom stairs in the main hall. I looked up and heard the bedroom door open. Then I saw my mom's face peeking over the stair railing. The light behind her cast features an unnatural shadow, stretching her eyes into dark, bottomless pits. Her mouth was slightly open, just enough to reveal the glint of teeth. For a split second, it didn't even look like her face. It looked like a mask constantly changing shape. If you ever tried staring at your reflection in a mirror in a darkly lit room, squinting slightly, you know what I meant. My stomach tightened. I wasn't sure she couldn't see me in the darkness downstairs, but then she tilted her head just slightly as if she could. It seemed like her eyes were staring straight into mine. I remained motionless, afraid to move, afraid she would notice me. Finally, she retreated into her bedroom. I didn't sleep much that night. My thoughts were all over the place. Why had my mom been whispering angrily to herself about me and home, who was evil? I wanted to confront her on but how could I? I would have to admit spying on her. I had to know more, seeing no other option. I decided to keep spying on her. Only problem was I couldn't hear her properly from outside the bedroom with the door closed. I needed to be in the room. Following nights I would hide in my mom's bedroom under her bed. It felt wrong. It truly did, but I had to know what she was whispering to herself about. Confronting her was not an option. On the fourth night, it happened. I was lying tucked, well, trapped, really, under the bed when the low, angry, growling whisper began filling the room. I had never heard of a whisper so full of rage before. It was a whisper stretched too thin, trembling on the side of something far worse. The words dripped with quiet, seething fury, like they had been torn from deep within her.
They never mention you. They all forgot. I'm the only one who cares. The only one who ever cared.
The whisper crept into the room and seemed to speak from the walls. I didn't know until then how terrifying and angry a person can sound while whispering. I couldn't believe this sound came from my mom.
There's something wrong with Julian. There's always something wrong with him. I wish you could tell me how you feel. Tell me what you think.
If I felt an intense fear and unease mixed with sadness, was this what my mom had always thought of me? That something was wrong with me? Why did it seem like the last sentence she spoke had been directed to someone else in the room with her? I tried to keep myself composed. I couldn't have her discover me now, creeping under the bed. It became nearly impossible for me with a second whisper, which I knew wasn't my mom, suddenly appeared.
Something must be done about Julian. He must be punished.
Pitch was all wrong, high and thin with childish undertones.
Oh, well, I fucked that up. Hold on. Nothing must be wrong about Julian. He must be punished.
Pitch was all wrong, high and thin. With childish undertones, it wavered between something innocent and something utterly unnatural, twisting and twitching with a jagged, broken quality that sent a shiver down my spine. To my horror, I realized that somewhere in my angry, resentful pitch, there were traces of Hall's voice. At first, I thought it was an echo, a trick of the mind, but then I heard it. The way she used to say my name, Julian. She never was able to pronounce the J part. There was no warmth or innocence left in it, just anger or something else. Hurt, perhaps, or disappointment.
He must be punished.
Hall's whisper seemed to come from the right beside me now. I covered my mouth and started sobbing. I couldn't help it. Hearing Hall's voice again, speaking those words, I never really believed in ghosts, demons, or any of the things my grandma seemed to believe in. And yet, how could I explain this?
I'm sure he gets what he deserves, Hall.
I was in a state of shock. I could hardly believe what I was hearing. My mom was whispering to my dead sister, and they both seemed to hate me for some reason. And it completely escaped me. I know I probably wasn't always the best brother or the best son. Heck, there are a lot of things about me I don't like. But did I deserve their hatred, their anger? Maybe I did. Suddenly, the whispers stopped, and I could hear my mom moving about in the room, as she heard me sobbing. For what seemed like agonizing hours, I held my breath until the light was turned off. My mom went to bed. I waited until I was sure she was asleep and crept out from under the bed as quietly as possible. I opened the door, but just as I was about to close it behind me, I heard her.
Julian, is that you?
I was caught. I slowly turned around. She was sitting up in the bed, bathed in darkness. I could barely see her expression. Yet it seemed to be judging me.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mom. I
had no words, nothing to explain why I was suddenly standing there.
Is everything okay?
Her voice sounded tired and angry. I shifted back and forth on my feet nervously.
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you. It's nothing. We can talk about it tomorrow.
Reeling, I had time to come up with an excuse. Hopefully she hadn't seen me crawl out from under her bed.
It's late, Julian. You should get some sleep.
I nodded.
Good night.
I closed the door and instantly felt a panic attack coming on, like a fabric of my soul was being torn into. The following morning was awkward, to say the least. My mom would casually ask why I had been in her bedroom that night before, and all I could muster was,
I wanted to ask you if I could borrow the car today.
She sighed. I sensed she didn't believe me.
Sure, honey. Just don't take too long. I need it by tonight.
I nodded silently. My mom then said, looking up from her book,
Are you sure there's nothing else you want to talk about? You know you can always talk to me, right?
Her voice was calm, but there was an edge to it. The sharpness felt misplaced. Her gaze lingered a second too long, making my skin crawl. My dad took notice of the tension and shifted uncomfortably in his chair.
No, Mom, really, I just need to buy the car.
She held my gaze for an excruciatingly long time before she spoke.
You know, you've been acting strange lately.
I almost choked on my coffee. I've been acting strange lately. I felt a strong urge to confront her about everything I heard, about the whispers, all of it. But then I realized how insane it would have sounded. My dead sister and my mom whispering to each other. My dad would take her side, surely. Might even send me away to some institution. Was that their goal? I felt like a moth pinned to a board under her stare, squirming under the weight of her unspoken accusations.
I've been stressed lately,
I said finally. I still have trouble finding a job. It wears me out a little. Her face was unreadable, but it felt like she was smirking behind her neutral gaze, like she was taking joy in the fact that I was struggling to get my life together.
Sure, I understand. But please don't feel like a failure. Everyone falls on hard times.
Her voice seemed condescending, spiteful. I got up and left.
I never said I felt like a failure.
She sighed, and I left the uncomfortable conversation behind. I had retreated down to the basement, to my bedroom, to think it all over. I couldn't risk spying on her again, but I couldn't just wait for whatever horrifying plan they had in store for me. Whatever punishment they felt I deserved, something was very, very wrong. It felt if it with every inch of my being. Just then, I thought about my grandmother's warnings. I remember how my mom had cut her off, written her off as a superstitious oddball, considering everything. It now seemed I might do well listening to her for once. I had already gotten permission to borrow the car, so I decided to go see her. Grandma lived on the other side of town, in a parcel house. Her front yard was overgrown with weeds. She had gotten too old to tend to it herself and had no one else to do it for her. I felt bad. My mom decided to cut her off, yet the rest of us followed her lead without much question. It had been years since I visited her. When I rang the bell, a sudden rush of nostalgia came over me as I heard the tune playing.
Oh, oh, when the saints go marching in.
I remembered then, despite her oddities, how much I enjoyed spending time with her before Hole died. She invited me in with a smile on her face. If she was angry with me for not visiting more, it didn't show. The state of the house was in a similar decrepit condition as her front yard. Boxes, trinkets, old souvenirs, and religious and occult objects flooded the place. The air inside was heavy, tinged with a faint metallic scent of old coins and something sour that I couldn't place. Shadows seemed to pull in the corners of her living room, too deep for the weak light to penetrate. I suddenly felt watched from the darkness. I sat not knowing what to say, but it seemed she knew better than me.
Good idea.
I sighed. We exchanged a few trivial words before I mustered up the strength to ask.
You said this family had a history of tragedy, like some kind of curse.
She nodded.
Your mom and I never saw eye to eye on that. She wouldn't hear it. I suppose she thought I was a superstitious old hag.
She chuckled, but her eyes betrayed her.
Maybe I am, but we are who we are.
I looked around at the strange symbols and objects that hung on our walls.
Can you tell me about it?
Her eyes lit up, as if she'd been waiting for someone to ask her, yet she seemed worried too.
Julian, dear, is something wrong?
I paused.
I think I'm cursed. I haven't been feeling alright lately. Something's wrong.
She looked at me, concerned, fearful.
It's found you, hasn't it?
She whispered, almost as if the words themselves could summon something from the shadows. I swear it felt like the whispers are now inside my head, echoing and bouncing off the walls of my skull.
You're not getting away. You're not getting away. She can't help you.
They grew louder, overlapping and swirling together until they became a cacophony of taunts. Words I couldn't fully grasp burrowed in my mind like claws. I did my best to ignore it.
What is it?
Grandma sighed.
Something as old as time, I suppose. It causes trouble and tragedy wherever it goes, breaking you down slowly. It wants to be with you, wants you to think it's you.
I felt uneasy in my entire body.
I don't understand. That makes no sense.
She placed a hand on my shoulder.
Everyone has to find out for themselves before it's too late. It took your uncle before that. It took your grandfather. Even before that, accidents, deaths, tragedy.
I felt more confused than ever.
Didn't my uncle take his own life?
Grandma interrupted.
It made him do it. It whispered in his ears. That's what it does, you know. It whispers when it doesn't scream. Your uncle didn't just take his own life.
Grandma said, her voice dropping to a whisper.
He was hollowed out, like something had scooped out his will and left him an empty shell.
I had to come looking for answers, but I was left more confused than ever.
Why does he use my sister's voice? I don't understand.
She looked at me with a weary weight of a lifetime's knowledge.
Only you know the answer to that. I can't help you fight it. I can't take you on this journey. I can only show you the door. It knows you, and it will use that against you. It knows your fears, your insecurities. It'll take everything you love and turn it into something ugly. Once you're weak enough, it'll come for you, come to finish you off.
She got up and started going through some old stuff. She found what it looked like a wooden trinket, a circle with strange markings on it. She handed me the carved circle.
Wear this.
She said, her voice trembling.
It'll help, but remember, this can't save you. Only you can do that.
I was floored.
How do you find something like that?
Look, my hand.
You know, look into yourself, and you'll know.
Her touch brought me back in time. Home was there. We were playing hide and seek in Grandma's house. It was just before Christmas, and the smell of cinnamon was everywhere. I had searched for what felt like hours. Suddenly, I heard a wailing. I followed the sound until I found her in the playhouse out in Grandma's backyard. She had accidentally locked herself inside.
You didn't find me. I thought you left me. I thought.
Just like that, I was back in the room with Grandma. I felt tears welling up.
I can't do this alone. Ever since Hall died. Oh wait, wrong place. I can't do this alone. Ever since Hall died, things have. Mom hates me. She whispers terrible things about me. Dad doesn't even seem to care enough to hate me.
Grandma shook her head.
You can and you will. You are not alone. But this one thing you must do alone. You must look into yourself as you confront it, and you must confront it. There is no escape. There is no running away. It will come for you again and again until it comes one last time.
I was on the verge of giving up.
I don't know how to do that. I don't even know where to begin.
She gently grabbed my shoulder.
You've forgotten so much, haven't you? I can't help you see it, but maybe I can show you the way. Look in your parents' attic. There's a yellow faded box up there. Find it. And maybe it'll help you remember. Help you see what you need to see.
I felt defeated, hopeless, yet still determined to keep fighting. As I got up, I stopped for a moment.
Grandma, what really happened between you and Mom? Why don't you talk?
She looked at me. Her eyes were old and tired.
We both said things we shouldn't have said. Your mom and I, we're very different, dear. People have handle tragedy differently.
I nodded and headed for the door.
Julian, dear,
I stopped.
remember what I said.
When I arrived back at my parents' house, the sun was still high. It was the afternoon, and I knew they wouldn't be home for at least a couple hours. I had time. My grandma had wanted me to find something in the attic. She'd been cryptic as always, but the weight of her words stayed with me.
Maybe it'll help you remember, help you see what you need to see.
I found a wooden ladder tucked neatly in the closet, just where it had always been. The hatch to the attic groaned as I pulled it down, the sound carrying through the empty house. As I climbed, each step felt heavier than the last. I tried to brace myself for what I might find. The attic was unchanged, standing exactly as it had done with home I used to play hide and seek here, dusty, old, and shrouded in an eerie stillness that seemed to press against my chest. The wooden beams overhead cast long shadows in the dim light, filtering through the lone window. The floorboards cracked beneath my weight, sounding fragile as if they might give way at any moment. The air was thick with rot and dust, a stale, suffocating aroma that crawled into my throat and refused to leave.
Look for a yellow faded box.
Grandma had said. I scanned a cluttered space and spotted a pile of boxes beneath a tattered blanket. Fabric looked rough and grimy, like it had been abandoned time. My hands brushed over the rough texture as I peeled it back, and there it was, a large faded yellow box. Scribbled on the side were the names, Julian and Holly. My stomach sank. With trembling hands, I lifted the lid. The stale scent of old cardboard hit me immediately, and for a moment I hesitated, half expecting something terrible to leap out at me. But all that greeted me were toys, faded drawings, and an old photo album. My chest loosened in relief, but the unease lingered. I sifted through the contents, each item dragging me back through memories and feelings I thought I had buried long ago. There was Leo, Hall's favorite stuffed white tiger. She adored him, carrying him everywhere, playing with him for hours. I'd been jealous and becoming because of me. Leo now wore an eye patch that my mom had lovingly sewn. His white fur was matted and gray with age. The little patch still crooked. Holding it now, I felt the sting like a knife in my side. It wasn't just a toy. It had been her toy, and I scarred it. Scarred it. Was it like that? Did it have trouble controlling my emotions? Did I take it out on home? I was a kid, I whispered aloud, trying to rationalize it, but the thought turned sour. Something shifted in the air, the barely perceptible sound whispers carried by the attic's stale breath. Now excuse. The words coiled around me, soft at first, then louder, crashing into a rising crescendo. No excuse. I shook my head, desperate to quiet them. I hummed a tune I barely remembered, a childhood melody that brought me a sliver of comfort. Beneath the toys were drawings, mine mostly. Memories of afternoons spent with crayons and markers came flooding back, and I also drawn things for home. I had remembered.
Yummy tigers and rainbows and sunflowers,
She'd say with wide eyes, and I obliged. For her, words on my drawings said. The ones with tigers, rainbows, and sunflowers. Crudely drawn tigers playing under rainbows, wobbly sunflower stretched tail, under bright blue skies, but not all the drawings were like that. The others, ones I made just for me, were different. I flipped through them, a familiar unease returning. Grandma's voice echoed in my mind.
So many of your drawings have ghosts in them.
She wasn't wrong. I had noticed it as a child, but now, staring at the crude figures, I couldn't deny it. One drawing caught my eye. A family portrait of stick figures, all of us together, except I draw myself twice. One version of me stood with the other, smiling. The second, it was scrawled in red, thick and angry, overlapping lines slashed across the page like open wounds. The whispers came back closer this time.
Always broken, always evil.
I dropped the drawing in my hands, trembling. What had Grandma wanted me to see? What had she hoped I'd remember? The ghosts in the drawings weren't just stick figures. They were hollow-eyed, monstrous things. Their smiles stretched too wide, jagged mouths curling unnaturally across their faces. Why did I draw these things? I slipped into another drawing, a grotesque scene of a monster killing a man. Below it, in a child's scrawl, I had written,
It's fun to murder.
I shook my head, trying to dismiss it, just a kid with vivid imagination. It didn't mean anything, right? That old horror movie, the one that had given me nightmares, had probably inspired me. The one that the murderer stole, Child's Play, I think it was called. But the whispers disagreed.
Your show.
They hissed, their voices wrapped around me, overlapping with a maddening chorus that rose from every shadow in the attic.
You are always broken, dark and twisted. Oh, she suffered because of you. No!
I screamed, clamping my hands over my ears. I started humming the tune of All, and I used to sing together, trying to drown out the voices, but it didn't help. They weren't coming from the attic. They were inside my head. I stood up and raised my voice and tried to push them away.
I'm a good person. I'll never hurt my sister.
The whispers hissed at me angrily. The words I hardly denied.
Evil people don't know they are evil.
I dropped to my knees, lost and defeated. This couldn't be what Grandma wanted me to see. Did she set me up, or was she in it on it all? Anger gnawed at my soul like rats chewing through rotting wood.
Keep going.
The voice commanded louder and sharper than the rest. It cut through the noise like a knife. I obeyed. I opened a photo album, flipping through the pages, old faded Polaroids bleached by time. There we were, Hull and me, side by side, in nearly every photo. I hadn't looked at these in years, as if seeing her face would bring back something I'd rather leave behind. She smiled at me now from the old, faded Polaroid, one of the last taken of her and me before she died. Forever 8 years old, sitting next to me in our parents' old storage space, where we kept all the Christmas decorations, where we used to play. Her expression haunted me, something about the way she sat slightly too far away from me, as if something had spooked her. The whispers grew louder, their words like daggers.
Yes, yes, yes. She was scared of you, scared of you. No!
I yelled, my voice shaking as I almost slammed the album shut. Then my eyes caught another Polaroid. It was of me and Hall in our parents' garden, standing beneath two towering sunflowers, our smiling faces beaming innocent, unrestrained joy.
Tall sunflowers.
Small voice echoed in my head, faint and almost drowned by the whispers. My mom once told me that, to a child, the world feels vast, mysterious, and full of adventure. Something is new, everything begs to be explored. I see no leaf can hold an entire universe. Most of us forget what it's like, but I remember now. In our garden, Paul and I saw our jungle. Flowers, weeds, and trees became enchanted kingdoms. We were explorers, greeting every creature like an old friend, gazing up at the sunflowers that seemed to stretch into the bright blue sky. I remember the first time Hall saw a rainbow. We were lying on the grass, rain lightly falling around us. We didn't have a care in the world, just enjoying the calmness of the moment. Her eyes lit up with wonder as she tugged on my shirt.
What's that pretty thing in the sky?
She asked and pointed.
That's a rainbow, huh?
I told her. She dragged me around the rest of the day trying to chase it down. It seemed to me we almost caught it. One lazy summer day, so we would play this game. Between one of us was a big, hungry tiger chasing the other through the garden. I remember the rush of weaving through the bushes, leaves slightly brushing against my skin, branches snapping back as I tore ahead. My heart pounded not with fear, but with the wild thrill of the chase. Behind me, Hall was gaining. Her playful growls blending with the rustling of the wind. She was the tiger, fierce and relentless. I ran until my lungs burned. I ran until her tiny hands finally caught my shirt, and we tumbled into the grass, breathless and laughing. The world around us was nothing but sunlight, tangled limbs, and the echo of our joy. After she died, the garden changed. It looked the same, but felt different, empty of something essential, accompanied by something monstrous. What once was a jungle of wonder, a kaleidoscope of greens, yellows, and reds and purples bursting with life, now seemed to be a fading, lifeless version of its former self. The leaves seemed dull, their edges curling inward like clawed hands. The sunflowers loomed less like gentle giants, and more like towering sentinels, guarding something sinister and forgotten. As I sat in the dim attic, the old Polaroid trembling in my hands, the dusty, heavy air felt thick with memories, my fingers traced with faded edges, and suddenly I was back in the garden, back inside a memory. The last time I ever ran through our garden, our jungle. I was 14, chasing a feeling, desperate to recapture something lost. I sprinted through the overgrown weeds and tangled bushes, my breath hitching, my pulse hammering like it used to. I imagined Hole behind me, her laughter ringing through leaves, her playful growls close at my heels. Her flame moment the magic sparked to life again. Then I heard it, branches cracking behind me, bushes being trampled through, the laughter coupled with growling. Her laughter, her growling, only wasn't. It sounded wrong, like a deliberately bad imitation, a wailing, painful laughter devoid of joy or innocence, an angry, guttural growl. I stopped and glanced over my shoulder, and that's when I saw her, pale, ghostly, slightly obscured through the weeds and bushes. Her eyes, those dead, accusing eyes, stared straight at me. Eyes that had closed forever and been buried years ago. I froze, paralyzed by fear, as she slowly crept out from the shadow of the bushes. She crawled on all fours like she used to, pretending to be a tiger. Only this time her movements were predatory, deliberate, menacing. Her limbs broken, twisted as they had been the day she died. Jerked unnaturally with every step. Like a marionette controlled by unseen strings, the growling deepened, layered with something that didn't belong to her small frame. Her face, once so full of life, was now pale and contorted with hatred. The light that danced in her eyes during our childhood adventures was gone, replaced by an empty, seething darkness. Her lips twisted into a wicked, unnatural smile that stretched too far wide, splitting her pale face like a gash, jagged, dirty teeth. Too many to count, filled a mouth that seemed to grow larger and longer. Its eyes stared. Her bright blue eyes turned to black pits, glinting with an otherworldly hate that seemed to pierce my very soul.
Don't you want to play anymore?
Her voice was guttural and hideous growl that rumbled from deep inside her throat. I turned and ran. I ran like I'd never done before. My chest burned, my heart pounded, but I didn't dare stop. There would be no giggling or collapsing in fits of laughter this time. If she caught me, I knew it wouldn't end with joy. Behind me, I heard her half wailing, half growling. A rising crescendo of fury. Her voice rang out, a guttural howl that sent shivers down my spine. It's your fault, it's your fault, and now you leave me here alone. Her words tore through the air, sharp and ragged, like 1,000 nails scraping against bone. The sounds vibrated in my skull, drilling into my thoughts. Branches whipped at my face, cutting my skin as I ran. The air around me felt thick and heavy, carrying an acrid scent of decay. My lungs burned as I gasped for breath, pushing my legs harder than I ever thought possible. The cracking of branches behind me grew louder. Her howling was closer now. I was certain she'd catch me. I screamed, the sound ripping from my throat, raw and desperate. Somewhere in the distance, I heard a voice calling out. A lifeline. I burst out of bushes and into the open, a strong arms wrapped around me. I thrashed wildly, convinced she caught me. It wasn't until I felt the familiar warmth of my mom's embrace, and I realized I was safe. I buried my face into her chest, sobbing uncontrollably. She held me tightly, rubbing my back in silent comfort. What happened? She asked softly, but I couldn't possibly begin to explain. No more words were said about it. We were never good at talking in my family. As I glanced back, tears burned, blurring my vision. I saw her, half hidden in the bushes. Her pale, ghoulish face stared at me with those empty, hateful eyes. That smile, God, that smile was still there, carved into her face like a cruel scar. And she always been there, watching me through the years, through my lonely, siblingless childhood. Always one step behind, waiting for the right moment to strike. No, this wasn't her. It couldn't be. This was something else, something monstrous. This was the it Grandma had warned me about. How could I fight something that when I didn't even know what it was, what it wanted? I know I wasn't the best brother. I know I've screwed up then and now. Could never be like her. Perfect Holly. I wasn't there for her when she needed me most. Maybe I was even to blame for what happened to her. Is that what it wanted me to admit? What would that bring me peace? I couldn't tell where the whispers ended. My own thoughts began. They echoed in my mind, relentless and accusing. I took the Polaroid of Hall, me and the sunflowers. I took the drawings I made for her too. I held on to the memories of running through the bushes, of laughter and childhood wonder. I didn't know what was coming, but I needed those memories. I needed them close. Next day after my trip to the attic, I paced around my bedroom in my basement, trying to figure out how to proceed. I could hear the whispers again, coiled around my thoughts, squeezing the clarity out of my mind. Had they always been there, just beneath the surface, waiting to be heard? Each word felt like it belonged to someone else, someone who knew something I didn't. Something is wrong with you, they hissed. Maybe they were right. Something was out to get me, I knew that much, and it was conspiring with my mom, turning her against me. My thoughts were interrupted, disturbed by her presence. Julian, did you forget to put gas in the car? I jumped up in surprise. I guess I did, Mom. Can you knock before you barge in? She looked at me with condescending expression. You wouldn't have this problem if you found your own place, you know. Her voice was sharp and desperate, as if worn down by years of frustration. And there was something else now, a strange undertone, something that didn't belong to her. I looked at her uneasily. I'm trying things out. She sighed, changed the subject.
Jillian, did you go to the attic?
I froze. I was about to lie, but realized she wouldn't be asking this question if she didn't already know the answer.
Yes, I was just going through some old stuff and
She interrupted.
you and Holly's old stuff, I know. You should put things back where they belong if you're gonna go digging through it all. And please put the ladder back in the closet next time.
My entire body tensed up. Her demeanor seemed almost threatening. Something behind her eyes glaring at me menacingly.
I'm sorry, I guess I forgot.
She sighed again, turning to me, turned to leave, but then stopped as if contemplating something. She turned to face me again.
How are you going through this stuff anyway, Jillian? We really need to talk about your behavior lately.
New whispers crept around my childhood bedroom, closing in and surrounding me.
She knows what you are. She knows what you are. Broken, twisted, evil. Won't be long now, won't be long.
I took a step back.
I just wanted to look at it. Something wrong with that. There's nothing to talk about.
She looked at me suspiciously for an uncomfortably long time.
This can't go on.
She finally said and left. Same night as I went upstairs to get a drink from the kitchen, I heard my parents talking inside the living room. Stayed as quiet as I could, trying to listen in. Eventually, as I knew it would, their conversation landed to me. He's always been like this, I heard my dad say. My mom's voice was muffled, but I got the gist of her response.
We need to deal with him. We can't ignore this. Something is wrong with him. I'm afraid of what he might do if we don't react soon.
My veins turned to ice as I heard my dad agreeing with her. Whispers crept around me again, mocking me with their evil taunts.
No help from Daddy. No help at all.
Thing that turned what was left of my family against me now. I felt more alone than ever before as I went downstairs that night. After shifting and turning restlessly in my bed for hours, I fell into an uneasy sleep. When I woke the next morning, still sleeping droopy-eyed, I saw something that terrified me beyond comprehension. My mom was watching me through the crack of a slightly open door to my bedroom. I didn't hear her footsteps. She just appeared. Her face was half shadowed in a doorframe. Her eyes, those eyes so far removed from the softness I once knew, they burned into something darker, something old and sinister. Her mouth stretched into a half smile, a twisted smile that didn't reach her eyes. I buried my face into my pillow. I couldn't take this much longer. How much was this thing going to torture me before it finally finished me off? I stayed away from my parents the entire day. I wandered the woods behind our house, trying to muster up whatever strength was left in me. I went through everything, the whispers, my mom's strange and hostile behavior, soul's apparition, grandma's warnings, memories of joyful childhood innocence broken into pieces. The confusion rose within me like a storm of muddled feelings. Thoughts and memories all blending together. I knew something was drawing closer. I knew it wouldn't be long. The beginning of the end happened later that night. I heard my mom's voice calling from her bedroom.
Jillian, I need you here. Now.
She sounded slightly commanding. I felt almost hypnotized, and my legs started walking toward the bedroom door, even though a voice in the back of my mind told me not to go. Was this really her? Could I be sure anymore? I opened the door. Darkness greeted me. I shuddered and instantly reached for the light switch. The room was empty. Unease and dread filled me as I closed the door. I got halfway down the stairs when I heard her calling out again.
Jillian, get in here. You and I need to talk.
My voice now sounded much sterner than it had before, like a mom scolding a young child. Yet I wasn't a child anymore. That voice surely couldn't belong to my mom. I continued down the stairs when a voice yelled out so loud. It rattled the very bones of the house.
Julian, don't think you can get away, young man. You are in big trouble.
I darted down the stairs as fast as I could. I searched for my mom around the empty, haunted rooms of my childhood home. My intense need for her at that moment, my real mom, not whatever had screamed at me from the bedroom or whispered about me in the middle of the night. She was nowhere to be found. Then it dawned on me. I had entered the small storage room in the back of the bedroom. I dreaded thinking of why she would be sitting there, yelling at for me to join her. She wasn't well. This wasn't her. It couldn't be. The thing had possessed her. Then I remembered my grandma's words.
You have to confront it. There's no escape.
I went upstairs into my mom's bedroom once again. There's no escape. I couldn't let it tear me apart. Tear my family apart without at least putting up a fight. I looked at the small door to the storage room. Paul and I spent so much time in there, our favorite hiding spot. We'd decorate the place with the Christmas ornaments my mom stored there. Christmas
in July.
We laughed and giggled until our stomachs hurt. My mom wasn't a fan of the mess we'd sometimes make, but we loved it. The door now seemed like a gateway into my childhood, beckoning me home. I didn't expect to find any cheerful laughter or Christmas decorations adorning the place, but I had to confront it. I patted my pocket. The Polaroid and the crumbled drawings were still in there. With a heavy sigh, I slowly opened the door, ready to put an end to this once and for all. Ready to find the truth, whatever it was. The light in the storage space hasn't worked properly for some time now. Only the middle section was lit up by a weak bulb that didn't provide much light. It left the far end of the total darkness. I gathered myself and called out.
I don't know where you are. Maybe some kind of demon, but
A low, hissing voice slithered out from the darkness. A twisted mix of my mom's cold tone, almost childish plea, and something darker beneath. The words oozed like poison. Each syllable looked unnatural.
Shame and Julian. Such little imagination. When I am done with you, you'll wish I was a demon.
My voice fractured, cracking like glass. But I heard them all. Mom's reprimand, Paul's laugh, Dad's distant hum, his indifference blending into some monstrous entity. I felt something primal rise within me. Despite my fear, another feeling now took over. Anger. Anger because I had no idea what I've ever done to deserve this. I called out again.
I'm done running from you, whatever you are.
Chill went down every fiber of my being. The face emerged from the crawl space, dimly lit. Was that grotesque, horrifying insult to everything I remember about Hall. Her eyes had been blue, but not this blue. Not this unnaturally bright, icy blue. So bright they were almost white.
Alright. I'll be right back, Danger Noddles. To finish the story, I have to go get the bus stop. I'll be back. Great, sorry about that. I am so mad. I don't know how long I wasn't reading. I'll have to reread. I'll have to go through the stream and see when I wasn't reading the story and do a recording later. God damn it. I'm so mad. I hate it when OBS fucking mutes me for no reason. Alright. Let's keep going. I hate it. I hate my fucking OBS. Alright. Next story. I investigate disturbing cases. Here are my stories. Voices from Nature. Written by Brian A. Young.
There are a few careers with the same considerations as police work. Not only are we in a position to make life-changing choices, but we also have to live with the consequences of those choices forever. Many people struggle to handle that. Time and time again, we see what happens when people who are clearly unprepared are forced to navigate intense situations. It leads in tragedy. You must come to grips with the fact that you will make decisions that stick with you forever. And those decisions add up, sometimes quickly. As the years go on, you have to determine when enough's enough. But it's not just the choices you make for others that matter. It's the ones you make for yourself that can be just as impactful. Detective Josh and I were sitting across from the chief in his office. The two of us being together had become commonplace over the past few months. In retrospect, despite being the most trusted officers, it was probably still bizarre for him to see us getting along. After the events involving the hammerhead creatures, Josh and I really got to know each other on a human level. From there, our connection took off. Looking back, it's interesting how trauma brings people together. So, the chief began. You two are going to be gone for the week, correct?
Yep.
Josh responded.
Up north at that cabin, just like we talked about.
He eyed us for a moment, chewing on his toothpick. While leaning back in his chair, he turned to me. Smith, do you know the family that went missing up the same woods your cabin is located in? Typical nuclear family taking grandparents out for a camping weekend. This question caught me off guard.
No. I don't believe I've heard that specifically. But I'm sure a lot of people go missing in the woods every year, don't they?
He nodded. They do. This specific family is intriguing, though. See, they knew the woods. Father is a former ranger, and mother's a wildlife biologist. Grandparents had backgrounds in botany. Hell, even the kids were involved in the scouts. If anyone would have survived the camping trip gone awry, it would have been them. At any rate, the number of people who have been disappeared up there has been more than alarming. Turning to face Josh, he asked, Josh, do you know Sheriff Glado Cartagena, right?
Yes, sir. She replied. One of the best sheriffs I've been around.
Indeed he is, the chief said. As luck would have it, he has jurisdiction over where your cabin is located.
I thought it might help him out if you did a little digging while you two were up there. Not a full-blown investigation, of course. I mean, ask some questions where you can and report back any normal abnormal findings. I I tried my best not to show it, but I was getting incredibly frustrated with the chief. We were we were about to go on vacation to get away from the insanity of police work and monsters, and yet he wanted to use our free time for more investigations.
Wait,
I interjected, with all due respect.
if it's Sheriff Cartagena jurisdictions, then it's his business, isn't it? Not only do we have no authority in the area, but it's really not our job to solve their issues. His people should be looking into this. It's a massive concern. Why not just close off the fools?
I couldn't tell if his look on the chief's face was one of annoyance or respect regarding my challenge. He took out his toothpick and making a motion as if he was blowing out non-existent smoke. It's impossible to seal off hundreds of square miles of land. People will find a way into the woods regardless. I understand where you're coming from, Smith, but trust me, Sheriff Cartagena has handled the disappearance the best as possible. People are still doing regular patrols and exhausting every lead. I know it's not your job, and you aren't required to do this, but he figured some eyes and ears from outside might help. I'd appreciate the cooperation.
I would have told that we would rather enjoy the break, but Josh got out in front of me and promised that we'd ask a couple of questions to the locals and keep an eye out. After leaving his office, I informed her that I wasn't too pleased on how that went down. Josh apologized and said that we'd keep the police work to a minimum. As much as she wanted to please the chief, she also wanted to enjoy the time we had. She made a promise that this minor inconvenience wouldn't get in the way with that. Reluctantly, I decided to go along with it. A week passed and we were finally on our way. The car ride up north might have been one of the best parts of the trip. My worries about our vacation return into work melted away when we were deep in conversation, laughter, and rapping along to Odyssey and Tupac. After about 4 or 5 hours of driving, she pulled into a diner in a small town. As soon as we walked in, it was evident that we stuck out. Every pair of eyes in the restaurant had turned to us. I tried to give a friendly wave to a family sitting across from us, but they simply gave me a nasty look and turned back to their food. Slightly offended, I figured it was best to ultimately try and ignore it. Luckily, we didn't get hassled much as we ate, paid, and walked out. That is until we caught a man in an apron mattering our car.
Hey,
I yelled from across the parking lot.
something interesting about that to you?
The man turned around and gave a warm smile. His apron had the name of a diner on the front. His name tag read Ariel Atias, head chef. "Oh, hey guys," he said kindly while walking over to us. He extended his hand and cautiously shook it.
A little casual for someone casing our car.
Josh said, crossing her arms. He looked at the car momentarily before looking back at us and waving it off.
I swear, it's nothing. I swear it's nothing. Just a really nice ride. You don't see too many cars that look like that out here. So while on break, I just wanted to take a closer look. In fact, neither of you really look like you're from around here. I take it you're visiting.
Uh-huh, I replied.
Look, if this is some kind of ploy to slash your tires and take us off to some Borska in the middle of the mountains where you have a bunch of other people tied up, I just want to let you know, we carry guns.
He laughed at my scenario.
I'm not sure what a Borska is, but you have quite the imagination, honestly, being up from north. I'm not really for violence. I try to bring that Canadian friendliness to my restaurant here.
And your patrons?
Josh asked.
They don't seem too friendly.
Ariel shrugged.
It's not that they're friendly. Not friendly. We've been having a lot of issues as of late. We say how much they loved our food and talking to the townspeople. They always come back on their way out of town. Hasn't happened a single time this year. And now when new people come in, they're just a bit of morbid curiosity, I guess you could say.
I've heard about those disappearances, I replied. You know anything about them? He shook his head.
Sorry, honestly, I wish I did. Everyone in town is generally afraid to even step foot in the woods. We've come up with a saying, the trees watch you, so take that as you will.
He laughed nervously.
Anyway, I'm Rappler. Just hoping you guys stay safe out there.
With that, he walked back inside the diner. As ominous as the parting message was, he provided a little insight. Still, when I looked over at Josh, I could see she was lost in thought, much in the same way I was whenever I got a new case. I asked if she was okay. She insisted she was not fine. Not wanting to dwell too much on the encounter, we made our move to leave. As soon as we got into the car, a text message popped up on our phone. One from the chief, and it read,
Dr. Sheriff caught Gardner today. The family of a backpacker reported that she never returned home. The kid was only 18. We need to figure this out.
A loud groan escaped me. Of course, I wanted to help, but it felt as though that very atmosphere was shifting with every mile we drove, placing us deeper and deeper into a situation we didn't want to go there to deal with. It was supposed to be a fun getaway. It was quickly becoming something much more sinister. Frustrated with how things were going, I didn't say much as we drove along. Picking up on a challenging move, Josh made a hard right at the next intersection out of nowhere. According to my directions, we weren't heading the right way. When I tried to bring this up, she shushed me and commented that she
Didn't want to ruin the surprise.
30 minutes later, we pulled up to a medium-sized house at the edge of the woods, and Josh was telling me to get out. The unkept plants growing in and around the structure exasperated an already rustic look. Confused, I asked what exactly we were doing there as I stepped inside. She met me on my side of the car, and with a giant smile on her face, said,
We're gonna get drunk and hear some fun stories.
"Yeah," I asked.
Am I missing something? Am I supposed to go to the cabin?
Josh laughed. She walked up the door and knocked.
Good. Trust me. This guy's a close family friend. I visited him every time I came up here since I was a kid.
Still puzzled, I looked at her with raised eyebrow, crossed arms.
I mean, I'm up for it,
But it seems a little bit out of blue, doesn't it? Before answering my question, she knocked again at the door.
Sure, but Mr. Oak is a really fun guy. He tells fantastic stories. And since he's a former bartender, he makes the best drinks. I thought we could stay here, make a few drinks, and have some fun. Maybe get back on the road tomorrow since we've been driving all day.
That's if he opens up the sentry, I quit. A brief look of concern crossed her face. When she began to knock again, the door creaked open before her knuckles could even touch the wood. But the person on the other side certainly wasn't an older man Josh had described. The woman looking back at us seemed to be in her mid-20s. Her hair was pulled back in a ponytail, but she had her eyes of someone who hadn't slept in a while. Immediately, Josh went into cop and reached for a gun that wasn't there before hitting the woman with a barrage of questions, most notably,
Who are you, and why are you in Mr. Oak's home?
completely unfazed by the confrontation. The woman yawned, nonchalantly replied,
I'm on the area. Granddad hasn't been here since the beginning of the year. I just keep an eye on the place.
Realizing she was merely a relative, Josh allowed her body to relax, but something in her tone insinuated, and she still didn't trust his supposed granddaughter.
Ow.
She said, bringing her hands to her hips.
Sorry to scare you. I'm a family friend. I wasn't aware Mr. Oak had gone. You said Since the beginning of the year? Do you know when exactly he left?
Amelia thought for a moment and gave a half-hearted.
February?
Couldn't have been much later than that.
But couldn't have been much later than that. He left a note saying he was gonna do a lot of traveling.
John considered this for a moment. Josh considered this for a moment and motioned for me to come towards them.
Interesting. Do you know where your grandfather is now?
She shook her head.
No, he had several tons since he left. But I'm sure he's fine, just like everyone else.
That statement caught my attention.
Wait, just like everyone else. Who exactly is everyone else?
Her entire demeanor shifted after my question. Norris immediately darted to the woods behind us. A nervous smile grew on her face. An inflection of her voice signified mild discomfort.
Oh, I just meant like in general. When Dad is a tough guy. He told me he was doing well a couple days ago.
I wanted to press further, but Josh stopped me before I could ask any more questions and interjected with,
My mistake then. Sorry to bother you. We'll be on our way.
Without another word, we left. The hastiness of the exit had me shocked. Here we had a direct connection to disappearances, one that maybe could have led to some exciting information. And yet the hard ass of all hard asses wanted to just drop it. The ride from Oak home to the cabin was roughly another couple hours, and half the time I tried to reason as to why she didn't press it, but she wouldn't budge. When we arrived, I meant to push the point more, but my immediate attention was stolen by the beauty of the nature surrounding us. The lush green forest, rolling hills, and endless wilderness were breathtaking. The cabin itself had a very modern look to it. It was large enough to house a family, but cozy enough to not be overwhelmed by the space. A small lake sat next to it, and a fire pit was a brief walk away.
This is beautiful,
I stated.
all this to ourselves.
Josh nodded.
Yep, just us, nature, and whatever horrible monstrosities are taking visitors.
You don't know there are monstrosities. The fact that this forest is enormous, pretty easy for people to get lost. I also want to rule out the possibility of some rogue predator that realizes it's easier to hunt people than deer. She shrugged and went to sit on the bed.
I hope you're right. Just seems like a lot of strange occurrences have happened since we got here. In the years I've been doing this, that usually means something.
Well, isn't that why you told Chief you'd look into it? The shift in her disposition indicated that my question taken in a way that I didn't intend.
Don't do that.
She snapped.
All I wanted was for us to be out here together. Using the chief was some just seemed like the quickest way to get that was wait for that to happen. Plus, at the end of the day, I still felt at least a slight obligation to do my job.
She threw my hands up and explained that I in no way meant to offend. It just seemed as though she really wanted to take on the challenge of figuring things out. And that was a trait that I admired. Josh took a second to exhale and apologize for being so quick to anger. She explained how stressful it was. It was to balance her allegiance to her work and her genuine desire to make progress with me in her personal life. It's a feeling I could relate to. I assured her that how she was going about it was fine. I wanted to spend time with her too. We agreed to handle things as they come. Of course, we do our best to enjoy the beautiful environment. But if something strange came our way, then we would be ready for that. We spent the rest of the day exploring the woods around us, telling stories over a campfire, and then retiring for the night. Laying together in bed, we made plans to explore the hike up to a spot that overlooks miles of forest. Ideally, we'll stay up there, come back, make some food, do some target practice with the guns she had there, and then went down the lake. Everything's set up for the fantastic day, and the following morning, it was all trending in that direction. We made breakfast, packed our supplies, and headed out. The trail was admittedly a little rougher than anticipated. Josh, who's an avid runner and general health nut, was even kind enough to go closer to half speed to help me catch up. Once we made it to the top, I couldn't believe my eyes. The view was unlike anything I was used to seeing. The mighty army of vibrant green trees extended infinitely into the horizon. The massive hills staring back at us held the promise of undiscovered ecosystems waiting to be explored. The nearby lake gleamed as the rays from the sun made the surface appear as though thousands of crystals were occupying it. It was absolute paradise. To top it all off, being there with Josh, the look in her eyes showed a deep appreciation for what the privilege to observe. For so long, it felt like much of my time was dedicated to seeing the worst of humanity, or the worst, the paranormal. Each passing case, I could feel my stress heightening and my sanity slipping. But for the first time in a long time, the world felt right. It felt peaceful. After an hour or so, hunger eventually pushed us to make our way back to the cabin. I couldn't pinpoint what or why, but something told me that peaceful moment would be our last on the trip. I didn't want to freak out Josh, so I kept quiet, out of hope that I was simply paranoid. But as we rounded the final turn of the trail that put the cabin in view, my fears were confirmed. A woman was sitting on the porch in a fetal position. Instinctively, I pulled my pocket knife, and Josh mirrored the action. Creeping up slowly towards the person, I shouted, "Hey, this is private property. You need to identify yourself." One on the porch looked up at us. I immediately recognized her.
Amelia?
Josh shouted in disbelief.
Oh my god, what on earth are you doing here? How are you here?
Before I could stop her, she had already rushed over to the young girl and began helping her inside. Don't get me wrong, I understood why Josh was so gung-ho to help the granddaughter of a childhood friend. But this was clearly off. By the time I caught up, Amelia was wrapped up in a blanket on the couch and crying her eyes out. We tried to get Amelia to explain what happened and how she ended up at the cabin, but she wasn't making any sense. She went on a tangent about being led there before having a full-blown panic attack. She needed time to calm down. Josh and I decided it would be best for us to walk down by the lake to give her some space. Once we were out of earshot, I looked at Josh dead in the eye and said,
Tell me you don't think this is,
took offense to my statement.
Of course I think this is odd. You think I think this is normal? No, it's just I don't know that we should have been so quick to take it. You and I have seen enough to understand that this is right on edge of no plan. Jay, I get it. I don't even understand how she could possibly made it out here. Not knowing how to get out here. But I didn't see another car. Walking the road to get here is a rough day for anybody. But Mr. Oak is like family to me. If there's a chance his daughter is in trouble, I need to be there for her. Even if it's under weird circumstances.
No part of me liked the answer, and frankly, if it were up to me, I don't know that I would have let her stay around. But at the end of the day, it wasn't my call to make. It was her cabin, and I needed to respect and trust Josh. Without any argument, I simply replied, "Oh, okay." Soon after we made our way back inside and found Amelia had calmed down a bit, I made us all some coffee and asked her if she would be comfortable speaking about what happened. She gave a reluctant nod and wiped away the remaining tears. She attempted to look Josh in the eyes before speaking, but ultimately turned her gaze downward, began crying again, and shouted,
I'm so sorry. I lied. Oh my god.
Confused, Josh bent down to put a hand on the young girl.
You lied about what? What do you mean? Granddad, He never went on a trip. He's gone. What?
Josh half shouted while popping up.
Where and when did he go missing? I don't know, Lydia. He went to the woods and never came back.
Did you report this to the police? I interjected.
Of course what he did.
Amelia shot back.
But then they'll never find him. They could search every inch of that forest and it won't matter.
My brain immediately flipped back to being a detective, and my questioning became a little bit more intense. How could you know for a fact that they'll never find him? For the slightest moment, she gave me an odd look. A contortion of her brow seemed to signal disbelief as she expected me to know the answer to her question.
Because they don't know what to look for. It's not.
She sighed.
He's different now. Amelia?
Josh began.
What do you mean by different? And do you know if your grandfather is okay?
Tears began to well up in her eyes again, but oddly enough, there was a smile too.
I know for the fact that Granddad is fantastic. He's living well and better than ever.
Josh and I shared a look of confusion at this statement. Literally none of this fit. In our brief moment of interaction, Josh must have been able to read my mind because she asked a question that was also in the forefront of my brain.
Amelia, how do you know how to find us here?
A brief moment of silence followed. Amelia seemed to be contemplating how to tell us. Still, without her saying a word, I knew the answer would be an incredibly uncomfortable one. When she finally found the words, she simply turned out to look at the window and stated,
Granddad told me.
She gave us a look, gave a quick glance before looking back out the window and continuing.
I can hear this voice from all around. He said a lot of things, and he scared me. You both needed to know.
I don't know what to make of what she's saying. As much as I want to dismiss that she was getting mental messages from her potentially dead grandfather, I'd seen too much to rule anything out. On the flip side, wouldn't be also the first time someone had, in reality, done something awful, then played it off with the talks of voices in their head. But at the end of the day, I needed to approach the situation rationally. I couldn't believe it was supernatural until I saw the supernatural. I suggested that she let us drive her into town. Ideally, if we would get her checked into a hospital, and maybe she can give local police any information garnered from the voice of her grandfather. Josh shut down the idea and instead insisted Amelia stay. She was adamant about monitoring her, at least for the night. Josh later confessed that getting rid of Amelia without calming her down, without supervision, would be like abandoning her, and she wouldn't do that to the family of a close friend. It was a rationale I didn't necessarily agree with, but one that I respected. We went about setting up the guest room for Amelia, and spent the rest of the nights fishing and taking shifts watching over her. For most of the day, Amelia sat silently in her room. She would be on her bed and stare out the window, seemingly deep in thought. I tried to talk with her, but most I could ever get was a brief glance in my direction. Eventually, the time came for me to go to bed. I walked to the kitchen to brush my teeth, and caught Amelia sitting at the table drinking some tea. By this point, I didn't expect any sort of acknowledgement of my presence, but to my surprise, she gave me a very one.
Hey, Johnny.
A little caught off guard, I grated her back, but ultimately thought nothing of it. That is until she got up and started to walk out. Just before reaching her room, she stopped, turning around, and stared at me. An unnervingly wide smile plastered her face.
You've seen terrible things, haven't you? Tragic.
And with that, she simply went into her room. I sat in silence for some time, just thinking, was Amelia referring to the paranormal, the murders I investigated in my career, or something more personal? I hadn't known this girl for more than 48 hours. How could she be aware of anything? Either way, her statement rattled me. When I finally got to bed, Josh asked me what took me so long, and I couldn't bring myself to tell her. Maybe that was a poor choice. I don't know. At a certain point, you just want to be done with the weirdness and move on. I told Josh I had just been thinking, and When she pressed me for details, I promised I'd tell her in the morning. Luckily, she accepted my answer. Josh drifted off fast in my arms, but despite her being right there with me, I felt alone. Amelia's words unearthing a river of memories that I floated down, reflections of my life, my mistakes, and the choices I've yet to make, lulled me into a largely dreamless sleep. A ritual that I had grown accustomed to. Oddly enough, the only mental image I could recall was that the Watcher saying we'd all be safer with them. I don't know how much I slept, but it was clearly very early in the morning when I woke up. The sun had just begun to rise, and Amelia had a blanket pulled over her face on the other side of the bed. I sat with my eyes closed, my eyes open for a moment. Realization hit me that I wasn't going to be able to fall back asleep. With a quiet groan, I pulled myself out of bed and put on some clothes, and walked over to the kitchen and grabbed some water and brushed my teeth. When I arrived, the first thing I noticed was a 9mm ammo had been left on the table. Confused, I walked over to Amelia's room and found that she had left. Her space was cleaned, and nothing indicated that she had left in a hurry. At first, I figured that she had likely gone into the woods to shoot. Perhaps Josh told her where to find a gun while watching over her. When I went outside to try and find Amelia, I immediately noticed more bullets had been dropped, and they had led to a nearby trail. As I walked to the trailhead, I heard a gunshot coming from the same direction. I figured I'd follow the trail and hopefully meet up with her at some point. But not too long after I started walking, I heard an eerily familiar voice call out from deep in the forest. A voice so familiar, in fact, that it froze me in place. I dare not move from my spot, in hopes that it would call out again. Tears began to make their way down my face. I knew it was probably some fucked up trick being played on me, but I didn't care. The moment I recognized that was my son's voice calling out to me, my baby boy calling for his father, I sprinted off towards it. I'd seen so much in my time investigating the paranormal that I suppose a small piece of me hoped that somehow, someway, something had brought him back. Even if there was a 1% chance, I had to take it. I ran and ran, my boy guiding me towards this location. I called out to him. He needed to know that his father was finally going to be there for him. I had no idea where I was headed, and I didn't care. I just kept going until I physically couldn't any longer. But ultimately, my efforts had brought me no closer to them. Instead, I found myself in a grave situation. I had blindly run off trail into the woods, and now I was surrounded by nothing but trees. How could I be so stupid? I thought to myself. The voice had seemed so real, but the only thing it had led me to was getting lost. It was the first time I had to consider whether or not I was indeed going mad. That consideration grew stronger when I saw that what appeared to be a face embedded into the wood of a tree just to my right. Whatever it was seemed to be in anguish, their face seemingly twisted by unbearable pain. One would assume that this was a case of face pareidolia, a phenomenon where humans interpret random patterns as faces. But if it was just a random pattern, it was a convincing one. It was just as if the bark itself had instantly grown around this person, capturing a snapshot of their suffering. When I walked over and inspected the tree behind it, it was the same scene. Another person experiencing great pain frozen into the wood. A third tree mirrored that, then a fourth. Soon I realized I was surrounded by an army of petrified faces. Before I can even process what could possibly cause this messed up exhibition, the son's voice broke through the confusion. It didn't take long to find the source, a tree that appeared younger and thinner than the rest, slightly further out from the others. At its base was the face of a young boy. It looked like he had been crying. I went to wipe the frozen tears from his face and kiss his forehead. A small smile crept across my face. I hugged the tree, and it had been far, far too long since I had seen my son's face.
Don't cry, Dad. You're finally here.
he said to me. I suppose I didn't notice my tears and quickly wiped them away as I tried to ask how he had ended up here.
It was dark.
He explained.
After that day, it was really dark, but one day I felt light, growth, and pain, and then just light again.
I wanted to talk more, ask how I could help, what I could do, but before I got the chance, something else came through.
My love, it's been so long.
She said in her beautifully sweet voice.
Alaya? Alaya?
I shouted back.
How are you both? Alive.
She said with a laugh.
There wasn't any thanks to you, you cowardly bastard. What?
I asked in disbelief.
No, this can't be. Oh, but it is.
Her tone became much darker.
You left your wife and son to die. Love, I told you I wanted you to find a new work. I told you putting people in prison would make enemies. I told you it, and now.
She was leading me to finish her sentence, but I couldn't.
No,
I mumbled under my breath.
there's no way.
I stood up shouting.
You're not them. You're some kind of apparition. A fucking lie.
A new voice emerged from the tree, one I didn't recognize. This voice deep and monotone. A lie. No, Smith. We are the truth. We are the lie. The curtain had finally dropped. Something sinister had been imitating my family, and I was furious. What kind of
life could you possibly be? Look around. All I see is a sick imitation of death.
It laughed, an unimpressive, impressed laugh. We grow, our souls divide. We turn sunlight into energy, and you call it death. We have brought life back to the husk of the dead. Our roots and serial networks are far reaching from here to your home, and far beyond. We connect everything, we absorb everything, we see everything. Its voice quickly shifted to that of a young girl.
Amanda me, Detective Smith. Who are you? Figures. I'm a little girl you let die because you're too overconfident to call backup. Why stay to fight even if it costs you your life? Wanted all the glory for yourself, but couldn't handle the fire when it got too hot, huh? Coward.
Faye Mizuki had come back from the grave. And the greatest failure of my career was literally staring back at me, and I was speechless. The voice switched up again, and this tiny entity's voice shocked me as I blurted out her name as soon as it introduced itself.
Amelia? That's right. Known as a better past, Smith. One where you can make up all the terrible things you've seen and done. Granddad had been speaking to me about joining this and becoming something more extraordinary. It was scary at first, thinking about leaving behind my old life. But we're so much happier now. That's how he found you, you know. He was here the whole time, all around.
I staggered back from this horrible scene.
Amelia, my God, I'm so sorry. Why to be sorry? This is life. We'll outlast everyone else for centuries, and then grow anew. I can tell you're scared, though. Don't worry. The others that came through were scared, too. But I can promise you, they're so much happier now.
Wait, the others came through here? I asked. You don't mean missing people, do you? Jesus, that's where they've gone. You've lured them in and then.
And then showed them the happiness.
The monotone voice finished.
No one could possibly know a better paradise. That's why they're all suffering like hell, huh?
I spat back. My God, look at these faces. There was no waver in its voice.
Growth is pain.
As it said this, I felt something slice at my leg.
Happiness requires growth, therefore you must experience pain to be happy.
As much as I wanted to trade jabs with this thing, I could feel my legs starting to go numb and my legs going heavy. The following few words were a jumbled mess, but I was conscious enough to understand my danger level. I attempted to turn in the other direction, but my foot caught a stray root, and I crashed onto the forest floor. The tree seemed more extensive now. The roots moved quickly towards me, the wooden tentacles wrapping around my leg. I shouted for him to get away, but to no avail. Multiple voices coming from all directions surrounded me, many I didn't recognize.
You'll be happy here, we'll survive better together,
said one.
I fought to be apart. This is your fight anyway,
Another chimed in. The pressure building around my leg was growing, and with all my might, I couldn't detach from the organism. The last things I saw, my vision went dark, were more mycelial tendrils and roots that had sprung up around me. My final thought was a slight comfort in knowing that, at the very least, I'll be with my family again. Silence followed, no thoughts, no feeling. It was as if I was disconnected from the world. In that moment of nothing, I felt as though I could finally let go. Suddenly, light flooded back into my world. A dry heave followed, and so did waves of pain. Josh was looking down at me. We were still outside, but a different spot we had been before. Before I could say anything, she pulled me into a tight hug. Beside her laid an axe covered in plant matter. I can only manage to eke out a weak,
What happened?
supposedly Josh noticed Amelia and me missing. After she woke up, the ammo left on the table gave her reason for concern, especially given her previous reports of missing people. So she grabbed an axe and set out to find us. The extra bullets left at the head of the northern trail tipped her off as to our direction. As she searched, she also heard a voice that guided her to where she needed to be, that of her father. And the difference between us being Josh wasn't entranced by the call. She finally found me. Nearly my entire body was wrapped in the green-white tendrils. They squirmed and grew as they entered my body through various cuts. Apparently it took her at least half an hour to completely cut me out. The thing I couldn't understand is how she was able to ignore that entity. Surely it would have just let her take me. And as expected, it didn't. Dead voices of her past whispered sweet nothings of eternal life, happiness, and infinite growth. Even Amelia had taken a shot at convincing Josh to move on to the next life, as she had done at the end of a bullet. For every mycelia at the root she cut, it tried reconnecting with her, so she had to keep a constant offense to keep from joining the literal legion of the dead. When I was finally free enough, she dragged me just far enough to get away from whatever the hell that entity was. I didn't know what to say. What could I say? After hearing her story, I just sat contemplating what took place for all the things I've seen and fought against. I've been bruised, scarred, and slammed, but never once had anything gotten into my head like that. Never once had something made me break down mentally. Josh stayed with me the whole time as I gathered my thoughts until finally I said the magic words.
Let's go home. Let's go home.
Packing up was quick, and we rode silently back. When we finally arrived at my place, I didn't say anything as I got out of the car. A simple kiss on the forehead was our only means of communication. And it stayed that way for the rest of the week. I spent all my time at home just thinking. When I was finally due back at work, I wore my best suit, showed up exactly on time, and went straight to the chief's office to place my badge and gun on his desk, with my official resignation letter.
I'm done,
I said to him. He eyeballed the items for a moment, then he looked up at me, leaned back in his chair, and gave me a very matter-of-fact, "In about time." His blasé attitude infuriated me. I had been to hell and back for many times over, and when it was over, that's all I got. It was a goddamn insulting.
The hell does that mean?
I have shouted.
No thanks. No trying to convince me to stay. Just an apathetic comment.
He leaned forward, calmly picking up my resignation letter and neatly placing it in its inbox sitting on his desk.
Smith, do you remember how many days off of work you took after your family's passing?
No, I don't remember. What does that have to do with?
None.
He interjected.
Not a single day off. Sure, homicide was challenging, but damn it, if you didn't try, your work never suffered. You never complained, Smith. Your ability to deal with adversity is so far beyond what most are capable of. I needed that. I needed you to go through what you've gone through and still see things through the end is remarkable. Well, if 99% of people knew this was part of the job, they'll never join the force in the first place.
His speech wasn't making me any happier. So I used my trauma to advantage. And that's good.
Not at all.
He took a moment to open his drawer, pull out a cigar, placed it in his mouth, and light it one smooth moment.
I know I'm not supposed to be smoking in here, but what the hell? Look, I'm not the hot just bastard. The human side of me doesn't want anybody to deal with this shit. Especially not someone that's seen so much. Part of me wished that you would quit, but...
He stopped to exhale and take another puff.
At the same time, some things are necessary. Someone has to deal with this stuff. I want to do the right thing, Smith. You are the perfect guy to help me with that. It's so much bigger than my feelings or yours. Just me however you want for that. It's gonna be tough to replace you, but that part of me, the human element of me, is so happy to see you go. So yes, it's about damn time.
His words impacted me more than I thought they would. I stood there not knowing what to say. Ultimately, I opted for silence. I needed time to process this, all of this. I gave him a simple nod of understanding, and from there, I walked out and never returned. In the following months and years, I did my best to return to a normal life. As I am sitting writing this, Josh, or Eveline, I should say, is taking a few of our friends is talking to a few of our friends about our upcoming baby shower. Officer Ryan is the most excited about it. He's insistent that our kids will be the best friends. Writing these stories has given me so much perspective on these events. Retelling them and reading the feedback has meant so much, and I thank you all for that. I'm at a place where I realize the truth is the most significant contribution I can give to people. It feels good to be able to share that. As for the monsters, none have made any surprise appearances. Unsurprisingly, life has been much better without them. Granted, Eveline came home from work the other day, talking about how some birthday party ended up with multiple people dead. Supposedly, they never mentioned something about a clown, but I didn't want to speak further on it. When she told me I could feel hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and that old urge began to come back. Part of me feels it couldn't hurt to do some research, talk to some people, just make sure everyone's doing okay. But a part of me says to enjoy the quiet life. It's an internal debate I've had many times. Office work doesn't quite satisfy that itch, but maybe it doesn't need to. Perhaps I can finally be satisfied just being happy. Guess we'll have to see what the future holds. I'm really excited about it. As always, stay safe, everyone.
And that's the last of the creepypastas. So yeah, we'll now be moving on to horror stories. From r/sleep, r/no sleep, which don't appear to be long, but they're highly rated. So, I hope you enjoy these. Alright. My family doesn't have a graveyard. We have a pantry.
My family doesn't age like other people. My grandmother was 98 when she passed, but she looked 65, maybe younger. My great uncle is 102 and still chops his own firewood. We've always credited it to good genes, and our one sacred tradition is the renewal stew, served at every major family gathering. It's a rich, dark, savory stew that makes you feel warm from the inside out, full of life. When Grandma Rose died, I was the
I was the one who inherited the old family house, tucked away in her study. I finally found it, the original handwritten recipe book bound in cracked leather. I felt the thrill like I'd finally been let in on a secret. I opened it to the page and learned stew. It was mostly blank. There was no ingredients listed for stew itself, only two cryptic notes in my great-grandmother's spidery script. What above, see the cellar instructions. For the seasoning, see the attic instructions. The cellar was damp and smelled of earth. Behind a stack of old canning jars, I found a loose stone in the wall. Pulling it free revealed a dark hidden chamber. Inside, arranged in neat rows, was a dozen large unglazed clay pots filled with dark, peaty soil. A thick, pale, gnarled root snaked out of the soil of each pot, looking disturbingly like a human hand. A dusting journal sat on a small table. The entries dated back to the 1800s, described the process when a member of our family dies. They aren't buried or cremated. They are planted. Their bodies are prepared in a special mixture of herbs and laid to rest in these pots. Over the years, the soil in the body produces a life root. This root is harvested, boiled for 3 days, and becomes the broth for the renewal stew. I felt a wave of nausea. We weren't just eating stew. We were consuming the concentrated essence of our dead ancestors. Shaking, I went to the attic and unlocked the trunk. I found a collection of small, ornate silver boxes, each engraved with the name of a living family member. I found my my name freshly engraved. Inside each box was a small, sharp, obsidian knife. Another journal explained the final step, seasoning. It wasn't a spice. At each gathering, every family member present must make a living contribution to the stew. A few drops of blood, a sliver of fingernail, a tear cried directly into the pot. This offering of the living is what awakens ancestral broth. I signed the book shut, my hands trembling. It was a grotesque cannibalistic ritual. I vowed I would never participate. The next major gathering was for the autumn equinox. I made an excuse not to go, claiming I had the flu. I felt a sense of righteous defiance. 1 week later, my mother called, her voice thin and weak. Your Aunt Carol isn't doing well, she said. Oh, your Aunt Carol isn't doing well, she said. She's had a sudden decline. I drove to my aunt's house. The woman who opened the door was a stranger. She looked 80 years old, her skin thin and translucent like parchment, her hair patchy and white, but it wasn't Aunt Carol. She was only 58. She looked at me, her eyes wide with desperate, hungry light. You didn't come, she rasped, her hand gripping my arm with surprising strength. Her fingernails cracked and yellow. The shoe wasn't strong enough. It's always weaker when someone is missing. If I understood, we don't have good genes. We have a curse. A rapid, horrifying decay that is constantly trying to claim us. The stew isn't a fountain of youth. It's the only thing that holds the rot at bay. We aren't living long lives. We are desperately, grotesquely starving off in accelerated death. The winter solstice is next month. My mother called again yesterday. She told me my great-uncle's hands are so stiff, he can no longer hold an axe. She told me she found a new gray hair, and when she plucked it, a small patch of skin came with it. Then she asked if I would be coming home for solstice. Her voice is casual, but the question hung in the air, heavy and raw. They need me. They need my contribution. I'm looking at the small silver box with my name on it. The little black knife sits inside, cold and sharp. I have a choice. I can go and participate in a stomach-churning ritual and feed the curse to keep my family looking young and vibrant while I know the horrifying truth. Or I can stay here and clean and pure and watch them all fall apart, knowing that the saving rot is flowing through my own veins, waiting for its turn. Jesus! That's short, but terrifying. Jesus Christ. On to the next section of Steve's story. Jesus. Alright. She said she can bring my baby back. All I had to do was feed what's in the basement. When our little boy came into this world, the last thing my husband and I were thinking about was that in just over 6 months, he would be dead. Our little man had breathing problems when he was born. They put him straight into the incubator for 48 hours. That was hard to watch. The terror you feel as a new parent is unmatched in those moments of staring your child's death in the face. You've had this little alien growing inside you for so long, and you are its sole life force, and now you stare at it, wondering if it was all for nothing. We finally brought him home from the hospital, pink and ready to give us hell for the next 18 years. Probably longer. I so wish for longer. Around 6 months later, there was a night where I just felt off. Like something was wrong in our home's air. Mother's intuition. I suppose I wish I had followed my gut, but I was just so tired. I went to sleep that night and was not waking for anything or anyone. Other parents will know how horrible the real sleep deprivation is. There's a reason why it's used as an effective torture method. You will do anything, spell all the world's secrets just for a little bit of sleep. We had finally put our boy in another room around a week before his particular night, primarily because my husband snores like an elephant. It was so disruptive to the point that the dog began sleeping in the living room. It was the first night I slept completely through in weeks. When I woke up that morning, I rolled over and felt rejuvenated in my mind. My body felt tense. I felt that off feeling again and checked my phone. It was well past the time my son would normally be awake. I checked the monitor and my stomach dropped to an endless pit. The feeling when you're on a roller coaster about to slam back to earth. He was lying face down, not moving. My heart rose, like it was pumping on pure jet fuel. I don't exactly remember what happened next, just snippets, fractures in time. I remember looking at the door to his room and hovering over the handle. I remember standing barefoot on his rug that I had slept on many nights before. I then found myself sitting on a rocking chair in the corner of his room, milk streaming out of me as I put his blue lips up to my warm skin. I rocked and swayed and whispered, "Wake up, baby. Come on now, Bubba. Wake up, please." But he never did. At this point, I must have screamed because my husband ran in. Thinking back, I feel sorry for him having been exposed to this scene, and also angry at him at the same time. The last thing I remember was the paramedics trying to gently pry him from my hands. I put up a fight, my nails dug deep into his sleep sack, and I snarled like some rabid animal. The next few weeks were a bit of a blur. We found out the cause, SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome. He rolled himself over in the middle of the night, and I was too sleep deprived to notice him suffocating in the bedsheet. I didn't know they made child-side coffins. That was a shock. Well, I guess I did, but I never had the thought about it. It was so small, so delicate. They lowered it into the hole, and that was the end of my life as I knew it. There was no redeeming, no coming to terms, no coming out of this hole. No reason to any more. My husband and I were not strong enough to begin with, and the fights after this were so intense that it led to his insisting that I go to a support group for other mothers who had gone through something similar. After a while of him insisting, he demanded that with a divorce threat attached. I finally agreed. I knew I needed some help. I wasn't like one of these people in denial. I knew what happened and that it was my fault. The support group was filled mostly with other grieving mothers whose kids succumbed to cancer, another lady who had her son pass in a car crash. His body so mangled that they wouldn't even let her see him. Mine seemed like the most peaceful, which made me feel sick that others had it worse, even though my insides were rotting. I didn't say much. I sat there listening mostly, but out of respect, I did share my name and briefly what happened, mentioning what I remembered anyway. The reason he was there in the first place, the blue lips covered in breast milk, the paramedics. The others looked like mine wasn't raw enough, horrific enough. I felt it too, except for one older lady, who looked generally gutted for me. It felt nice. Once it finished, everyone started to disperse. I made my way to a little table with assorted sandwiches and cheap coffee. I stared at it for a long time. Probably not a good idea for them to have strawberry jam seeping out of the open bread like a mini crime scene. A hand grabbed onto my shoulder and I spun around in fright. That's when I met her, Marla. She would have been in her late 40s, maybe early 50s. You can tell just by looking at her she had a hard life. She had seen things behind those eyes, real haunting pain. She smiled at me like she had deep understanding of what I was going through, and I started crying immediately. It was bizarre. I didn't understand it, and she pulled me in for a hug like an old friend I haven't seen in years. We stayed like that for far too long, but I didn't want to let go. There was something about her, some sort of energy radiating from inside that made everything feel like I was going to be okay. We went for a walk together along the street and into a park. We sat on a bench and watched some other kids playing in the playground. After sitting there in silence for a while, she said,
I don't know what happened, you know.
I looked at her, a little taken back.
Sorry? I know you're beating yourself up over this, but it's not your fault. I know that. And I think you do too.
I sat back and looked for a word, lip quivering, and let her continue.
I know your husband is to blame for this tragedy, and I know that's harsh, but I'm just being honest.
I stood up and went to walk off, wiping away a tear, but then she said something that stopped me in my tracks.
There's a way for your little boy to come back, you know.
I slowly turned around, ready to go off on this lady. She stood and put her hands up in mock surrender. I think she could see the fire behind my eyes. She quickly added,
Please believe me. There are ways. We have done it before. We have done it and successfully too. Please let me help you.
I put my head to my hands and continued my breakdown.
Why are you doing this to me? You're sick.
I screamed at her. She rushed up and grabbed me tight. I was shocked and confused, everything at once. I grabbed her and squeezed aggressively.
Why are you doing this to me? Who are you?
She hugged me tightly like a wall, slowly crushing me, but it somehow calmed me. She whispered into my ear.
I know you don't know me, but it'll only work if you trust me. Do you trust me? You need to be 100% on board.
I pulled away and looked her up and down. She was smartly dressed, like she had come from a local country club, not some culture-stirring witch, and weirdly I did trust her. I really did think she was telling the truth as she knew it anyway. We walked some distance together while she explained the process to me. She would need something of my boy's, her favorite cuddly, piece of clothing, anything that would still have a bit of him left on it. And she would take this for a few days, and in the next woman group meeting, she would give this back to me. And it was to put it into the basement and lock the door until she gave me the next step. I did everything she asked. Once she returned the stuffed lamb he slept with, I went into the basement. I didn't tell my husband what I would say. I didn't tell anyone about this. I didn't question it myself. In my mind, it was harmless. If it worked, by some miracle, I would get my baby boy back. And if this lady was crazy, which I suspected almost certainly, had to be the case, Then I wasn't losing anything, was I? A few nights passed, nothing happened, and I thought I'd been duped. I felt like an idiot. Until I heard a noise coming from the basement. I was sleeping this night and awoke to a chill in the air, as if my husband were now sleeping permanently, and the guest bedroom had blasted the AC just to torture me some more. I got to turn it off and heard an odd noise. It was coming from the basement. Noise like a newborn crying into a pillow, muffled and faint. My phone light out. I yelled. I slowly made my way past the aircon panel. Aircon panel was turned off, then headed toward the basement door. I'm shaking and trying my best to steady my breathing. The floorboard squeaked below me, and the crying stopped. I gently put my ear up to the cold door and went to open it, and my husband grabbed my shoulder.
Shit!
I yelled at him as I jumped around, grabbing my chest. He looked at me like I was a runaway mental patient. For the first time, I saw true worry behind his eyes. He wrapped his arms around his body, hugging himself warm.
What the hell have you got the aircon on for? I didn't put it on. I thought you did to piss me off.
I joked, but he did not see it as funny. He shook his head and walked off, huffing and puffing.
You're just in hell, woman. Honestly, I don't know what to do anymore.
I went to walk after him, to plead my case and argue as always, but I felt like my feet were stuck. I let him go. Instead, I called Marla and whispered, letting her know what was happening. Maybe she make some light of this. I can feel her smiling on the other end of the line, pure happiness in each word.
This is just such great news, hon. Now you feed it.
The words were there, but wouldn't come out, only fragments.
It? Sorry, I misspoke. You feed him, your baby boy. Oh, it's just so wonderful. Hold up, what do you mean? What is down there?
I asked, looking at the door.
Just follow my rules. Do not, under any circumstances, open the door until I tell you to. You understand that, right? Lock it and hide the key so your husband doesn't go in there. This is very important.
I had forgotten about this crucial part.
Yes, of course.
I lied.
Good. Now you need to listen to that noise. Your milk will begin coming back in shortly. It's nature. Do not fight it. Pump and put it in a Ziploc bag. Slide it under the door 4 or 5 times a day. Let him guide you with his noises. Let him know when there are any more occurrences. What do you mean? What will happen? How will you get into the bag?
There were far too many questions and unknowns.
You'll know what to do, don't worry. As for the occurrences, you'll know when it happens. I am so happy for you, hon. Get some sleep. This is gonna be exhausting, but beautiful journey ahead.
The line went dead. She was right. The next day I woke up with a sharp pain in my breast, like someone was stabbing me slowly with a butcher's knife. I looked down and my shirt was drenched from milk seeping out. My breasts were rock hard during the night, and my body must have responded to the faint cries. It was incredibly painful to touch. It happened far quicker than last time. My husband never questioned anything during the week. I was pumping in the bathroom, door locked, and with the shower on, wanting to scream at the pain I was experiencing. I don't know what my husband thought during this time, but he began staying even later at the office. We needed the money. Eventually, he began sleeping a few nights at his parents' house. He said it was closer to the office, which it was, but I can see what's happening. I didn't care. It just gave me more of a chance to express and comfort. I was well aware of how crazy this all sounded, but the crying it was. It sounded like his perfect little cry. It was his cry. Even my body knew it. I was packed up and left around a month later. I didn't blame him. By this point, I had gone a little nuts. I remodeled the baby's room and got it back looking like a newborn and was about to occupy it. I bought new clothes and replaced some of the toys we gave away. I gave in and told him about what I was doing. There was no hiding it anymore. He packed his bag so fast, I don't think he really packed anything he needed. He was moving back full time with his parents while he sorted out what he wanted to do. How he looked at me was so horrible, like I was disgusting. His eyes told me that he didn't know me anymore. I was doing this for him as well as myself. He was going to get our baby back too. Why wouldn't he support me through this? It was for us to be whole again. He said that he couldn't hear the cries, but he wasn't listening hard enough. They were there, but he just blanked them out because he was determined to move on. At one point, I even began doubting it all. I thought I was going crazy, but one day my doubts were crushed, and from then on, I knew I was sane. I went to put some fresh milk under the door and found a single tooth. A little milk tooth. It was his, so small and sweet. I put it in my own little box. I was so excited I couldn't sleep. So I sat by the door all night, just listening, sometimes singing lullabies. Stretching noises and sweet cries and coos. I just wish I could open the door, go down there, cuddle him, and let it all be okay. The last call I had with Marla, just before the neighbor's kid went missing. She let me know that was almost time. My baby was almost ready to come back to us, to this crazy world. There was just one more thing that needed to happen. A life for a life. He needed a body to come back into. A healthy vessel to occupy. I felt sick. I wanted to hang up. I wanted to kill her for putting me through all of this, for telling me this is the final horrific step first. I wanted to, but I couldn't. I didn't. I asked for more specifics. Maybe there was a workaround. My thoughts went dark like, how long does baby last embalmed in a coffin? I could dig him up. She said it would only work with a live child. You wouldn't want their dead to look like they had been in a coffin for months, bugs eating holes in the skin, now would you? She said. I almost spewed the image in my mind. It made sense, but I also knew what it feels like to lose your child, surely. I couldn't do that to another family, to another mother. I declined, and then she said something that chilled me to the core. Once the progress has begun, there's no stopping it. You must finish, or what you create will be something you'll regret for the rest of your life. I hung up the phone. I made my way back to my room, unsure about my future with this experiment. Then I started to hear scratching sounds coming from outside the basement door. I must have grown his little fingernails, which struck me as odd. It should not have happened at his age, not once big enough to scratch the door like a manic cat. I locked myself in my room, but I could still hear faint scratching noises all night. Then the crying began, and so did the milk. She was right, there was no stopping this. And today, coming home from the grocery store where I bought some more supplies, diapers, and the like, I saw the police consoling and comforting the neighbors. My stomach dropped, seeing her face transporting me back to the morning from my boy face first. I was about to vomit on my front steps and ran into the house, hoping to God they didn't see me. I slowly walked over to the basement door and sat against it. I could hear faint breathing, and the cries started right on cue. I started pumping mechanical and numb milk hissing into the bottle. As I sat there with no expression, it's where I'm currently sitting now, still pumping, still waiting, still writing my story, still holding out to hold my boy again. The smell of roasting meat wafted the kitchen, and Marla came into the doorway. Don't worry about them, she said. I'll help them get their boy back in good time. For now, just keep feeding him. You are doing amazing. Something thumped against the door behind me. Not a knock, more like a little skull resting on wood. Little fingers pushed through the gap near the floor. They were cold, slick nails, black with dirt. Soon, Marla murmured, stirring the herb pot. Your beautiful boy will be free. This one's going faster than the last. Marla had started to hum a nursery rhyme, and he began humming it back from behind the door. I had not heard that one before. It was like something meant just for us. I smiled and laid my head against the door, grabbing his fingers and whispering, See you soon, my beautiful baby boy. The fingers curled tight around mine. It
didn't let go.
Okay. I don't think that's her baby. I don't think that's your baby. I really don't think that's her baby. That does not sound like a baby. Sounds more like a demon. Okay, so... Okay. Alright. How long is this one? Okay, it's not as long as I thought. Alright. Oh, hi, Jiri! Alright. On to the next story. I'm a trucker on a highway that doesn't exist. You should never pick up hitchhikers.
Absolutely, under no circumstances may you ever pick up a hitchhiker. It's common for unfamiliar persons to approach truck drivers on Route 333, asking for a lift. It does not matter who the person in question may be. It doesn't matter if they are a nursing mother with a newborn child, or a lost preteen in great distress. Never for any reason, under any conditions, may you provide one of said persons with requested rides. You won't survive if you do. Employee Handbook, Section 3.B. Part 1.
Why are you doing this?
That was the first thing my girlfriend of 3 years asked me repeatedly in the days leading up to my departure. The second day for my new trucking gig drew closer. I'd be moving in a totally different state.
I did graduate. I do need a job. Trucking has nothing to do with your major. Stay here.
To be fair, most jobs have nothing to do with English. That's sort of the issue. Day after day, though, Myra continued to ask why I was doing this. I could have gone with an easier answer, the money, which really had been why I signed my contract in the first place. But the closer my start date got, the more I was sure that was the whole reason I was leaving. How did I put into words that this growing feeling inside that I couldn't stay, that I wasn't happy there or anywhere really, and how it was slowly suffocating me, and why it wasn't her fault. She also wasn't the solution as much as she wished she could be. So I had to go. I had to. But yeah, I'm fairly sure what I actually did say was just money. Sue me.
You can still call me.
She said the night before my flight.
We'll talk every day while you're driving, yeah?
I don't know, I said. I think probably not. There's a whole section in an employee handbook about how I can only use the radio.
So they won't know. How are you supposed to do long distance if we can't talk?
I remembered the bloody corpse of the other interviewee skewered onto his hood, and I remembered the scratch of my own face pressed to the pavement as things skittered around my rig. How can I explain why I had to follow the phone rule too? I stayed silent. Her voice got soft.
We're breaking up, aren't we?
I think, yeah. For a second, I thought Myra might slap. She's not mean, but she's impulsive. The type of girl who has a midlife crisis every other Tuesday, and frequently shows up with a brand new life philosophy tattooed on her thigh. One of the things I loved about her, but it wasn't easy to predict what drastic things she'd do to cope. Instead, she hugged and kissed me on the cheek and left at the door to my apartment. She paused.
Goodbye, Brandon.
In the job preparation packet, my new trucking company was very clear on one thing. Read the employee handbook, so I did. What anybody would do in a situation, I skimmed it. I'm sure at this point, those of you who've read the last post are clucking your tongues disapproving. Really, Brandon? One dead body wasn't enough? Didn't you already accidentally break a rule last time? Well, let me ask you this. What was the last job you worked? where you read the entire employee handbook back to front.
I did.
Anyways, sorry. That's what I thought. The parts I did read had some weird stuff in them. There was your typical information, what to pack for overnighters, and general rig maintenance guidelines, but also some odder things, sections on what to do if the moon forgot to show up on the night it was supposed to, or explanations on which gas stations were normal and which ones had rules to obey, like don't stare anybody in the eyes, not even if they're speaking directly at you. There was a whole page with a bullet list on which FM radio stations were safe, and which might put you into a trance for hours, making you crave non-food substances. Never speed, read a sentence in section 5.A. If you do, it may draw the attention of the highway patrol. They are not highway patrol. They will not give you a ticket. You do not want to find out what they will give you as punishment instead. Basically, I was around 90-95% sure I would die a morbidly gruesome death. My first time I wrote 333. More of a passing interest than actual fear, which probably just demonstrates how damaged my psyche was. I'm happy to report, however, my first haul went off without a hitch. The first section was redwood groves, followed by hours of desert, pockmarked with rundown towns, and finally some twisting mountain canyons. I crashed in the sleeper after delivering my haul at an abandoned building. That's where they told me to leave it. I woke up the early next morning to finish the route, and did so alive and well. My truck stopped for a minute to 45 seconds at the same part as last time, but there was no additional visit from things in the forest. Randall hadn't actually seemed overly concerned when I explained to him how I had, in fact, gotten out of the truck during the interview, so I chose not to be too worried for now. Back at the truck yard, I dingled my keys in front of Randall. He whistled.
14 hours, then I'm back. That is simply unheard of.
Can I ask what I actually delivered?
Oh, no, you may not.
He smiled cheerily and plucked the keys from me. I was still having a hard time figuring Randall out. Either he was a passive-aggressive jerk, or he simply had an odd sense of humor. Either way, he hadn't seemed too concerned when the other man in my interview had gotten savagely murdered, so that probably tipped off the scales towards the jerk. My next few weeks went almost equally smooth. Still no incidents to the Redwoods section. Randall and all other dispatchers started sending me on longer and longer trips down Route 333. They would last 3, sometimes 4 days at a time. I don't mind. I was getting massive amounts of overtime, but I did get the odd sense the dispatchers were almost excited about the fact I was going so far. I knew there was a part in the employee handbook about how the road would expand over time. A drive that took me 4 hours might take another driver 8 or more. Eventually, there would be a breaking point, a rapid expansion where a section of the road that took you minutes would now take you weeks. From tidbits of conversations from other drivers, I got the impression there were truckers who hadn't quit in time, who had been stuck on Route 333 for years trying to get back. Frankly, most days I don't care much. For the first time in years, my racing thoughts were finally slowing. My chronic overthinking was fading away to a sense of pleasant numbness. Whatever happened, however his road worked, was a thing to me. Before I started trucking, I've been worried about what the loneliness would get me. Now the only thing I worried about anymore was about how entirely fine I was being this alone. I stopped for fuel at the Petro Speed. When I heard of it at first, I couldn't entirely place the voice. I just continued filling up. Something nagged at the recesses of my mind, though a thin thread yanking and yanking. Finally, I twisted to see who belonged to the voice across the parking lot. I gasped. It was Myra, my ex-girlfriend, talking animatedly with what looked like one of the Petro Speed workers. As I got closer, I could make out their conversation.
What do you mean there's no mechanics in the area?
Myra jabbed a finger at her car.
And we're supposed to keep driving in that thing.
I'm sorry. The nearest town was hours away. You'll have to call it towing company.
But I don't want to call a towing company. I want to find someone here.
I understand that, ma'am, but...
Myra?
I asked. She whirled, looking as if she was going to snap at me too, then realized who I was. Her hands flew to her mouth and then sprinted at me and threw herself in my arms. I laughed. This is insane. What are you doing here?
Looking for you.
Looking for... Myra, you haven't even called me.
Yes, I did. I've called you dozens of times the last few days and you never picked up. I got worried and I wanted to see you.
I wouldn't have picked up. It was the third day of the 4-day trip. I didn't even bring my phone anymore to avoid the temptation of using it. Something like this, her somehow tracking me down in the middle of nowhere, felt exactly like the sort of impulsive thing Myra would do, entirely the same, but the exact reason I fell in love with her.
Amazing luck,
She said.
If my car hadn't died, I would have stopped here. Can I ride with you?
We talked for hours. It was just like before. We laughed and sang along to limited country songs. We knew at ear-shattering volumes. After a few hours, she grabbed my hand, but I didn't stop her. I thought I was fine with her loneliness, but having her here, physically with me, I knew I minded her more than I let myself believe. I never thought you wanted to talk with me again, I told her.
At first I didn't.
She stroked my knuckle with her thumb.
I don't think I'll ever stop loving you.
It felt amazing. No better than amazing. I felt happy. I glowed the whole evening, all up until we stopped at a rest stop for the 8 for the night, and she slipped into the building for the bathroom. Everything's good, I reported with my handheld radio as part of the nightly check-in. Yes, somehow this radio was capable of connecting back with dispatch. I've given up wondering how. You said cheaper, Randall said. Crazy story, actually. I told him about running to Myra, about how I was giving her a lift back to civilization. How good it was to see her. He went quiet. You know you're not supposed to pick up hitchhikers, he said. I did. She's not a hitchhiker, I know her. Did she ask you for a ride? No, I asked her the ride. But I hadn't, had I? I would have, but she had gotten to asking first. A slow, deadly chill spread up my back.
Who are you talking to?
Myra climbed into the cab in PJs. Nobody at all. She fell asleep instantly, cuddled up next to me. That was Myra of all people. I knew her. She wasn't a stranger. I hadn't broken any rules. Well, wasn't I allowed to be just happy for once? I forced myself to close my eyes, steady my breaths, and drift off to sleep. I woke up hours later. It was a gradual wake-up. Something wet was on my face. My eyes didn't snap open. Instead, for some inexplicable reason, I cracked them open just a fraction thin enough. They still appeared closed. She was staring at me in the early morning light. Myra watched me with an enormous grin across her face. Fully awake, she leaned in and ran her tongue from my chin up to my forehead.
I love you,
she whispered. Do you need the bathroom? I asked hours later. We were stopped at a rest stop for a mere hour or two from the end of Route 333. The last few hours, the conversation had been tense. Shannon wanted to get out to stretch her legs once. I'd push. She got annoyed.
I'm good.
You haven't gone all day. You didn't go yesterday either. She giggled like I told some joke. She reached out to my face and ran a single sharpened nail across my cheek.
It's almost like you want to get rid of me.
I swallowed and pretended to ignore the drip of blood from my chin.
Of course not.
I took the keys with me. I went up to fill them up the tank. She pressed her face against the glass the whole time, smiling down at me, waving insistently. When I climbed back in, she giggled.
Don't take so long.
She said.
I missed you.
We drove. She became increasingly cuddly. Her grip, when she held my hand, it was too tight, too tight. There would be bruises tomorrow. She started leaning across the center divide to kiss my cheek and rake her teeth against my neck. Stop, I said.
No.
I stopped 3 more times to stretch my legs.
You should too.
I said each time, but she refused. She wouldn't leave.
Stop it.
She growled the 4th time we stopped. Her face distorted into a grotesque mask, then softened back into a smile.
I'll miss you.
Mara. I took a breath. There's actually something I needed to ask you.
Yes?
It's not something I can ask you in a chuck, though. Her face crunched in annoyance. Her breath grew harsh and gravely.
These last 2 days have been amazing, I said. They've made me realize how much I missed you and need to be with you. The thing I need to ask you, I have to kneel for it.
Soft smile tugged at her lips. Finally, she relented. She followed me from the truck as we walked to a clearing in the forest. Her steps grew more erratic and random. More excited, perhaps. The skin on her face looked less smooth and more plastic, like something designed in a factory.
Close your eyes.
I whispered and sunk my hand into my pocket showingly. She did. Then I bolted for a truck. It was seconds before she realized what was happening, even longer before she started after me. By the time the thing and the not mirror reached me, the doors were already locked. I was already rolling away. Her face was something entirely inhuman. Her eyes dripped like melted wax from empty sockets, and her hair peeled off in clumps.
No!
She screeched.
I love you. Don't leave me.
But I did, for a second time. When I returned to the truck yard, I said nothing of what happened. Randall didn't either, though he seemed visibly surprised to see me. He simply accepted my keys with a wink. Jerk, I decided. Definitely a jerk. First thing I did when I got in my car was make a phone call. The person on the other end picked up after a second ring. Neither of us spoke. We breathed into the receiver, waiting for the other to initiate.
I
said.
Hi.
How could I ever have forgotten what Mira's true voice sounded like? Nothing in her tone suggested she was anything but safe. Something I already knew, but actually confirming it to let me relax for the first time in hours.
Brandon?
She said.
Why are you calling?
I don't entirely know.
Are you alright?
She asked.
I'm not sure.
She was silent as I was too.
You should know, it doesn't... I know it doesn't matter, but I think you should know. I'm with somebody new.
She said. Okay.
That's it?
I think so, yeah.
Mira huffed out a laugh.
Oh, wrong voice. Mira huffed out a laugh, though I was entirely certain she thought none of this was funny.
Why did you do this to me?
She snapped. I opened my mouth, then closed it.
Nothing?
She asked when I didn't reply.
Really, Brandon? You left me after 3 years, no warning, and you never really even told me why. You haven't called me once. You haven't texted, not even to tell me you're alright. I loved you, and you threw me away. Decent people don't do that. You have your own stuff going on. That's a terrible way to treat somebody.
It is. I sighed and leaned my head against the steering wheel.
Mira,
Mira, I think there's something broken about me.
don't be dramatic.
And something's always been broken about me, and I don't know how to fix it. I don't know what it is, but I'm sorry. That wasn't fair of me to leave like that. You deserve to hate me. A pause.
I could never hate you.
She whispered. We hung up. Before either of us could start crying, as suspected. For a few more minutes, sitting there after the call, I considered quitting. I should have been afraid of Route 333. After everything I'd seen on it, after the bodies and the creatures that weren't quite human, it would make sense for me to leave. Anybody in my situation would be considering the same. Anybody smarter than me would have quit. I couldn't though. I was afraid of the road, of the things that prowled behind the trees and waited at empty gas station shower stalls. I was afraid of things that perhaps knew my scent, and the thing that had slept next to me in bed. Of course I was. I was just afraid of the real world more, so I stayed. I kept driving. And one day, when the road expands past days long into weeks long, possibly even years long, I'll keep driving.
Damn. Goddamn. I was expecting him to die. I was expecting him to be dead. I'll say hello, Thomas Wilson. Yeah. Well, intense. Yeah, I do agree. Alright, 3. Alright, next story. Which is... I keep hitting the wrong button and it sends me back to the bottom of the document. God damn it. Sorry. Alright, next story. I have a very special job.
They say if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. I don't love what I do, not exactly, but I was born for it, and I'm very, very good at it. It's not a 9 to 5, there's no clocking in, no coffee breaks, no PTO. You don't apply for this kind of job, it finds you. And the first thing they tell you, the very first thing is, never tell anyone what you do. Not your spouse, not your family, not your priest, not even yourself, if you can help it. But lately, it's beginning harder to ignore. The weight of it, the screams of it. So here I am, telling you. I guess the easiest way to explain it is this. I clean up after things, unnatural things. You know, when a family just disappears from their home, car still in the driveway, dinner half eaten, no sign of struggle, just gone. That's when I get a call. Or when some hikers go off trail and are found days later, face stretched in terror, skin blistered like an age 100 years overnight. That's me too. I'm not law enforcement, not military, not some paranormal investigator with a podcast and a night vision camera. I don't ask questions. I don't take notes. I remove blood, evidence, sometimes entire houses. And I do it well. My tools are custom. They don't have names, just serial codes. I got solvents that melt bone, vacuums that erase the residue of fear, gloves that never stain. And then there's the black book. It's always waiting on my kitchen table in the morning. No knock, no call, just there. Heavy. Smells like dirt and ozone. Inside is always the same. A name, a location, and a set of rules. Follow the rules. That's what keeps you alive. Let me give you an example. A few months ago, I was into a house in Oregon. A cabin, deep woods, no roads, and Google Maps. The black book said, Rule 1. Do not look in the mirrors. Rule 2. Remove the nursery wallpaper before dusk. Rule 3. If you hear crying from under the floorboards, leave immediately. I followed them mostly. I slipped, glanced at a mirror by the front door just for a second. Saw something that wasn't me. It had my face, but the smile wasn't mine. The teeth weren't human. I covered it with a blanket and kept working. Didn't sleep for 3 days after that. But I got the job done. Place was gone by morning. Just dirt and fog where the cabin used to be. Sometimes it's worse. Sometimes they send me to places where the walls breathe, where clocks run backward, where one whispers its dead in dead languages. Last year, there was a site, I can't say where, that required me to burn down a hotel that didn't technically exist. The Black Book said, each room you enter will add another memory you never had. Burn it before you forget who you are. It took me 5 hours. By the time I hit the final match, I was almost convinced I had a wife named Clara, a baby girl named June. I don't. I double-checked. I think. The worst job I ever had. A basement in Kansas. Concrete walls, chains, blood thick as syrup on the floor. Nothing in the Black Book but one sentence. It is still hungry. Do not feed it anything you love. I almost failed that one. I dropped my wallet without noticing. I had a photo of my sister in it. I left my house shaking when I checked my wallet in the car. The photo was gone. In its place was a scrap of flesh. Still beating. Some days I wondered who they were, the ones who lead the book, the ones who know where the horrors are, the ones who created the rules. Are they protecting us, or just covering their tracks? Am I a good guy in all this, or just another cog in a much darker machine? I try not to ask. The Black Book doesn't like it when you ask. I tried once. I left a note inside. Who are you? Next morning I woke up with my own handwriting carved into my arm. Clean up. Clean that cell. I bled for hours. So why am I telling you this now? Because this morning, for the first time in over a decade, the Black Book didn't show up. Instead, there was an envelope. My name written in red. No return address inside a photo of me sleeping. On the back, just one rule. Do not run. We already know where you go. I have a very special job, but I think I just became the next mess to clean up. And I don't think anyone's coming to save me. Oh. Well, we found a story where the guy's dead. But damn. Despite being short, that was pretty good. I like this one. Yeah, rip. Alright, before I start this one, I want to go quickly and get a drink for my throat, because I've been reading for almost 9 hours now. And the thing is, I accidentally slept for far too long, so I'm now super energized. So, even though I was supposed to end around this time, I'm super energized, and I'm not going to go to sleep anytime soon. So yeah, I want to keep going. Go? Go what, Jerry? In case anyone was wondering how much I slept from, I think it was 11 p.m. yesterday to, 2 p.m. today. I'm very wired. I slept so much my narcolepsy left. Anyways. I'm not sure what I found, but I had to release this as fast as I could. I'm typing this now to let you know I could not read what was in this. Underneath, I hopefully copy and pasted what was on a .text file. Inside a thumb drive, I found down here. God save me. Observation data segment 14/8 XXXX. Oh, wait, August 14th. Redacted. Family has moved in as normal inhabitants of 1788 Willow Lane. On our first subjects, we have to test the Lazarus theory. In earnest, family took great interest today in the mirror. Perhaps not hiding the exposed tiles was a mistake. Observation data segment, August 27th, redacted. Family is comprised of father, mother, son, and daughter. The dog is also present. All four stay at the home most of the day, outside of school and work hours. The effects of Lazarus are similarly delayed to an extent unforeseen. In previous testing, it took hold 3 days earlier than currently observed. Hypothesis currently stands that knowing about the Lazarus incites symptoms sooner than what naturally would occur. This would explain the first instance of Lazarus. Observation data segment, August 29th, redacted. Sun, icebreaker, now sits in front of the mirror from 3 a.m. to 6:45 a.m. every morning. No recollection of or mention of this behavior to family. Seems well rested despite lack of sleep. Theory is running that Lazarus is activating in him first. However, there's an undocumented symptom. Observation data segment, September 4th, redacted. Lazarus has influenced Icebreaker to begin process. Icebreaker now stares at the mirror from 1 a.m. to 6:45 a.m. daily. Parents are concerned about the growing pustules on Icebreaker's back. Local doctor has been informed not to interfere and diagnose acne. Placebo pills have been prescribed to Icebreaker. Observation data segment, September 9th, redacted. Icebreaker claimed by Lazarus. Different methods this time. The bulbs growing from Icebreaker sprouted appendages and forcibly dragged Icebreaker to the mirror. Screams from Icebreaker and pustules not heard by family. Family unaware son existed the next morning and questioned the guest's room design. Observation data segment, September 10th, redacted. Icebreaker born again. Inside facility, redacted. Lazarus has spit him out. This was unprecedented. The boy is delirious and shows little comprehension of his previous life or learned skills. Back is scarred and void of any growths. When we're not looking, he melts, according to researchers. Family still shows no behaviors indicative of their missing son. Icebreaker locked in testing bay until further directed. Observation data segment, September 29th, redacted. We thought Lazarus may have left family due to the unforeseen incident. Icebreaker is now a creature capable of more than we can contain here. We was sent to a facility up north. Daughter, lighter, is now twitching in front of the mirror from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. unnaturally. Observation data segment, October 1st, redacted. Lighter quickly showed symptoms and willingly crawled into the mirror. She twisted like a barbershop pole inside of it. She laughed. Lazarus laughed. I felt a tap on my shoulder after she vanished, and there was nobody in the observation deck. Lazarus might have the ability to transcend camera footage now. Family now questions daughter's bedroom. Shows no sign of missing daughter. Observation data segment, October 29th, redacted. Lazarus was a mistake. Lighter breached containment after being spat out. They were all spat out. Icebreaker vanished from up north. Lazarus Mirror has been scheduled for destruction. Observation data segment October 30th. Redacted. It is in all reflections now. Lazarus has grown. Do not let it see. It'll never atone for my own willingness to see this stuff through. I can't stand to look at the mass outside the door. They all melted together. All the subjects, all the researchers, they are laughing at me too.
This feels like it would fit like a good SCP story. Is that just me? So it really does feel like that. Not just you. Okay. Alright. On to the next story. That last one was still good though. Yeah. I've been a cab driver for over a decade. There are rules when driving passengers at night.
There's a reason we're scared of the dark. That familiar discomfort when you're driving alone at night, even if you don't see anyone on the road around you. It's instinct, a warning built into your bones, because there are things out there. Beings we can't explain. They don't show up on camera. They don't care about your pepper spray. They don't follow rules, ancient ones, rituals maybe. I don't know where they come from or who made them, but I've learned this much. If you follow the rules, they'll leave you alone. I just never thought I'd experience something like that behind the wheel of a damn cab. People think being a rideshare driver is simple, and they're right for the most part. You drive, you talk if they want to talk, you drop them off, you get paid. No real boss breathing down your neck, no office politics, no deadlines. Just a road, your car, and a playlist long enough to keep you entertained between rides. And that's why I started doing it in the first place. After I left my old job, I don't want to deal with people anymore. Not really. I've been a mechanic for 20 years, ran my own shop until my knees gave out. My business went to shit. The rideshare apps came at the right time. I don't have the smile if I didn't want to. I didn't have to fix anybody's problems. Just get them where they were going. During the day, it's easy. College kids head to class, nurses pulling doubles. Grocery store runs for people without cars. Honest, quiet work. Sometimes I'd even enjoy the small talk. I liked hearing about their lives. Felt like I was doing something good, even though it was just 5 stars and a quiet things. But at night, things change. Air gets heavy, the people get strange. I remember when I first heard about the rules of the road after sundown. Not guidelines, not suggestions, rules. They show up on the app the second the sun begins to set. If you break one, well, let's just say you don't want to find out what happens. Every night shift starts to say, right after sunset, the app buzzes and emits a strange sound. Not a standard chirp a notification makes, something dull and stringy, like a warning siren before a storm. On a much smaller scale, of course. The screen goes black just before a message appears in blocky text.
Night shift protocol active between sunset and sunrise. 1. Do not look at passengers directly. Use the rear view mirror if you must. 2. Do not accept payment greater than a cab fare. Never take gifts. 3. Only process one ride at a time. Never allow multiple passengers in your car. 4. Make sure your final passenger is dropped off before sunrise.
I review them every time, even though I got them memorized. I don't know if the app updates them or something darker is watching to make sure I read them. Either way, I never skip that screen. At least I don't anymore. I made the mistake of ignoring the rules once, and that was one time too many. I never really was a superstitious man back when I started doing nights. I laughed. Rules like these felt like a joke, some edgy tech campaign or something. The kind of stuff that gets passed around on Halloween to show they're being hip and festive. But the thing is, these rules, they're a real deal. The consequences are even more real. I learned that the hard way. It started with something small, just a guy who was his own paying double. He said he appreciated my service, said I looked tired and wanted to bless me. He pulled out a crisp 100 and set it gently on a center console. I told him no. He insisted. He told him again. He smiled and slipped it into my cup holders. It's yours either way, man. No, I didn't touch it. Just left it there until it was gone. I mean, what's the harm? The guy looked unremarkable after all. A middle-aged gentleman with slicked back salt and pepper hair, reading glasses, t-shirt, and a vest. Gave me an easygoing surfer vibes. Then I looked up in the mirror. He was still there. I heard him leave, heard the door shut behind him, and saw him disappear into the dark, but he was still there, grinning. His eyes were all black. He mouthed something, but the words didn't match the movement, like a broken puppet trying to whisper a prayer. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I reached back, heart pounding. The seat was empty. It was nowhere to be found, except for the mirror. He stayed there for the rest of the drive. Just smiling, chatting away. I parked my cab in the farthest corner of my apartment's locked the doors, and went inside. The $100 bill stayed exactly where it was, untouched, humming with some quiet invisible pressure. I can feel his presence everywhere I went. Something was trying to make me go back for it. Spend it, maybe. I wasn't sure, but I needed help to make it go away. I contacted support through the app. There was no helpline, no human name, just a form question.
Describe your incident.
I've typed everything. The passenger, the tip, the mirror. I waited. Felt so silly. 24 hours later, I got a reply.
Protocol breach acknowledged. Remedial steps required before shifts may resume. Burn the foreign currency. Avoid seafood for 2 full days. Thanks for contacting technical support.
That was it. No apology, no explanation, just instructions. I picked up the $100 bill like it was a loaded firearm. I was surprised at the weight of it. I went out the alley behind my complex and set it on fire in a soup can. The flames hissed green for a moment, then evaporated. It didn't smell like money burning. It smelled like salt and old fish. I skipped sushi that week. Thankfully, I'm not much of a fish guy. But the third night, the app let me log in again, and like nothing ever happened, the rides returned. It has been pretty smooth sailing ever since. Not every shift is terrifying, some are just weird. Like the woman in bright yellow dress who got in without saying a word and only whispered her destination.
The bug.
While a man who didn't blink stared straight ahead and screamed every time he passed a fire hydrant. Weirdest fright I ever gave was last November. It was around 3:12 a.m., the dead stench of time where the world feels empty. I was parked near the outskirts of town, engine idle, watching a moth dive repeatedly into the windshield. Ping came through. There was no address, no coordinates. I just almost declined. Nobody lives way out there. It's all farmland, old sheds, but I was behind on rent. And I was pretty good at following rules at this point. Profile picture was blank. Name just said M. Fine, I accepted. As I approached the pickup spot, my headlights hit something standing in the middle of the road. A man. No, a figure. Very still, dressed in old-fashioned clothes, black hat, long coat, hands folded in front of him like he was at a funeral. I stopped. He didn't move. I glanced at the app. The pen was directly on him. Against my better judgment, I rolled down the window a few inches.
Hey, you,
The figure nodded once. I unlocked the doors. and pulled up the rules panel on the app info. Same rules as always, no change. Row the first one for good measure.
Do not look at the passengers directly. Use the rearview mirror if you must.
Right. He opened the back door and slid in. Didn't speak, just sat there, seat creaking under his weight. I pulled back from the shoulder and merged back onto the main road. Silence was suffocating. I snuck a glance into the rearview mirror. At first, I saw nothing. Then the mirror fogged up, as if someone had breathed on it from the inside. I wiped away the condensation with my thumb and nearly jumped in my seat at what I was reeled beneath. The figure in the back seat wasn't looking at me. It was holding something. A large postcard pressed flat against his face, like a mask. Long fingers curled at the edges, fingers with nails so long and yellow they looked rotted. Just the sight of them sent a cold wave down my spine. I leaned forward just slightly enough to make out the writing. 2 words scrawled across the card in what it looked like red ink or blood. I couldn't tell.
Just drive.
It said. I didn't ask questions. I drove. For 40 minutes, we cruised past the silent fields. Dead gas stations, stretches of road. I swear I've never seen any map. I didn't get a destination update. No timer, just me, the road, and whatever was sitting behind me. The silence felt thicker than usual. The only sound was a low hum of the engine and an occasional creak of the frame. Like the car itself felt uneasy. I kept checking the rear view, but the mirror kept fogging up over and over. I went to clean from the side of my hand, each time revealing the same thing. He was closer. At first, he was sitting upright, stiff, almost mannequin-like. Next time, he was leaning slightly forward. Then his knees were nearly touching the back of my seat. His hat was all old and stained. The brim tipped just low enough to hide most of his face. Torn in one corner, frayed like it had been dragged through gravel. I couldn't see his eyes, but I could feel them, like heat on the back of my neck. A cold sweat was forming along my forehead. I didn't know what to do. No name, no timer, no destination. That had never happened before. I gripped the wheel tighter, kept driving, heart pounding louder, and the trees on tires on the asphalt. What do I do if he doesn't leave? What if he just sits there until the sun comes up? Something bad would happen. I didn't know what exactly, but I knew the rules. This wasn't just another creepy fare. At exactly 4 a.m., he tapped the window twice. I pulled over. Before I could say a word, the door creaked open and slammed shut. I checked the mirror. Fog gone. Seat empty, except for something left behind. There was a small envelope with one of the fancy wax seals. Inside was a bundle of tattered cash wrapped in a classy red bow. Not a cent over the fare. Thank God. I set it aside and sat there for a while, just breathing. The car was finally quiet. Still, that night feels like it happened ages ago. I'm more seasoned now. Passengers without destinations, common occurrence these days. It took me a while to realize they're not chasing a place. They're chasing a feeling, a reaction. They're insatiable like that. But I've learned a lot since then. I know better to feed their desires. You give them a cold shoulder long enough, and eventually they leave. These days, I'm more composed, like a prison warden ferrying rowdy inmates. I even bought a pistol, fits in the glove compartment, mostly idle. But if someone in the back gets bold and starts creeping too close, a little flash in the barrel is usually enough. They growled, they cursed, slammed the door behind them. Cab fare left on the seat, not a cent overpaid. I don't bother being gentle. It's not like they can tip me. But tonight I'm feeling a bit more anxious than usual. It isn't because of the job. Nope. Supernatural cab passengers are a walk in the park compared to what I have in store tomorrow. My son's getting married. I haven't been part of his life, not really. That was my fault. I kept my distance after the divorce, told myself he'd be better off without me hovering around. No awkward visits, no clumsy father-son talks, just space. But when the invitation came, I cried. I just sat on the couch clutching the envelope and cried like I had it 10 years. There was no way I was missing it. I missed too much already. I should be resting now, getting ready for the big day, but I needed to calm my nerves. For some odd reason, this job does it for me. Midnight hits, the app dings. First ride of the night, I take a deep breath and swipe to accept. Gotta focus. Just get through the shift and then straight to the hotel. Change into the suit and head to the ceremony. The guy who gets in looks normal, collared shirt, dark jeans, clean cut. He slides into the back seat without a word at first. I start driving. A few blocks in, he speaks up. Big night. I nod. Yeah, my son's getting married tomorrow. Oh, that's great. What's his name? I hesitate. James. James. He repeats it real slow. James. Strong name. What time's the wedding? 2. I say, eyes fixed on the road. He grins. That's wonderful. You must be proud. I give a tight smile, but don't answer. Something about the way he's asking always makes me uneasy. It's not the questions. People make small talk all the time. It's the way he leans in when he speaks, like he already knows the answers, like he's confirming something. We pull up to his drop-off. He thanks me, steps out, and just stands there on the curb, staring through the rear window. I look straight ahead and pretend not to notice. After a few seconds, he disappears into the dark. I sit there in silence, hands still on the wheel. That was strange. Even stranger than usual. Then it hits me. The rules. I forgot to check the rules tonight. I pulled up the app and swiped to the rules section. Crap. There's a new rule.
Don't talk to the passengers about your personal life.
I stare at the screen, like maybe I'm reading it wrong. Like maybe it's always been there. And I just never noticed. But I know better. The rule wasn't there yesterday. My heart starts pounding. I pull over open app and send a message to support. Something simple.
There's a new rule. I broke it. How bad is this? What should I do?
No reply. Silence ensued. Last time I broke the rules, it took 24 hours to respond, and I don't have 24 hours. Eventually, I pulled back onto the road. I figure I'd do a couple more drop-offs, keeping things simple. Maybe if I don't mess up again, everything will smooth over. Next few passengers seem normal enough, quiet, but there's a weird vibe. A kind of smugness. A few of them chuckle under their breath. One keeps stealing glances at me in the rear view, like I'm the punchline to some inside joke. Another girl won't stop smiling, just this too wide grin, like she knows some deep, dark secret about me. It starts to wear on me. By the third ride like that, my stomach's turning. Then it gets worse. The next pickup is a woman standing alone on the corner in a full wedding attire. A long white dress veiled, brocade, and looks new, clean. Not like a Halloween thing. This looks real, expensive. She doesn't speak in, she gets in, just hums softly. Then she starts singing. Here comes the bride. Over and over, whispered off key like she's only half remembering the melody. The hair on my arm stands up. I drive in silence, try not to react. She keeps singing all the way to her destination. Just before she opens the door, she leans forward and whispers, So when's the wedding? I say nothing. She tilts her head like a confused bird. Then she gets out and drifts off into the dark, dragging the bottom of her dress behind her. I'm breathing hard now, knuckles white on the wheel. Next ride, a guy in a wrinkled button-up shirt, tie hanging loose. He climbs in already shouting.
It was a goddamn mechanic, you know that what? It was useless. Sat on his ass for 20 years and expects me to be grateful.
I keep driving. He doesn't stop. Doesn't stop.
My fiance wants me to bite him. Can you believe that? To my own wedding. She doesn't know the guy. Hell, I don't even know the guy.
He starts banging his fist on the seat in rhythm. He's working himself up to something. I glance in the rear view. Big mistake. His eyes are wide, wild, red around the edges. There's something shining in his lap. For a second, I think it's a phone. It's not. Without warning, he raises a pistol, sticks it up under his chin, and pulls the trigger. A deafening pop. The windshield doesn't shatter, but I hear the spray hit the back window. He slumps sideways. The door opens on its own, like someone is helping him out. I hear his body land on the sidewalk with a thump, and the door slam shuts behind him. I don't stop. I don't check. I just keep driving. Like I said, I'm a seasoned driver now. Sad to say, this is the first time one of the loons popped themselves in the back seat and tried to get me to turn around. I have bigger issues to worry about. The rule brake hung heavy in my head. I still haven't heard back from support. Next passenger looked relatively normal. Clean-cut, mid-20s, button-down shirt tucked into dark jeans. He smiled as he climbed in the back seat. Polite nod. No words. The last few rides had begun unsettling, to say the least. But this guy felt different. Not better, just different. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. Something in his silence felt smug. Like he had already knew me. We'd done this before. We drove about 15 minutes without a word. Then I pulled up to a hotel. He didn't move. I shifted in the park, and he turned slightly. Still not looking directly at him, just using a mirror.
This is the address. You're good to go.
Stared at me, no change in expression, no acknowledgement, and then I heard it. A knock on a driver's side window.
Dad?
I nearly jumped out of my skin. I turned and there he was, James, my son, in his dress shirt and slacks, standing outside the hotel, looking confused and a little nervous. The same hotel, and he and the groomsmen were staying at tonight. How could I forget? I forced a smile.
Oh, hey, son. Just dropping someone off. You nervous for tomorrow?
He squinted at me like something was off.
Yeah, can we talk?
My stomach tightened. I had to get this guy out of the car.
Sure, just let me finish this ride. I'll come inside after, okay?
His eyes drifted past me to the back seat.
Troy?
He said. I froze. Figure in the back seat leaned forward, resting his elbows casually in the front headrest. His smile widened.
Hey, man, can you believe this? I ran into your pubs and figured I'd do a quick beard run before a big day. Hop in.
My blood went cold. No, this isn't Troy, I thought to myself. But I couldn't tell James that. I don't know what would happen if I did. This was bad. Really bad.
No, James said, shaking his head in disbelief. Troy, you were just inside. You were here with the guys. How did you get out here so fast?
The figure didn't break the character. He laughed like it was a shared joke between friends. James looked between us, clearly unnerved.
Dad? Who is that?
I didn't wait for the thing in the back to answer. This couldn't go on any longer. I slammed the car into drive and tore out the parking lot. Tires screeching, engine roaring, in the mirror. James was yelling something, running after us. I couldn't hear him.
You're gonna miss the wedding.
The thing said, voice perfectly calm.
That's not very fatherly of you.
Shut up, I snapped.
You're not getting in my head. Oh, come on.
It cooed.
Don't be like that. Your son talks about you all the time. To me, to everyone.
I kept my eyes on the road, jaw clenched so tight I can feel it in my temples.
Oh no, he doesn't say good things. You're not a good father, Ben. Shut up.
I hissed, tears bubbling in the corner of my eyes.
You miss birthdays, miss milestones. What are you even doing now? Trying to show up the last second and pretend it means something?
I gripped the wheel harder and wanted to slam the brakes, throw open the door, and drag the thing out, whatever skin it had stolen.
Oh, don't be like that, Ben. I have something that'll cheer you up.
It whispered.
Just keep driving all the way until the sun comes up. I have something to show you.
I didn't respond. I didn't need to. My phone buzzed on the seat beside me. James again. I didn't answer. The only sound in the car was the hum of the tires and that thing breathing behind me, waiting. I wasn't sure what to do now. The passenger gave me a drop off and refused to get out. That hasn't really happened before. There's no way for me to focus it out either. Not without looking directly at it. If I could get this guy to leave before the sun came up. I'm screwed. It was useless. I got to pull over hard, tires kicking up the dust on the shoulder head. The thing in the back doesn't flinch, just smiles like it had been waiting for this moment all night. Open a glove box and take out the Glock 45.
Oh,
It says,
that didn't take long. You're already getting tired of me, Ben.
I don't answer. I close my eyes for deep breaths.
Oh, Ben, you don't have to do this. You're gonna miss out on all the fun I have in store.
I didn't even turn around. I raised the gun behind me, ready. Behind me, steady, my breathing, and pull the trigger. The shot is deafening in the client's face. I don't look. I just sit there, ears ringing, heart thumping. I waited for the movement, for another voice, but there's nothing. I finally peek in the mirror once again. It slumped over in a seat, still smiling, but quiet now, unmoving. I knew I was going to kill this thing, but it felt good. I just needed to shut it up for a minute. If it wasn't going to leave, so be it. I had to come to the terms with the fact. I wasn't going to make it to the wedding. I wasn't going to abandon my son again. It's time for good. At least I could do was say sorry, tell him I loved him. Just wish I could have done it sooner. Damn it, I wish I had more time. On my phone, hands shaking. I try to call James, but it goes straight to voicemail. I speak through a lump in my throat.
Hey, it's Dad. I want to say sorry for everything. I should have been there for you. I should have been better.
The thing in the backseat was sitting upright now, dusting a blood-soaked shirt, flicking back the loose hair where the bullet exited. I started to sob on the phone.
But I'm proud of you, James. I really am. Despite all of my mistakes, you've done everything right, and I'm really happy I got to be at your wedding.
The mimic was coughing now, pounding its chest with a closed fist. I heard a loud metallic clang as the bullet bounced off one of its teeth on the way out of its throat. I stifled a sob and took a deep breath before continuing.
I love you so much, James. I'll see you soon, buddy.
I hang up, tears running down my face, fogging up the screen. I sat there in silence for a few minutes. I watched as an orange glow began to rise from the horizon. It was almost sunrise. I closed my eyes and gripped the steering wheel in grim anticipation. This was it. I wasn't sure what happened if I broke this rule, but I knew there was no coming back from it. Tech support wouldn't be able to help me out of this one. Then I hear clapping, soft, slow. I look up. In the rear view, I see the thing clapping and wearing a wide smile. Only this time it doesn't look smug. It appears sincere, genuine.
Nice job, Ben.
It says,
Really touching.
it drops a handful of bills into the seat beside it and steps out of the vehicle. It ducks its head inside to give one final farewell.
Congrats on your son's wedding.
And then it was gone, just before sunrise. I'm not sure why I decided to leave. All the night passengers wanted something, a reaction, a release. Most of the time it is something mean-spirited. They crave anger, heartbreak, desperation. Maybe this one was benevolent. Maybe I needed to experience something heartfelt, something real. God knows I needed it too. I'm just glad it's all over. I didn't take any more rides for the rest of the night. I went home, scrubbed the blood off the back seat, didn't even know there wasn't any. Changed the air freshener, even though it still smelled new. Took a long hot shower, put on the suit I've worn in years. I looked in the mirror. I almost didn't recognize myself. I didn't look any different. But I felt different. I wasn't ashamed of the man that looked back at me. I was going to be a new person. I knew it was too late to be a good dad. I've been way too long to fix that. But he would always be my son. He needed to know that I was never going to abandon him again. I got in the car, not for work. just to drive to the wedding for the first time in a long time. Felt something that scarred me more than a lifetime of ferrying supernatural passengers. Hope.
Oh, damn. I guess it is letting them live, Jerry. Alright, hold on. I gotta get my portable phone charger so my phone doesn't die. I'll be back. Actually, I'm gonna go intermission so I can take a bathroom break. Alright, I'll be back. And I'm back. Alright. Let's get the last of the remaining stories done with. Because I think the rest are shorter. Hopefully. Alright. And thank you, Jerry. Alright. I moved into my grandparents' cabin. I don't think I'm alone here.
When my grandfather passed, I inherited his cabin by the lake. It wasn't much, one story, drafty in winter. Built back when insulation meant more. But it was quiet, peaceful. At least that's what I thought. I moved in last fall, and the air smelled like wet pine. And the lake behind the house looked like black glass at night. I stand on the back porch with a beer, listening to crickets and occasional splash from fish breaking the surface. For the first month, it was perfect. No neighbors for a mile, no traffic, no city noise. Then I started hearing it. The first time it was around 2 a.m. I'd fallen asleep on the couch and woke up to it sounded like someone slowly dragging a shovel through the mud outside. Long, wet scrapes, pausing between them like they were listening for something. I sat up, held my breath, and it stopped. The next morning, I checked the shore, and there was a line in the mud about 4 inches deep, starting from the tree line and ending at the water's edge. No footprints, just that strange trench. After that, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching the cabin that night. I kept the curtains closed, but every so often I'd hear the same dragging sound outside, always starting in the woods and heading toward the water, always stopping when I got too close to the windows. One night in December, I caught it. I woke up to the sound again, this time closer, right outside the porch. I crept to the back door and pulled aside the curtain just enough to peek. There was something standing in the frost-covered yard, backlit by the moon. It was tall, at least 7 feet, with limbs too long for its body. Its skin hung in loose folds, like it had been stretched over a wrong frame. It was holding something in one hand. A stick, maybe. No, not a stick. It was a long, pale spine. The sound I heard was it dragging the tip of it through the frozen dirt. Its head, God, its head. It didn't have a face, not in the way we do. Just a long vertical slit, opening and closing like gills flexing in cold air. I must have made some noise because the head snapped towards me. It slit opening wide enough to show rows of needle-thin teeth inside. Then it turned and walked into the lake. Not into the shadows, straight in until the water swallowed it whole. I tried to convince myself I was dreaming, but over the next week I found more of those trenches in the mud, always leading to the water. Always starting closer to the cabin. Last night it changed. I woke up to the sound again, dragging slower, but this time it didn't stop. It moved around the cabin, circling it once, twice, then it stopped at the front door. The porch creaked, and then I heard it tapping, something sharp, rapping on the wood in slow, steady beats. 3 taps, pause, 3 taps, like it was waiting. I didn't open the door. I waited with a kitchen knife in my hand until dawn. When I finally got the nerve to check outside, the porch was covered in frost except for where it stood. The boards were slick with something that wasn't ice. It was thick, almost gelatinous, and smelled faintly like blood. It's almost midnight now. The cabin feels smaller somehow. The lake's black surface is perfectly still, somewhere out there. I can hear it dragging its spine again. This time, coming from the shoreline toward me. I think it's getting bolder. I double-checked every lock in the cabin. Front door, back door, windows, even a crawlspace hatch under the kitchen. Every latch slid into place with a soft click that felt far too quiet against the sound outside. The dragon had stopped. That was worse. I stood in the living room, knife in one hand, flashlight in the other, listening. The only sound was my own breathing, quick, uneven. Then from somewhere behind the cabin, I heard a slow, deliberate creak of wood under weight. The back porch. I forced myself to keep still, every muscle in my body rigid. The sound came again, closer this time. And then there was a new one. Faint rasp of nails or claws tracing the lengths of the siding. It was walking the perimeter. The scratching moved from the back to the side, dragging low near foundation. Then high up by the windows, testing the walls, measuring me. I thought about turning the outside floodlight, then I thought about the possibility of seeing it. My hands shook so bad I nearly dropped the flashlight. Then it reached the front of the cabin. It stopped. Silence again. I kept my eyes on the door, heart hammering so hard I can feel it in my throat. Then, the tapping. 3 slow knocks, each one heavier than the last, making the door shudder in its frame. Pause. 3 more. It did that for nearly a minute, then the sound changed. A wet rhythmic thud against the wood, like it was pressing something heavy into the door and dragging it down. I imagine that pale spine slicking with whatever was on porch boards the night before, leaving streaks down the grain. I backed away toward the bedroom, still facing the door. My plan was to lock myself in, maybe wedge the dresser against it. Before I could move even more than a few steps, the cabin groaned. Not from the door, from above. My stomach dropped. The roof. I could hear it moving, each step bending the old beams, just enough to make them moan. It was slow, deliberate, pacing the length of the house, like a predator above a cage. Dust drifted from the ceiling fans and stopped directly above me. That's when I heard it breathe. It wasn't the kind of breath you take through lungs. It was a deep, vibrating pull of air that made the walls hum like the cabin itself was being inhaled. And mixture into it was faint, wet clicking, like teeth snapping together like some private rhythm. It didn't move. It didn't blink. My legs felt hollow, barely able to hold me up. Then something fell from the ceiling. It landed right in front of me. A piece of wood, no bigger than my thumb, splintered to dark with moisture. I looked up, and for a brief second I saw it between the slats. A slit where its face should be, teeth flexing inside, wet with strands of something that clung like spider silk. It slid out of view again. That was it. I bolted for the bedroom and locked the door. I shoved the dresser in front of it, then sat on the floor with my back against the wall, knife pointed at the door. I could have been able to do anything if it came in. It paced the roof for what felt like hours. Every so often it would stop, and I'd hear that long, deep inhale again. Only this time I realized it wasn't drawing in the cabin. It was smelling me. At some point, the pacing stopped entirely. The silence followed was somehow worse. I strained to hear anything, footsteps scratching, the drag of the spine, but there was nothing. I thought maybe it had left. Then the bedroom window behind me began to bulge. The glass didn't crack, it didn't shatter, it pushed inward, like something was pressing against it from the outside. Bulge grew, stretching to kind of see the faintest outline of a slit, teeth, just barely visible behind the thin distortion of the glass. It didn't strike. It didn't try to break in. It just stayed there, breathing against the window until the pain was fogged over from the inside. And then so slowly, I almost missed it. The fog began to pull back, like it was drawing my air out with it. When the sun finally rose, the window was clear. The roof was empty. The porch was bare. But in the frost at the end of the driveway, I found a single mark, a trench in the dirt, starting at the road and ending at my footsteps. It's almost midnight now, and I can hear it coming back. I've been awake all day. No naps, no dozing on the couch. I wanted to be alert for tonight. Did it matter? When the darkness settled over the lake, the exhaustion hit me like a drug. My eyelids felt weighted, my head thick and heavy. It wasn't just lack of sleep. It felt imposed, like the air was laced with something pulling me under. I fought it with it by pacing the cabin, flashlight sweeping every corner. The walls creaked in the cold, but beneath that I could hear the lake. Soft constant lap, lap, lap of water on the shore, and over it faintly the dragging sound again. I killed every light inside. If it wanted to see me, it would have to look through the dark. I stationed myself in the kitchen where I could see both the front and back doors. Dragging came closer, circling the cabin. Then it stopped. I didn't hear it for almost 5 minutes. Then a sound came again inside the walls. The noise was subtle at first, like something brushing along the insulation. Then it got heavier, moving from the kitchen wall toward the living room. The floorboards shivered with each scrape, like it was wedging itself through the spaces too small for anything human. I backed up, keeping the knife raised. The sound reached the corner where the chimney met the wall. It stopped. A soft, hollow thunk came from the fireplace. I'd never used it. The flue had been closed since I moved in. Now the metal lever clinked twice, before the cover inside began to bulge downward. Bits of soot fell from the empty hearth. Something was forcing the flue open from the wrong direction. The cover gave a sharp metallic ping, swinging down hard enough to rattle the fire tools on their hooks. For a moment, there was only darkness inside. Then a hand slid into view. It was too long, too thin. A skin that was the same loose folded hide I'd seen before, but it shifted unnaturally, like something was swimming just beneath it. The fingers bent in ways they shouldn't as they searched along the brick, tapping and probing. It reached the edge of the hearth and stopped. The tips turned upward toward me, slowly, deliberate. I stepped back, the fingers curled in a beckoning motion. I don't remember deciding to run, but suddenly I was in the bedroom, shoving the dresser harder against the door than before. My breath came in quick bursts, and each one felt stolen from me. After a few minutes, I heard nothing, then faint, nearly inaudible, came a tapping from the other side of the bedroom wall. It started near the floor, rose higher, then higher still, until it was right over my head. That's when I remembered the attic. The cabin didn't have a proper attic, just a low crawl space above the ceiling, accessible from a panel in the hallway. I could hear the sound moving across it now, the floorboards flexing with each crawl. The panel creaked. It didn't fall open. Instead, I saw one corner pressed downward slightly, like something was testing it. A single hairline crack appeared in the wood. Then another. Dust fell in thin streams, and in the dust were little wet spots, like condensation from breath. I held the knife so tight in my hand, it went numb. I was ready for the panel to drop, ready for it to pour through, but it didn't. Instead, the sound moved back across the ceiling toward the living room. And then came the worst part, silence. I sat there for nearly an hour before I worked up the courage to check. Slid the dresser away in small jerks, every creak loud enough to make my chest ache. When I stepped into the hall, the panel was flush again. No sign it had moved. The living room was empty. The kitchen was empty. Even the hearth looked untouched. I started to think maybe it had given up. Then I saw the front door. The deadbolt was still locked. The chain was still in place, but the entire door frame was suddenly warped. Bow until the door pressed into the wood. It was the shape of a handprint, too large, too thin with fingers that tapered into points. It had been trying to get them through one way. It had been testing all of them. I'm writing this now as the sun comes up, but I don't know how much longer I can stay here. It's learning the cabin, learning me. Last night, it tried the roof, the walls, the fireplace, the attic, and the door. Tonight, it might not try at all. Tonight, it might succeed. I didn't sleep at all today. Not that it matters anymore. I nailed the window shut, locked the doors, stuffed blankets in the fireplace, and duct taped them in place, and even put a chair under the attic panel so I would hear it fall. The cabin feels like a coffin I've built for myself. The lake is wrong tonight. It is too still, like the water itself is holding its breath. Even the crickets have gone silent. The air feels thicker, almost humid, but cold enough to make my teeth ache. I am sitting at the kitchen table with a knife and flashlight in front of me. I keep telling myself I'm ready. That if it comes, I know where to hit. but I have no plan here, no strategy, just waiting. The first sound isn't dragging, it's knocking. Not at the door, from inside the walls. It's moving fast, circulating in tight loops, the sound bouncing from one corner of the cabin to the next. The floorboards are trembling, dust falling into little showers. Then the knocks stop. From somewhere above, the roof bows inwards, creaking under weight. I glance at the attic panel, still closed, still pinned under the chair. Something drips from the kitchen table. I look up. The ceiling above me is damp. Water stains spreading outward in a slow boom, but it's not water. It's the same gelatinous, faintly bloody stuff I found on the porch weeks ago. Another drop lands on my hand. It's warm. The attic panel doesn't open. It bursts, knocking the chair aside. The wind splintering as something unfolded itself through the gap. I see limbs first, too many to count in a moment, sliding down the wall, folding over the counter, bracing itself against the floor, and then the head. Slit where its face should be, flexes wide, and I hear it. Not a roar, not a hiss, but a deep inhalation that makes the lights flicker. The air feels thinner instantly, my chest tightening as it pulls at something deeper than breath. I run. I don't remember making a choice, but suddenly I'm at the back door, kicking the chair away from the handle. Fumbling with the locks behind me, the thing slaps against the floor. An uneven rhythm, scraping, reaching, send the door open and bolt into the night. The cold bites through me immediately, the air wet and sharp. The lake's black surface stares back at me, and for a second I consider running for the tree line instead, but there's movement behind the pines, too tall, too thin, more than one. Water is my only option. I make it halfway down the slope before something hits the porch behind me. The sound is heavy, final, like they dropped from the roof to give chase. I don't look back. I can hear it though, the wet spine dragging through the grass as it runs. The shoreline is slick. I nearly fall as I hit the shallows, but I don't stop. I dive into the freezing water, kicking hard until the cabin is a shadow against the hill. I turned in just to see if it followed. It's standing on the shore, perfectly still, watching. The slit in its head opens wide, teeth flashing in the moonlight, and then it does something I haven't heard before. It laughs. Not a human laugh, but not even close. But the rhythm is there, the rise and fall, like it's mocking me for thinking the lake could save me. And it steps forward into the water. I don't remember swimming to the far side. I don't remember climbing out. I remember waking up at the dawn on the gravel road, barefoot, shivering so hard I couldn't speak. The sheriff drove me into town. I didn't tell him what happened. I just said someone broke in. He offered me to send someone to check the property. But I told him to let it go, because I know what they'll find. Nothing. I'm writing this from a motel 20 miles away, but I can't stop looking at the bathroom door. It's shut, but every now and then I hear a faint dripping sound behind it. If you're anywhere near the lake east of Miller's Crossing, and if you hear the dragon in the night, don't look out the window. It doesn't matter how well you lock the doors. It's already inside.
Oh, cool. Oh, that's cool, Jerry. But, yeah, well, that's creepy as shit.
Yes, it's short. Good.
I was not expecting that. Dude, you know, they lived, but they almost died. And it says at the end they still hear sounds coming from their bathroom in a motel. So, I don't think they're gone yet. Anyways, on to the next story. I left my mom to starve.
dried, sweet, rotten food, fermented trash, cigarette smoke, dust. The mixture of odors overwhelmed my nose. I had to take a step back, gagging, once I filled my lungs with fresh air from the outside. I took a step in. I'm home. I'm home, I called. I left my sneakers in the foyer. Mom's boots were there, gathered among the shoes of siblings long gone. I peeked through the hall into the living room. It was a mess. Not even the dark could hide the collage of trash, clothes, empty metal boxes. There was a tricycle next to the couch, tiny and colorful, though children hadn't inhabited this place in almost a decade. Mom had covered the windows with aluminum foil and newspaper. No light bulbs, no lamps. She said light gave her headaches. A lantern was needed to navigate the apartment, or a smartphone. I found my mom sulking in her bedroom, curled into a ball and covered in velvets.
What took you so long?
Mom was voice high-pitched and well-developed vocal fry. It resembled the creakiness of the rusted door hinge. I lowered my phone light. I told you, I went to Emma's bachelorette.
Oh wait, I probably do different parts. I told you I went to Emma's bachelorette. You didn't tell me a thing. I stayed here to starve.
A sigh got struck in my throat. God forbid I let it out in front of Mom. Or worse, what if I sighed and then explained to her I bought her a weekend worth of pizza and ready meals. With my money at that, would I survive that?
Are you hungry?
I asked.
Of course I am.
It gave me an excuse to leave for another room and encounter yet another frustration. All over the kitchen laid the aftermath of my weekend off. Pizza boxes and plastic containers were scattered across the counter. One of them remained inside the microwave, half eaten. There were no offerings left for Mom. She had eaten them all.
I'll go to the store and buy you something.
I called.
Will you bend me again?
She assented, every syllable with spite.
I'll be back in an hour.
If I had used my bike, the trip to the convenience store would have been 20 minutes. It also meant less time filling my lungs with clean summer air. As I walked, I ruminated on how wonderful, how terrible the sense of smell was. We could not close our noses like we close our eyes. How inconvenient is that? If I wanted to stop smelling, I also had to stop breathing. There's another way, though. If we smell something for long enough, no matter how pleasant or disgusting, the brain needs to scent. It took me a lifetime to grow accustomed to the smell of Mom's apartment, and only a weekend off to find it unbearable. As I entered the supermarket, I quickly glanced at the yard section. They sold garden furniture and flowers and grilling equipment. I grew up thinking no one ever bought those. The gas tanks reminded me of a fun fact. Methane does not have a smell naturally. Characteristic rotten eggs odor gets added to it for safety reasons. That way, an individual can detect a gas leak before the whole building goes kaboom. The phone vibrated in my pocket. It was Emma.
Hey,
I answered, searching through the ready meals.
ready to go?
Caleb answered on the other side. I moved the phone from one ear to the other. Although it was impossible for Mom to be around, I looked over my shoulder.
I can't do it.
I said. Caleb took a deep breath.
Tarsha, listen. You need to get out of there. Now. Now.
I grabbed some meatballs and potatoes. That would do.
I can't. Mom needs someone to take care of her. Why do you even say it?
When upset, Calvish spoke slowly, assenting every word, just like Mom.
It'll be fine. It's Mom. She's an odd person, but she's not evil. Are you listening to yourself?
She screeched on the other end of the line. It peaked the microphone.
I don't appreciate you yelling at me.
I was on the shopping line. Only 2 people stood in front of me. This was a minuscule town. Everyone knew everyone's faces. What if they heard Kelvy losing it over the phone?
And what do you want me to do?
At least Kelvy lowered his voice a little.
You're speaking nonsense. He ate Nina. She didn't.
I scoffed and lowered my voice to whisper.
Nina ran away with her boyfriend. You saw it. You saw it happen. What are you talking about?
I envisioned Kelvy pulling her hairs out.
It was a nightmare. Seek help. I mean it.
I paced a ready meal and an energy drink on the treadmill.
And Mom needs help and compassion. That's the only way she can get better. You're not helping her. You're defeating her.
The products reached the hands of the cashier. A sign to end the senseless call.
I need to go back home. I'll talk to you later.
I hung out with Kelvy mid-sentence. I packed my purchases and walked back home. Him screaming me caught me off guard. It hurt a little. We had a great bachelorette together. Unlike Mom's house, Kelvy was clean and sleek, with plenty of sunlight, and even one of those little robot vacuums rolling around. I was happy to see him doing good despite everything. I was happy to see him, period. None of the other siblings gave us that grace. They left home to disappear. Kelvy said,
They didn't leave. She ate them all.
but he didn't feel like talking about Mom, much less in front of his wife. She believed he was an orphan. I shook off the memories of our weekend together, left them at the door along with the prospect of fresh air. One deep breath, and I was ready to go back to Mom. As I microwaved the meal, I realized I'd forgotten to buy something for myself. Too late to go back to the store, however, I went to sleep hungry. Bad idea. Hunger always brought to nightmares. Hungry Mom always brought nightmares. In darkness, I awoke, my body unresponsive, my mind hazy. It happened so often, yet I never got used to it. Panic kicked in as usual. No matter how much I begged in my head, not even a finger would move. Even my eyes stayed glued on the same spot. I was trapped in my own body. Some light from the midnight sun bled through the window. Usually a blessing, the light now delineated Mom's terrible form. She watched from the ceiling, her eyes glistening. In the darkness, her floppy belly product of almost a dozen childbirths, drooped above my immobile body. Her saggy tits dangled atop my head. Both elbows pointed towards the floor, unnaturally. They were backwards. She resembled a spider. Slowly, Mom crawled down the wall, closer to the headboard. The drywall cracked as she buried her nails and toes into it. Soon she felt her sparse hair tickling my forehead. I tried to scream, my mouth remained shut. My lungs wouldn't breathe faster. My eyes refused to shed tears. My whole body remained still, like the corpse I'd soon become. Nina never had a boyfriend. I once saw her kissing another girl at the lake, and I saw how Mom crawled to her bed that night. Mom looked like a crocodile wearing a human suit. Her arms and legs bent uncomfortably at impossible angles. She opened her mouth wide, impossibly so. I heard the crack as her jawline popped out of its sockets. I saw how she sucked onto Nina's scalp like ice cream, then nibbled it. She crawled further into Nina's bed as she swallowed her head, then her neck, then her shoulders. She pushed forward. Her breasts hit her hips, her thighs. Only Nina's ankles and feet dangled out of her mouth. Mom gargled, struggling to consume the last bits of Nina. Her whole body contracted as she swallowed what was left of my older sister. I was next. I felt Mom's breast next to my ear. Warm and humid, it stank of cigarettes and acid. She gently pushed my face to the side.
You left me the stab.
She punctured a hole in my neck, the one that never healed. I always said it was a birthmark. Immobile, helpless, stupid, with no other option, I waited till she fed herself. In my head, I promised never again I'll let this happen. Never again will I'll leave my mom to starve. She needs me. Let her fucking die. Yo, okay, hold on. I got a good. I got a good suggestion on how a group that could help you get rid of your mother. Have you heard of the NRA? You know, they're really good about guns and gun stuff. They could probably help you get rid of her. I'm sorry. It is the NRA, right? Get the right organization. Oh my god. Oh wow, great. Another story about the mother. Perfect. My mom's been acting weird lately. For the past week, something's been off with my mom. She's still doing all the usual things, making her black coffee first thing in the morning, tending the roses in the backyard, that she refuses to let die, even though it's August and the heat's brutal. She still calls me sweetheart, still lays post-its with gentle reminders to eat, hydrate, and sleep, but she won't look me in the eyes anymore, not for more than a second or two. I caught her watching me last night in the hallway near her. I was sitting on the couch scrolling on my phone, and I just felt it, that kind of prickling heat behind your neck, like someone's watching. I looked up, and there she was, standing stiffly behind the corner, peering in like she was studying something, or someone. When our eyes met, she froze. Then she forced a smile. You okay, honey? I nodded. She disappeared. God. Oh my god. A bottle fell off my desk and scared the living shit out of me. Okay. Okay. Alright, back to reading. I nodded. She disappeared down the hallway like nothing happened, but I know she was watching. This morning, she left a slice of toast on the kitchen table for me. Same as always, but there was no butter, no jelly, not even a napkin. Just dry. I asked her if everything was alright. She hesitated. Of course. Why wouldn't it be? I shrugged. You don't seem distant lately. Just seem distant. She looked at me for a long time. Her fingers were tight around a coffee mug. Then she said slowly, sometimes people change and sometimes they think no one will notice. I tried to laugh it off, but my chest felt hollow. I didn't eat the toast. It's not just the weird glances or the strange things she says. She started locking her bedroom door at night. She never used to do that, and I swear one night I heard a whispering behind it, like prayers or warnings. This morning I woke up and found her in the living room, going through old photo albums. She didn't even flinch when I walked in. Looking for something? I asked. She stared down the photo of us from years ago. Me, at least. I think it's me smiling in front of a birthday cake. Frosting on my chin, her eyes flicked up to my face, and then back to the photo. Her hand still trembling. You used to have a mo, she whispered. I blinked. What? On your left cheek, she said, tapping the photo. What is it? I touched my cheek. I guess it faded? Her lips pressed into a tight line. Those don't fade. I couldn't think anything to say, just stood there like an idiot. Tonight she left a knife under her pillow. I saw it when I walked past her room. The door was cracked open. She was pretending to sleep, but I saw her fingers curled tight around a blanket, like she was bracing for something. think she's afraid of me. The thing is, I've been having dreams of things that don't make sense. I hear echoes. I see a forest, wet leaves. I even smell smoke in the face, my face staring at me with wide, terrified eyes as I reach out for him. As I stepped into my skin, I start to question myself.
What am I? Am I really who I am?
Then one night to go to the bathroom, look in a mirror, see all the imperfections, all the mistakes. Then I see it. I see what my mom sees. I'm not her son, and mom knows it.
Okay, that's not where I thought it was gonna go.
That was not where I thought it was going to go.
Holy shit. So that might have been a skinny boy. I'm not gonna say the actual monster's name out of respect. That might have been a skinny boy. Oh my god. Yeah. I love horror stories with twist endings. I love them. Anyways. On to the next story. I'm the god of a town that shouldn't exist.
Nobody blinks here. As far back as I can remember, they've only ever stared, not at each other, just at me. They looked at me like I was the last sunrise they'd ever see. Almost like if they stopped staring, I'd vanish, no matter what I did. I couldn't get to the reaction out of them. I'd cause a scene, throw things across the room, scream the most vulgar things I could think of an inch from their face. They'd just be there smiling, quiet, still. I would have gone mad if it wasn't for the sheriff. Or maybe he's the mayor, I'm not really sure. All I know is that he was the only person in town who would speak to me. He raised me, taught me how to read, write, cook, survive. He told me that the town was mine. Not just the land, but the buildings, everything. I never had a house. I didn't need one. I could walk into any building, house, store, diner, and take their food, clothes, and use their bathroom, and no one ever stopped me. Population seems to be stuck at around 200 people for as long as I can remember. Most of the buildings in town are coarse brick sun stained. There is a forest that surrounds the town and a single road that doesn't actually seem to lead outside. I've become content with this life. There was no use leaving anyways. I tried to walk on foot in all directions, but they all led back to town. I took a horse from one of the townsfolk along with a week's worth of food, taking my time marking trees to keep my bearings. No matter what I did, I ended up right back in town. I got so desperate that I even tried walking backwards because I thought if I could see the town, then it wouldn't trick me into looping back. It didn't work. I went to the library to see if I could find any old records of the town. Half the books had their covers ripped off. Most of them had their pages yellow and warped. The calendars were worse. Every single one, just the months and days. No year, no holidays, no history. Sometimes, I swear I've seen the same cloud pattern loop across the sky. God, I wish there was a working clock in town. I have even asked the sheriff of the town about me, who my parents were, my birthday, where I came from. He always looked at me for a long time and gave the same answer. You've always been here. And now it's the end of it. When I was younger, I started a small fire in some of the townsfolk's houses. I just wanted to get a reaction out of them. They didn't scream, didn't move. One man just stood there as the fire slowly crept up their leg, clothes burning away as their flesh blistered. I froze. The sheriff came bursting in shortly after and quickly got me out of the house. First, and told me to wait inside the library, then went back in to put out the fire. I sat in the library with my stomach turning.
Why didn't they move? Why didn't they say anything to try to stop me? He knows I didn't mean anything bad, right? I'm sure he gets bored being the only other person in town who seems sentient.
The door slammed open. I barely get 2 words out as he slapped me. "Are you out of the damn mind?" he said.
I'm sorry, I just wanted...
You could have killed them. It doesn't matter what you want. Listen, boy. What's your job to do is fight by these fine people, no matter the cost.
What does that even mean?
I declared. No one here does anything but stare. There's nothing for me to do here. I wish I could leave this town and everyone in it.
Oh wait, wrong voice. No one here does anything but stare. There's nothing for me to do here. I just leave this town and everyone in it.
Once those words left my mouth, I saw Sarah's face change from rage to betrayal. He didn't say another word, and he walked out of the library. He didn't speak to me for the next month. It was the worst month of my life. I can't believe I forgot about that. I'm glad I remembered. Yesterday I'm eating dinner at a diner when I heard something I never heard before, a low rumble and a high-pitched mechanical whine. It was a car. I've only ever read about them. This one was old, rusted, belching black smoke, leaving the smell of burnt rubber in the air. It rolled into the outskirts of town, slowly like it was trying not to be noticed. I was transfixed on the car, the facade of my content life cracking as the thoughts of escaping this town bubbled up. Something from the outside, maybe a way out. And I looked back at the townsfolk in the diner, astonished as this is the first time that they were not staring at me anymore. For the first time in my life, they looked with hate.
Oh. Well, whoever's in that car is probably dead. Whoever's in that car, they're dead. They're gone. Anyways, on to the next story. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna save these stories for Wednesday. Jerry, are you still here? Are you still here, Jerry? Okay, I can't still be heard. I thought it was muted for a second. As well as I don't know if there's a delay. There could be a delay. I don't know. Well, I could just message you in case you're not here. Anyways. Danger Nattles, I'll be streaming, I don't know if I'll stream on YouTube tomorrow. Cause this is a really long fucking stream. But I will be streaming tomorrow on Twitch. The Content Farms. Fighting against Content Farms. Same name as here, Aaron_Eldridge on Twitch. As well as Wednesday, there will be there will be maybe a YouTube stream, but there will be no Twitch stream later because I'll be doing a watch party on my Discord server for Vita Carnis. So yeah. Hopefully some of you guys can make it then. And I know there's no rating option for fucking YouTube. So you guys be good and enjoy the rest of the content I have. And eventually I'll go through these stories and make them into videos. It will take me a long time though. Don't expect it to happen anytime soon. See you later, Danger Noodles.